Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of CSQ Groups. I'm Richard Paulscam, and I'm going to be manning the caster desk today with Andrew Vedius Day.
Yeah, and I'm excited to be here for the final day of group stages where the teams that will be moving on to Challenger will finally be decided.
Yes, indeed. And before we get to today's agenda, let's quickly recap the format. So the 12 teams have been duking out over the last 5 days in a round robin, and after today, the 4 teams with the most wins over their opponents will progress into the 2 finals, and the winner of those will then join us in the summer split of Challenger. So let's actually take a look at the schedule for today and what we have as the final games of our group stage. So many of the games today have playoff implications, so remember that one, and we'll be updating you on the implications as we go throughout the day and as teams, of course, win their games. So we're going to be starting off the day with LP and SK Gaming.
Yeah, following that is going to be Melty versus Fnatic. I think this will be an incredibly fun game throughout the day, and then we're going to close things off with ESG versus Kick. So looking forward to seeing these games progress throughout the day, and I think it should certainly be one hectic and crazy, potentially,
hopefully,
lots of draw game day.
Yeah, lots of draws. And if we do have draws, those will be played out on Thursday, remember, so they'll be off broadcast, but we will have them as VODs if you want to view them afterwards. So make sure you check out on that one. So let's actually take a look at the standings now as we get into our final day. So it will be low priority at the very top. So if they get one more win, they will be locked in first place as they own the head-to-head to Misfits, even if they both go 4-2. And then SK Gaming and Tricked are also in contention to try and get into those final spots, and unfortunately, as you just mentioned, Fnatic and Melty are out of contention.
Yeah, meanwhile, over in Group B, we're seeing a very similar story. In fact, we're seeing exactly the same story with two teams sitting at the top, ESG and Chev, fighting for a potential spot to make it up into the brackets, but Mouse and G2 are completely eliminated from the tournament. So we do have the 12 teams narrowed down to 8. And now it's going to be the final day to decide who will be those top 2 moving forward.
And 6 games to do so. So if you want to catch up on the action so far or want to check out the schedule that we just mentioned, head over to lolesports.com for all of that and much more. So with all that out of the way, Vedius, let's kick it off to the first games of today, which will be Low Priority and SK Gaming. So let's hit the lineups real quick. On the blue side, it is Low Priority with Kekt in the top lane, Memento in the jungle, Sebex in the mid lane with Hiku and Zaitan in the bottom lane. And as we just mentioned, if Low Priority win here, they will be locked to first place. So they will have the number 1 seed out of Group A.
Yes, they will, because they took the game over Misfits, and seeing as Misfits is the only team that matches them, even if Misfits won their game, it's both sitting at 4-1, they've guaranteed that spot. So Low Priority going to be fighting super hard for a victory, but after yesterday's performance against Melty, maybe a bit of doubt is starting to rise in whether or not Low Priority are going to be able to pull that one off. Because, yes, Melty, they played extremely well, but that is not the Low Priority that we are used to seeing. They just seemed completely out of sorts. They seemed to lack that engage to really start the fights that they are so good at. And they were just very underwhelming overall, really.
Yeah, it could be a variety of reasons. I don't know if it was just like they disrespected Melty because they'd lost so many other games, or they were just having an off day. I'm not really sure. But in that game, especially, like the lack of engage that they had certainly hurt them. And it was so punishing on their mistakes.
Yeah, and the team trying to punish those mistakes will be SK Gaming, sitting on the red side for this matchup. Ruin is going to be in the top lane, Cesar in the jungle, Suno taking up the mid with Vardax and Unlimited taking up the bottom lane.
Yeah, this team is definitely a fun one to watch, at the very least. They consistently take these high-risk plays, but they're not like always high reward. They kind of like medium reward or like low reward, but if they see a play, they always go for it. And it's fun, but it doesn't always result in wins because they're currently 2-2.
No, it doesn't. They have had some pretty great plays, and the guy that's been making those has been Ruin up from the top lane. I have to remember his Gnar, where it was a super close game that they had earlier on in the tournament, and that Gnar was the guy that landed that multi-man ultimate, which finally solidified the game for SK Gaming. I do actually believe that was against Melty as well. So, but at the same time, yesterday he had a bit of a dicey Poppy game. Well, the Poppy itself was solid. I mean, his performance was very consistent throughout. Then all of a sudden he made this play onto a Braum, and it was just Ruin, you know, coming into his own and being like, hey, I'm going to take this risk once again, and it's not going to work out. So Ruin, definitely a stand-up player, definitely a guy that we've been paying a lot of attention to, and is a large reason as to why SK have become this high risk-taking team. The question is, can they temper that going up against Low Priority, and are Low Priority going to be able to collect themselves after yesterday's crushing defeat versus Melty?
It's pretty accurate, though. I feel like a lot of this does come down to Ruin, because he can like win and sometimes lose a game by himself by making those big plays. I definitely like the Poppy, as we saw yesterday, but we should just be seeing a more solid game out of Low Priority. We shouldn't see the Low Priority that turned up against Melty yesterday. And if we see the Low Priority we had in day 1 through 3, this should be an easy win, and that would lock them into first place.
Yes, it would.
But SK Gaming, they're kind of more of like a wildcard team. They're not like consistently good or consistently bad. So it's difficult to say like maybe SK Gaming will just go Super Saiyan and just like completely wreck LP today. We really just don't know.
I mean, the thing about SK Gaming in particular is I think a lot of us didn't expect them to do that well.
Yeah.
When we was initially discussing the groups, we thought, Misfits Fnatic Academy would be sitting at the top. Melty maybe somewhere in the middle, and SK would be sitting somewhere near the bottom, with low priority joining in the middle there as well. So and then Tricked sitting near the bottom as well. But now it's kind of like reverse. You've got Fnatic and Melty sitting down at the bottom of the table, SK and Tricked sitting at 2 and 2, fighting for those potentially tiebreaker situations.
Yeah.
And I feel like they have, these roster changes have had quite the significant impact on SK's playstyle.
Apparently, yeah. I mean, the same can be said for a lot of different teams. But before we hit that topic, we are just waiting on Vardags because he has some client issues, so we're waiting on him before we get into game. But that's actually a really interesting topic because we've had a lot of changes, and specifically like Mouse, for example, almost completely changed their roster. And the irony was the one player they kept, Dan, was kind of the linchpin of the team, but like in a negative way, I kind of feel like. Day one was like Mal's giving us hope, and we were like, damn, they are like playing super well as a team. And day 2, day 3, they picked like what it was a Rek'Sai and then Nunu in the jungle, and we went back to the spring split we saw from Mal Sports, where they were trying this crazy stuff in the jungle, and it wasn't good. Like Renex in jungle doesn't work. Like I just don't understand, because day one, if they just play like that through the entire group stage, they probably could be in a position right now where they could be making finals.
Yeah. Obviously, Mal's, they are in Group B and they're also out of contention right now. But yeah, SK being the other team that has qualified via were relegated from the Challenger Series, fighting for their spot back, are in a really dicey situation. And you have to think of them and Mal's, where both teams have made those roster changes. SK have been working out slightly better, bringing in Ruin from the top lane, Valags and Unlimited down the bottom. I think they've performed reasonably from the bottom lane. Not overperforming,
sure,
but at the same time, they're not really the detriment to the team. They're not standing out as we're dragging the team behind. And given the LCS experience and caliber you have, you'd have to think that it would add value. But then Ruin just seems to ignore all that value and being like, we're going to fight when I say we're going to fight.
Yeah.
And sometimes it works really well. Other times, not so much.
But maybe isn't that what we want to see more from Vardags and Unlimited? Because we haven't really seen them evolve or grow as a pair, even through last split as well. Like, they came out of LCS, they went into Challenger, and unlike the likes of maybe Woolite, who actually did really, really well, as soon as he went into Challenger, it was like, he's still an LCS caliber ADC. He's still wrecking people in lane. He's doing super well mid-game, late-game. Actually fixed a lot of the problems he had as a player. He didn't go like full imp and just jump into people and then die. But I don't feel like we've seen a lot of growth from Vardags and Unlimited as a pair, and you'd feel like you would find more of that because both of the LCS players stuck into one lane.
Yeah, they have been bringing out some pretty unique things, though. They were the ones that brought out the Misfortune and the Taric. We haven't seen that. We saw a Taric banned against them, so it's something that perhaps they're saving for today. It would be really exciting to see something like that once again come out from the bottom lane. But that's exactly right. They haven't had convincing wins over a lot of the other bottom lanes. With bot lane ever so slightly shifting, I think we're seeing a little bit more priority on Sivir as the Challenger Series has been developing. Earlier on today in the LCK, I actually saw an Ashe. Didn't manage to catch the game, but I know it was there. Yeah. And so it does look like we're starting to see these engaged supports. I'm curious as to whether or not either of these teams decide to bring that one out, because Vardags, if he wants to have more of an impact, then having that engaged potential from your AD carry could be the way to bring that for your team.
Maybe, because what we saw from Vardags was basically an ADC where you just like position well and then just like unload your ultimate with a Misfortune. Ashe is maybe kind of the same thing, where you just like you get to the point in the game where like you're looking for the Ashe arrows and engages, and yes, you have to sustain damage over time, but as long as you have a threat in the mid lane and top lane, like we've seen coming in from Suno and Ruin, maybe it's not too much of an issue. So that actually could be an interesting playstyle adaptation from SK Gaming.
We've talked a lot about SK Gaming, and I feel like we haven't given much of a chance to Low Priority, who, having qualified as the first seed from the Open Qualifier, I still think that from us unfairly. Oh, I say unfairly. Initially, we didn't think that they were the top team. We thought that they were like a strong contender. But when you looked at the lineup for Fnatic Academy, you looked at the lineup for Misfits, you just think, while these guys are good, how are they really going to be able to compete with these teams? Because a lot of people thought Fnatic Academy, they were going to struggle. They just had an off day against Kick. They got 2-0'd by them in the open qualifiers. And we never actually got to saw Fnatic Academy go up against Low Priority. But then we saw it in groups. Low Priority dumpstered over Fnatic Academy. Low Priority dumpstered over Misfits. And they were showing us we are the top team in this group. We are a very well-rounded, very powerful team. And I mean, Memento, I feel, is a big facilitator of that. This guy from the jungle has been having a lot of presence. During the qualifier, he had some really clutch plays with some fantastic Baron steals as well. But like, it's hard to sort of attack anyone, really, because Sebex, until yesterday, had a perfect KDA. He got that cut by a quarter because he died 4 times in a single game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday they did underperform, but I imagine today they're gonna change that. They realize, okay, we screwed up against Melty. We realize what we've done wrong, and they did get outplayed in the lane swap. They didn't send the right players to the right lanes. It was just poor execution, and any small advantage that they did get back, they then immediately threw away again.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping come today against SK, they will be showing a little bit more respect than versus Melty, and I'm hoping that we're gonna see something innovative and new from both these teams, because today is...
I mean, it's crunch time, right?
Yeah, it's crunch time.
For both of the teams and all the teams we have playing today.
You've got to bring out your A game. You've got to bring out something special today. So that's what I want to see. I'm looking forward to seeing what they bring out. We've already discussed the possibility of a Misfortune, the potential Taric. Thinking of mid laners that we've seen right now, it's mainly been Victor and Azir. We've seen a bit of Ryzen there. Vlad has been getting a little bit popular. We saw that unique build yesterday with the Warmogs and the Spirit Visage.
Spirit Visage and Sonya's Hourglass, which is super cool to watch. Yeah, I want to see more Vladimir. Vladimir in the mid lane has been really... it's been hit and miss until yesterday, I think, and then we really saw the power of Vladimir as people got more chance to play it.
Game as well.
That's what I mean, right? Like, until yesterday, because the game we saw before that was like, and then like the swaying game and top lane was okay for the rest of the game until it was like down to decision making. So I feel like these new picks do have potential, but we need to see like a bigger sample size to really make an educated decision.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, talking about Low Priority, it's not like they didn't come out of nowhere, because they have some players we've seen before, right? Like Hiku, Zaitan, even Sebex in the mid lane. We've seen these players, but in the other teams, they weren't like standout players. We were never just like, damn, this player will be making it. Like when we had Senkooks, he was just like, this guy's a prodigy, he's going to do really well, comes into LCS, had some good individual performances, team didn't do as well around that. And then, yeah, we never really saw that about these players, but when they came together, something just clicked, and then Low Priority just got good. We're finally into Champion Select. Sorry about the delay, guys. We were just waiting on Varlags to get into game. Had a couple of client issues, so we will be getting into this one. And we're just talking about the Vladimir getting banned away, so that's sad. I want to see more of him in-game, not banned away, but that's going to be the case this time around. Rise is going to be the ban coming out from SK, and a lot of mid-lane bans. Victor will be the next one in from Low Priority.
You would expect the Azir to come out from SK relatively soon. We've seen a lot of priority on taking him out of games because of his ability to scale very well. He offers a lot in team fights. We saw Melty. I'm sure Low Priority are having nightmares after the plays that Melty made with that Azir yesterday. We also saw the Gangplank and the Fiora yesterday. We're seeing so many cool stuff. LCK brought out a bunch of other new picks as well. They actually made the Rek'Sai work very nicely. I believe it was the FLICKR Freaks decided to pick that one up.
It would be that.
And it was very good Rek'Sai play. So we have been hating on it a little bit. What the Rek'Sai that we've seen so far
played in the way that it has been in CSQ. That's our defense. It's not being played well. If someone busts out a weird pick and makes it work, then I'm all for it. But the way it's been played so far in CSQ has been not so good.
Not so good. So many junglers available. As I say, that Kindred is the final.
Trundle was another ban coming in from Low Priority, as that has been a high priority pick. And what was the other high priority pick if he's not banned? It's going to be Lucian, who's going to be picked up first by Low Priority.
That just seems to be the trade-off. If you can't get Trundle first pick, then you go for the Lucian. If you can't get Trundle and Lucian, then you go for one of your AP mids, like the Azir. And if you can't get any of those, then you go for the Nidalee, apparently, which we saw yesterday coming out from, I believe it was Chef. Syncroft pulled that one off,
yeah.
and we saw why they put so much value on the Nidalee.
Legendary, yeah. 8-0. Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Graves or the Nidalee come out from the side of SK. Just having a look at some of the other power picks, Braum could be a big point of contention for SK. You don't want to give that Lucian Braum lane over too low priority because of how strong it is.
Sure.
Looking at some of the other picks that are available, AD carries, we've seen a rise in Caitlyn as well as the Sivir and Ezreal. So these seem to be, along with Lucian, the kind of 4 that are currently dominating the bottom lane right now.
That was a Taric first rotation coming in from SK Gaming. Yeah, Nidalee as well. At least got 1 out of the 2, and that will go to Caesar. Interesting that they picked the Taric so early on to their rotation when I feel like there's a lot of power picks still available.
Yes.
And I mean, like, we've seen it play them before. It's even been banned against them, as you mentioned before, Champion Select. So I'm not surprised that the Taric's picked. I'm just surprised it's picked so early on.
Yeah, I agree. Because you can't imagine that low priority are going to put that much value on a Taric. It's not like they want to pick the Taric away from SK, is it? When the Braum is available, and given how strong it is with the Lucian. But SK are clearly saying we don't want to show anything else. So right now, we want to keep our cards close to ourselves. So I'm pretty sure that's not the expression.
But cards close to your chest,
that's the one. That's the one I was looking for.
Nice.
So the Nidalee is going to be picked up. That does mean that SK will have that early game presence. We'll be able to farm up a Storm. We've been seeing a lot of Nidalees with varying success so far. And that is the MF Hover. So we could potentially be seeing this MF Taric. We already discussed about SK needing to bring out something new, something novel. They needed to bring out something that maybe they have become known for, at least for day 1 of the tournament. And it looks like right now they are putting a bit of value on that.
Yeah, I mean, why not really? Like, it worked. Let's just pick it again. Suno, something I haven't mentioned over the tournament because it's not really been relevant and people haven't really cared about it, is Suno was considered to be this one-trick Twisted Fate in the last split of Challenger Series, and everyone was just banning against him. It was just like, we just don't want Suno having Twisted Fate. Got into CSQ, it was like, that never existed apparently. No one banned against him, he didn't even care about it. Now he's going to pick it up today when they really need a win. So I like it. So they got the early aggression at the early game coming in from the Nidalee, the Twisted Fate roaming from the side lanes, good setup in the bottom lane with the Taric and the MF for kills. So I'd like to see just like a higher damage top lane, I think, and we're going to see low priority pick up the Annie and the Gragas as the final 2 picks. So we'll touch on that in a second.
We'll get to that in a second. I want to concentrate more on this Twisted Fate because this is something that Millennium used to do back when they were working their way up to the Challenger, and they would play very much around Handsummer. And because Handsummer used to like playing AD carries like the Draven, what the Twisted Fate would do is he would provide that bot lane presence that if a lot of pressure went down onto the low mobility AD carry, the Twisted Fate could be immediately there. Not only does he have the secondary teleport, but he also has that ultimate, that destiny to just pop in and be there and act as extra support, but also set Misfortune up for kills if that is what SK are doing. So with this Twisted Fate, you're saying, I want to be able to play around the bottom lane, but as well as that, the Nidalee can now afford to be hyper aggressive, because with the Twisted Fate in the mid lane, he's always going to be there to follow up any kind of aggression that she decides to try and make. So I do like the Twisted Fate. You've already said that Suno is a big Twisted Fate player, and I think SK have drafted a composition right now that really fits SK's sort of playstyle. Yeah,
I like it. Poppy is the final pick coming into the top lane for Room. We saw that yesterday after he's been just doing a lot of Gnar games, and it's good. So we didn't touch on the Annie, which is going to be picked up for Sebex. Sebex does like his interesting champions. He was a big Syndra player back in the day, and he's going to be picking this one away.
He brought the Syndra out earlier on in the tournament as well. Indeed. It didn't work out as well, but still the Annie. Let's talk about that. Annie had some changes.
She did.
Her Incinerate has a slightly longer range, so it's easier to hit. The E. Now, the shield just gives you damage reduction as opposed to the
armor magic resist.
Yeah, the armor magic resist it used to give you before. And the big thing is her Tibbers now. So her Tibbers can become enraged, and he does more damage. He gets more attack speed, and there are a bunch of different scenarios in which you can set that one up. If like Annie dies, it will enrage and then start attacking its killer, and it will enrage just as you spawn it. If also you have like full stacks on your passive, which you can now see visibly underneath Annie, you can also become enraged as well. So the enraged Tibbers does a lot of damage.
Pretty scary.
A lot of people people underestimate it. People don't respect the amount of damage, and I feel like that is a thing that we're using more and more of. Respect the ultimate. That seems to be the catchphrase.
Especially for the new mage changes,
yeah,
for
the new
sure.
mage
Like
changes.
Victor ult for sure.
Veigar ult.
Veigar, Syndra when she's got a lot of balls out.
You know, it seems to be the catchphrase. But still, I mean, I'm really excited to see the Annie. Heavy lane dominance can put a lot of pressure down with her Q because you get the mana refunded when you get a kill with it. The cooldown is also refreshed a little bit, and you can just throw that out whenever you want. It's just point and click ability, and the all-in potential. I'm sure everyone has experienced that all-in potential from an Annie, and because of how scared Suno is, he's actually decided to pick up the exhaust going up against that Annie as well.
Wow, not even taking the TP in this one, just does not want to get bursted down, and that also means that the Gragas will be going into the top lane for Kex, so I'm going to see that one. Sartorius, I believe, was the first Gragas to do that in competitive, yeah. So Gragas, I mean, he's just like a generic AP tanky top laner, but of course has a different skill set. And Armor of the 5th Age Taric. Good to see that one out from Unlimited.
Majestic.
Honestly, I don't think there's any other choice if you're going to do it in competitive. Like the green ones, but like if you're gonna pick a Taric skin, it's gotta be the pink one. There we go. Get the zoom in there. And I just want them to do some of the emotes. The new emotes on Taric are fantastic, especially if you do them in lane.
I mean, fabulous.
That's true. Fabulous. Yeah, that would be the adjective.
All right. So for those who haven't seen Taric before, he has had a number of changes to him as well, along with Annie. His heal is now AoE around him, so you have to be nice and close. You have to get up close and personal with him if you want to get some of that juicy heal. His stun is now like a linear skill shot, which is fantastic. You have that gem power.
Fabulous.
Yeah, fabulous. So it's a little bit easier to read. You can play around it a little bit, but it's still pretty effective. It's a much longer range now, not as obnoxious as that point-and-click Taric stun that you used to experience before. But you also now, I've intentionally missed out his W because it works really well with both of his other abilities. Is the Bastion. You link up with someone, very similar to a Kindred passive, and you can use things like your heal and like your stun off of that person as well. So you can get big AoE stuns, you can get big heals off to your entire team, and your ultimate is also affected by that Bastion as well. So you can have multi-man invulnerability, and that is what his ultimate now gives him. A couple seconds of invulnerability, which is also very obnoxious. And you have to be very wary of the tower dives, and this is why I actually quite like the combo, because if anyone tries to get onto the Misfortune, you have the Taric there available to you. He can land the stun. Anyone trying to get near, he has a nice amount of sustain, and if things get really dicey, he can use that invulnerability ultimate to keep your MF alive, and pretty much for the entire duration of her ultimate. So it's quite a nice combo, but we'll have to see how well it does against this powerhouse of Lucian Braum.
I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen more Taric, because his kit is nuts.
I think it's really good.
He has so much in his kit. The AoE invulnerability is crazy in itself. Caesar, he's going to be on Nidalee this game, going to be clearing out his jungle, taking a lot of damage actually from this jungle, but hasn't popped any of his refillable potion stacks yet. And just some trading in the bottom lane. Unlimited coming on the losing side of that one. And there's a lot of interesting picks in this game, which is what I really wanted to see coming into CSQ. So it's all coming out in the first game of the day. This is the very last day of group stages, a lot on the line for pretty much every team. LP, if they win this one, they're just straight up the first seed out of their group. Kex, that was a nice interaction to knock Ruin away from the buckler, but then didn't actually step on the buckler, so Ruin got the shield anyway. He got the damage down, so it wasn't super necessary because he wasn't continuing the trade, but that's what he was looking for. It's just nice reads in laning phase, because you know the Poppy's going to go up there and he's going to path towards it, so you interrupt him on the way there. Kex is actually going to go for the last hit. That was a little risky, especially as Ruin went for the level up. These are the small micro interactions I like to talk about early game, because past level 5 or level 6, they're going to do no damage to each other. So talk about it now while there's something interesting, and then talk about the rest of the lanes.
Well, this is the first Gragas top that we've seen throughout the tournament. We have seen a bit of a rise in Gragas jungle due to needing a little bit more of an engage. And speaking of engage, this is sort of what low priority were lacking in yesterday's game.
Against Melty,
Against Melty, yeah. So now by having this Gragas, they have the flank potential. They have ways to set up the fights if they want them. But enough about that. Have a look in the mid lane.
Suno is going to come in here, gets the gold card. Cesar's going to follow with the spear. That's so much damage. He's going to flash out to under tower. Swipe first blood. Memento's going to come in, but he's too late to save his ally. Nice pickup by SK.
Clean execution coming out from SK. Sevex, he did not respect the gold card coming out from Suno. He did a really smart thing of juggling the cards so that you were constantly shaking between all three of them, waiting to decide what you actually picked up. He knew when the gold card was coming. He locked it in. He managed to get the stun down onto Annie, which then set up for a nice easy spear. And then another kill down going out for SK for the first blood. So flash gone for Sevex, which is not really what you want on Annie. Pretty low mobile mage in the mid lane, and when you have that lack of summoner spell, you are in a bit of danger, as Ruin actually taking quite a lot of damage up against Kex in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of Annie's bread and butter. Wow, Ruin, he's just going to straight up die to Kex. I just wasn't expecting that to happen. One, you don't usually see solo kills, but we might see another one in the bottom lane, this time with a gank coming in from Cesar. Zaitan's going to block up the spear, shifting the shield to the sides, and Cesar's going to get locked up by Zaitan. And the teleport does not complete.
Was interrupted by Suno.
Okay.
He saw Sevex TPing from underneath the turret, and so he just pretty much walked under, landed the gold card. So now Sevex doesn't have that TP available anymore. A little bit unfortunate. But nice response coming out from SK. They noticed that Hikyu and Zaitan were getting a little bit too overconfident in the bottom lane. They wanted to try and punish it with the Nidalee, so they came in from the flank, Unlimited, not quite able to land any stun, but it didn't matter because with the extra damage that they had, they were able to force the summoner spell out of Hikyu, so now Cesar has a number of places that he can look to gank moving forward. Sevex, no flash. Hikyu, no flash. Zaitan, no exhaust. And Kex also no flash. So a lot of options available for the SK jungler here in this early game.
Well, Annie is going to be getting the Amp Tome first, 31 farm, so pretty even in the mid lane apart from that kill, but that went over to Cesar, so it's down to him really to snowball this game out of control. But we have seen Nidalee's do that before, so see if he can do that in this game. Kex getting that solo kill on the top lane against Rune was just completely unexpected. He's going to be down in farm now because he went back to base and picked up the Barmy Cinder. Memento is going to come in and try and find the lane gang. Kex is approaching level 6. He is now level 6. And Memento is going to show and walk into the bush. Going to immediately recall because Ruin's going to tower. And Cesar's also in the top lane. Yeah, Ruin just kind of disrespecting him. And of all the players in this tournament, I did not expect Ruin to be the one to die.
Especially given how solid his Poppy actually was yesterday. Clearly underestimating the damage of this Gragas top. I wonder what the Gragas is actually going to be building. I'd like to see some variation. We have a bunch of new items in the top, or AP items, which could work quite nicely on the Gragas. You could go a little bit more aggressive with the Rod of Ages. Right now, it does look like he's working towards full tanks. The Destiny comes out from Suno.
Well, he's very low on mana, so he's going to arrive and stun someone, and that's it, basically. I think he also looked in a red card, so he's actually just going to not complete his teleport. He did get the location at least on Memento, but it was interesting. I think he was trying to set something up, but didn't quite work out. Memento, he's slicing up that one, getting the Razor Sharp buff. And bot lane, here comes the TP out from Kex. And Unlimited instantly going to stun him as he comes in. Going to flash away. Mid lane, though, Suno is getting chunked down by Sevex. Pops Tibbers right on top of his face. But he's not currently enraged, so he's going to be up for another 40 seconds or so, just kind of wandering around the rift.
So Sevex deciding to put a little bit more pressure down onto Suno, with Suno not having that Destiny available. Sevex just wants to keep trying to force him underneath his turret, where during the laning phase, the Twisted Fate not really going to be able to hold its own against the Annie. Annie needs to be very wary though, because now that she doesn't have the ultimate available, as well as the lack of flash, if Cesar decides to come around to the mid lane one more time, Sevex could be in a fair amount of trouble. So that's why he's now moving back, trying to get a bit of deep vision down, so that he can see if Cesar's trying to set anything up in the mid.
You can also see some of the changes to Tibbers. He's got less health now, but he regens super fast. So when he's out of combat, he'll get a lot of that health back. Cesar was going into the top side of the river. Was looking towards the crab, but Memento actually took away the blue buff in the meantime. And I don't think Cesar got the blue buff.
No, he did not. He was wary of Sevex moving forward. I think what Cesar was identifying was, oh, if Annie can see me, they're going to know where I am. They can set up a collapse if I try to go for this this buff steal. I'm not. They must have known where Memento was. And oh no, because Unlimited has just moved up to set up that vision. So Memento, nice play, stealing away both the buffs, so he's going to get one for himself as Cesar now rotating up to the top lane because Kex is quite overextended.
He is very overextended. He's going to receive the spear ultimate for the disengage, but Ruin's going to use Keeper's Verdict and keep him in place. Cesar long range pounce, and we'll just come in with the last spear, which actually doesn't land. With Ruin coming in, eventually he'll pick up the kill with the red buff. Memento's going to return the favor though onto Ruin, end of the line. Sevex is here. He's going to try and deal the rest of his damage. He can get the stun out as well from the Pyromania. And that will be a 1-for-1 trade.
So many small micro plays coming out there. The first one was Kex using his ultimate, holding onto the body slam to avoid the leap coming out from Cesar, so he was able to stay alive for a lot longer. Then he actually managed to buy enough time for Sebex to join in, but Ruin, predicting the stun to come out from Sebex, used his flash just preemptively. So have a look at this flash. You see the initial block coming out from Ruin to deny any damage from the body slam. Kex is now left up a creek without a paddle, and then Nidalee joins in. He immediately throws out the ultimate, followed up by the ultimate with Ruin to buy more time. Body slams to avoid the damage from Cesar, right? And then you're going to see the flash from Ewan to avoid the incinerate. Beautiful. That's going to allow the extra bit of damage from the red buff to get the kill. But now Ruin, having burnt his flash, results in a 1-for-1 trade going back and forth. So a lot of small mechanical plays, and the big problem there for Ruin is he's going to lose a massive minion wave underneath the turret. He doesn't use his teleport to get back into the lane. So Kex, he is at a slight CS disadvantage, but I think he can be pretty happy overall with how that played out.
Good reaction from Memento as well to also roam up there just in time. But 2 and 0, both of those kills went over to Cesar, so he wants to continue to try and make these plays to make it worth it. First dragon of the game is that Mountain Dragon. No one has prioritized it just yet into the game. Cesar puts the ward over the wall, but I believe Memento saw that, so he's going to be coming over here looking for this smite steal. Spear comes across, but Memento's going to drag it out of range, and Cesar's going to have to walk on back because Sevex is currently pushed up, so would be an easy rotate if he decided to go towards there, so he's not going to do that. Mid lane, I'm going to see Suno sitting on the makings of a Lich Bane. Or at least has the Sheen for now. And actually the Hextech Revolver out from Annie. So what other Hextech items are we going to see this game? We've already seen the Proto Belt come out from a cannon. Yeah.
The belt is what I'm expecting because it just gives you another flash engage for the Annie. Something that she's famous for ever since Season 1. The level 6 all-in was something you always had to be very wary of. But now with the Proto Belt, she just has another way to close that gap a little bit more and actually set up for those engages. So low priority, realizing yesterday, oh, we didn't have enough engage, but now we've got both the Annie and the Gragas to force these fights if we decide to go for them.
Yeah, and they've got Zaitan as well for the ultimate for the follow-up and the disengage. So looking to control the pace of this game a little bit more around those fights. Cesar's in this bot lane, and low priority don't know he's there. Zaitan's going to step up. This could be dangerous. Unlimited is going to come in here with the Dazzle. Doesn't quite land onto the targets, and responding with the damage on the calling onto Unlimited. Quite a lot of damage.
Fortunately, Unlimited used his flash to try and get the stun, but have a look at Memento. He knows where Cesar's going to be.
Oh, this is a perfect end of the line setup. Cesar's instantly going to back off towards the tower. Takes another full bookshot to the face. Memento's now going to try and back off, and the Make It Rain comes in. We'll take a couple bits of damage, but Memento's going to clear away this ward. And Memento's very scary right now. If he turns up and he comes for a 1v1 against you, he's probably going to win.
Yeah, having already completed the Warriors enchantment, it's something you have to respect, but there's the Destiny.
He's going to close in around Memento, who's instantly going to back off and use collateral damage to help that as well. Suna's going to chase after. Bullet time right on top of Memento. It's still not quite enough damage. And here comes the ultimate out from Unlimited, but it did absolutely nothing. I'm not even sure what that was about. Hikyu's going to jump over the wall. Tibbers is angry. And Suno, why are you pathing that way? And he goes down as well for the one-on-one trade.
So Memento overextending in the enemy jungle. Suno tries to collapse down using the Destiny. Unfortunately, he had to use his flash to actually commit to the engagement. It was quite a nice setup with Vardags over the wall using that bullet time, but it was a lot of little misplays. Hang on a second, low priority, looking for a dive in the bottom.
Kex wants them. The cast comes out, Unlimited, no ultimate, and he is CC'd down. There is nothing he can do. And Vardags, without his support, will be an easy double kill for Sevex.
Clean dive coming out from low priority, and after what was a very messy engage in SK's jungle, low priority are able to turn around, utilizing the teleport that actually came out from Kex. And having Memento quickly rotate up to the mid lane, they should be able to keep this one alive. Means that low priority are going to gain advantages all across the map. That Annie finally able to get a couple kills on the board exactly where she needs to be. And this is the replay that I was looking forward to seeing. So, Cesar
What
is
happens?
just sitting in his jungle. Memento, he wants to continue being greedy. So he has to burn that flash very early on to avoid the CC coming out from Suno. And this is where both teams should disengage. But Suno, he wants to get the stun down with the bullet time from Vardags. It's a nice combo, and Memento ends up going down. Few missed ultimates coming out from Zaitan. Unlimited, as you mentioned, uses a weird ultimate, which he could have held on to for this point right here. Suno, he's rotating up. He thinks that he can't escape that way, so instead he decides to rotate down into the 4 members of LP, trying his chances out that way. Didn't work out for him. A low priority end up getting the kill. They then rotate down because SK's bottom lane decides to return to the tower, and in a 4 versus 2 with Annie and Gragas, there's nothing that you're going to be able to do. So low priority doing what they can to capitalize on the mistakes of SK.
Feel bad for Suno, because if he just committed to going upwards, Kex was already heading down anyway to try and interrupt SK, and if Suno had actually just committed to going with the rest of his team, he also would have survived. But because of that hesitation, that indecision, that's why he ended up dying there. So a little bit unfortunate, but that has resulted in 3 of those kills going over to Sebex. So he is now on that completed proto belt, and he is quite big in this game.
Yes, he is. He actually used that to set up the dive earlier on, and having completed it early on is going to be quite nice for him. He's going to pick up 60 ability power, as well as a bit of health and some cooldown reduction, always valuable to have on Annie. But this is the thing. My issue with this item is this the optimal place to have it in the build path? Is this really more valuable than getting that Morellonomicon, getting those heavy AP items? I think that on Annie's case, it's fine to go this early. What she transitions into next, I would imagine, would be the Abyssal Scepter, because there's a fair amount of ability power coming out from the side of SK, and on top of that, you're going to be trying to get quite close and personal with your opponents as Memento. He's been caught out once again.
Oh, once again, here comes the ultimate from Suno. This time lands the stun, and there's the follow-up as well. He's just out of here. But that's a lot of return damage from Sebex. Finds the burst damage, and Timmins is coming out and getting the damage onto Suno. Kex is coming down and going to be backing away. Here comes the Q coming out. Suno is going to hit up by the Drunken Rage and going to get CC'd again by the gold card. Tibbers is wailing away at Ruin, and Suno's trying to back away, but again the Drunken Rage combo coming in from the body slam is enough, and Kex has his ultimate to knock Ruin kind of Steve. Ruin's actually going to jump back in for a high-risk play, looking towards Sebex. He's slightly out of range, and this time it does not pay off, and Kex will finish him off.
So low priority. It looks like they're the ones getting caught out of position, but they're actually able to turn it around. Sebex, recognizing what Sonu was trying to do, goes for the turnaround and is able to get the damage down onto Cesar, deleting him straight off the bat. Kex finally rotates down, provides the support the rest of low priority meet, and they're able to come out ahead in that fight. So have a look at this Memento. He wants to go for the Rift Scuttle. He wants to get a bit of extra vision down for his top laner. SK noticed this, so they go for the 3-pronged attack. You have SK coming from the river and from the flank with the Destiny, quickly collapse onto him. Cesar on the backline doesn't even realize that he's been killed, and Sebex using his E that has now been changed to damage reduction. He actually buys himself a lot of time for Kex to finally rejoin the fight. Ruin wants to try and provide a bit of peel for his mid laner. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough, as Kex, way too tanky at this point in the game, has enough damage as well to pick up that kill. And while Sebex nearly loses his life, it doesn't matter as another fight kicks off in the bottom.
Cesar is going to be hit up with that Bastion coming in from Unlimited. Memento's going to flash into 3 people, and Cesar is going to respond with a little bit of damage coming out from the swipe. There's collateral damage and end of line combo, but there's no terrain there to instantly get that one off. So Cesar is going to get away with his life. But now LP will take away this bottom tower for the first one of the game to low priority.
So low priority force the bottom lane of SK away, which guarantees them that tier 1 turret. Now Kex is going to stick around, make sure that that minion wave hits the turret, and now that's going to push back towards the bottom lane, or back towards low priority side of the map. It's also going to allow low priority to pick up the first Mountain Dragon and the first Dragon overall of the game. But while all this is going on, Suno's continuing his pressure in the mid. He didn't have his Destiny to join. Well, there was no need for him to really join that bottom fight. He wasn't going to offer that much. All of SK did wanted to just disengage and not give anything away. And while low priority have invested a lot of resources down into the bottom and mid half of the map, this has enabled Ruin to get quite a lot of damage down.
Well, here comes the siege coming in from low priority into the mid lane. Unlimited's here right now, and he's putting the Bastion down onto Suno this time around. Vardax Has just kind of been farming throughout this game. Is kind of going for the Lucian build. He's going for the Ghost Blade, and we'll see where it goes from here. I actually wouldn't be surprised to see a Black Cleaver.
Black Cleaver, yep. This is something that we saw from Misfortune on day one. It works in a very similar way to Lucian. The penetration is very valuable. When you go for this build, you're playing around your abilities. You are becoming a caster AD carry. And Misfortune is basically saying, hey, I'm playing for my ultimate. That's what I'm all about. I'm all about those team fights. I want to be in a position where I can get that bullet time onto as many people as possible. And we'll have to see whether or not he can pull it off, because with this build you're putting a lot of emphasis on just that ultimate, so if you whiff it, that's a lot of your damage gone straight off the bat.
Now going for that ult bot, and going for the bullet time. Vardax, he's now in the top lane, he's just farming away, he's doing AD carry things. Hiku is actually a lot of farm in front of him. He's like 40 farm and is almost farmed perfectly. It feels like there's been almost zero pressure coming out from the bot lane there from SK Gaming. And it's now standard lanes inverted, with Memento coming into the top lane for another bit of siege. See if we can get some damage down. The first one was the Earth Dragon, so we'll be able to get a bit more onto that tower every single time they hit it. And Sevix, he's kind of wandering around right now, looking for something to do. He's going to go back to farming.
So just looking at the map right now, you can see that low priority, they want to take this tier 1 turret up in the top lane. They're going to keep Kex in the bottom half of the map to just soak up as much farm as he can. Currently sitting at 3-1-3, has been having a fantastic early game as of yet. As Cesar, he realizes that the siege is coming out from low priority. He wants to try and stop it.
The Javelin lands onto Hiku and comes out for the swipe, but realizes he doesn't want it anymore. And we'll throw out another Javelin for good measure. No one cares about the Rift Scuttler or the Rift Herald today. He's going to be returning to the Void and carry on with his day. Doing voidy things.
Well, I suppose it's not that surprising, but Kex likely going to be wanting to group up with his team, but having that extra split push option available to you is always a nice thing to have.
Yep.
But so far, low priority have invested more towards trying to get these early skirmishes, trying to get these early kills and early objectives over prioritizing these neutral objectives like the Dragon and the Rift Herald. And this, to me, is very similar to the low priority that we saw in the Open Qualifier, where they put little to no value on those neutral objectives, and they were all about taking down the turrets. And so far, they have only been able to take one down. They're trying to rotate around the lanes to pick up a couple extra objectives, but yeah, their siege isn't fantastic with the composition that they've got. Annie has a relatively long range. Lucian has to get pretty close, and obviously he is stacking a lot of ADs who can take those towers relatively quickly, as long as he's allowed to do so. You've also got the Gragas, which, if there's a big defense coming out from SK... Ooh, hang on, look at the mid.
Flash stun onto Sevek. Cesar's coming in as well, but he actually doubles back. Here comes a Tibbets. Might be enough damage to find a return kill onto Suno.
Oh my word.
Still isn't even dead, and that's the return kill as well. A 2-for-1 double kill. You kill Annie, and Tibbets gets enraged, and we'll find him a second.
Oh my word. So, Annie, ladies and gentlemen, low priority, having gotten that 2 versus 1. We praise Sebex for being a talented mid laner, bringing out this unique pick, is finally making it work, and with the numbers advantage, low priority feel confident enough to make this play.
They need to be careful, because Vardex has his ultimate. Here comes the bullet time, and Limited is going to try and set him up for it, but he's going to get knocked up by the guy. He's got Fisher. Ruin's coming out there, but that's going to be secured by low priority, and Vardex is trying to run away from Kex, who is sticking to his face. He's going to be jumping after him. Kex is still wanting him dead. There comes the kill for the killing spree. Momentum's going to get chased after by Ruin. Hiku is going to try and make his way out, but Suno with the ultimate will chase down his quarry and find a 3-for-1, but the Baron goes over to low priority.
So, a lot of things looked like they were going wrong for SK. In particular, Vardags did not have a good ultimate, and Limited provided absolutely no appeal, but somehow they're able to make it work, largely due to the amount of damage that low priority ended up taking off the back of the Baron. They still have the Poppy to just stick onto targets. Hang on a second.
Here comes Sebex. He wants blood, finds a kill onto Cesar. Kex is still trying to tank them up for him, and Unlimited is completely out of mana. Disintegrate is living up to its name. Sebex is still trying to find the follow-up. Going to use Tibbers to try and get a little more distance here for Ruin, and he'll back away to the rest of his team, but that push has been stopped by LP.
So action after action once we finally hit this 20-minute mark. Low priority. This all starts off because Sebex gets the 2 versus 1. They know that they have the numbers advantage. They try to make the Baron play, but they're making it insanely early. Things don't go the way exactly that low priority want. They do get a couple kills, but then with the return of Sebex, he's able to fend fend off the siege, and now with the Baron buff that they have, they can just rotate around to the mid lane and they can pick that objective up, so they're going to maintain the gold lead after what was a pretty crazy 2 minutes.
Yeah, now they're starting to get those towers and should be able to take out this minion wave as well. Low priority and just coming in here with this Baron buff, and what a clarity and heads-up play that they made at 21 minutes into this game. This could be opened up into a team fight there. Ruin's looking for it, but indecision will result in the tower going down.
All right, so SK, they lost 2 turrets for that Baron. Yes, they won the Baron fight. The Dragon has just spawned. SK don't want to give any more objectives away, so they're trying to posture to try and contest this objective. Low priority. They don't have that much deep vision, yet they do have a lot of control around this Baron, and SK, they're just dancing right now.
Well, it's Infernal Dragon that's up, which is why SK are keen to try and disrupt this one. Crab is firmly going to go over to the hands of LP. Kekt, he's trying to go for the recall, and he's down to about half health right now, but going to be getting some value out of Happy Hour. Stez is just going to help out LP with the Dragon and do a bit of damage towards that one, but now SK are encroaching on the position. Kekt is kind of in a weird position himself. He's just kind of over the wall, but he does have his ultimate and body slam. Dragon's down to about half health right now. About over the wall, and Ruin is still trying to play the zoning game, but this is all going to heat up as they walk towards the Dragon to try and find the smite steal. 2,000 health remaining. Kekt is still trying to find a position on this one, and LP will come in. Sevex is looking for the positioning. That will go over to Memento. EQ is going to back up. Big bullet time out from Vardax. Ruin is still looking for the chase after. Steadfast presence. Sevex goes down. Zaitan is going to be soon to follow. EQ is also going to be the 3rd casualty of the fight for LP, and SK are looking for the 4th. Memento is in full retreat, and that was all coming down to Vardax ultimate.
So low priority tried to force a fight around this Dragon. They have already invested so much. They picked themselves up the tier 1 turret in the mid, they picked themselves up the tier 2 turret in the bot, and I feel like they just got greedy. They had so much gold in their pockets that they should have gone back and spent, which they just didn't do. We're actually going to get a replay of the 2 versus 1. So have a look. Sevex is exhausted until now, and then look at the enraged Tibbers. It just does so much damage. Remember that the enrage gets refreshed
Look when he died.
the moment that he died. So that is a lot of damage. Yep. We're actually going to continue this replay on. Low priority decide to go for the Baron, right? So you do have, just keep an eye on what Unlimited tries to do when this Baron happens. So this is just going to play out. You're going to see the positioning of Misfortune. This looks like a perfect timing for the bullet time. The shield has already gone for Zaitan, but you hit like no members. Unlimited has gone in by himself, just buying time with his ultimate, trying to act as disruption, and look at all the damage that low priority have taken off the back of that Baron. This just enables Ruin to just get a bit of extra damage down. Hiku shouldn't have tried to come back into the fight. He should have just disengaged. Kex is doing his own thing in the backside, but Ruin is also doing the same on the opposite side, and it ends up being 3-for-1 in favor of SK after the Baron itself. But low priority with the Baron, they then rotate around to mid, they rotate around to top, they try to contest the Dragon, and then that Dragon fight is really where they shouldn't fight, because they set up so beautifully for that multi-man. Bullet time is Zaitan has now been caught.
Really just back-to-back plays. SK are coming towards the area, but they're just gonna leave Ruin to die for this one. Kex is gonna come in and try and get a little bit more from this play. Cesar's gonna jump over the wall. Vardax is gonna be assisted by Unlimited to get out of this nasty situation. Kex has already used his ultimate, already used his Z, and they're gonna get out scot-free, but Ruin will be dropping.
Exquisite teleport coming out from Kex right there. He used it on the tri-bush wards, enabled low priority to split up SK's team so that Vardax couldn't get a good bullet time that would actually change the team fight in SK's favor. Low priority get themselves the kill down onto the front line, the tank of Ruin, and now they're looking to continue their siege using this Tibbers to tank up the turret.
He's not going to live for very long, no, but he didn't have much of a lifespan anyway, so not going to be too bad. He'll be back in a minute, don't worry. And SK Gaming are just going to clear out this wave real quick. 8-3-3. Sevex is having an absolutely crazy game. He's only missed out on 1 kill in his participation. And pretty much has the damage right now to nuke anyone down on that team. And if anyone is standing around them, they're also going to bite the dust. So, got to be scared of that Annie in this game. But low priority have lost a lot of fights, but they picked up objectives for them, and that's resulted in a lot of gold actually going over to them. They still have the gold lead, and when you actually see a 5 versus 5, I actually think like LP are still going to come out ahead. It's just because they've been so focused on the objective and securing it that they've given up the positioning for it.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Vardags has been given too many opportunities to set up for a basically perfect ultimate.
Yeah.
Around the Baron play, he was a little bit off, and fortunately, due to Zaitan using his ultimate to interrupt, he couldn't continue that full channel. But Unlimited, he kind of had to make a choice. Do I provide peel for my AD carry, or do I commit? And initially I said it was a bit of a risky play. It wasn't the best, but having watched the replay, I actually want to give the guy the benefit of the doubt, because it was quite smart using the ultimate to take absolutely no damage from anyone and just be a nuisance. Try and stop that Baron play from actually happening. Meant that there are multiple ways to use this Taric. You can be obnoxious on the front line while also providing peel on the back line. Vardags around the Dragon, he was just... There was nothing like that could stop him. He was surrounded by his team, and he just got a 4-man bullet time off, which is exactly the way in which you want to be playing Misfortune with this build. So for low priority, they just have to stop Vardags from being allowed to position like that. They need to put a little bit more priority on shutting him down. And when you have the Gragas, when you have the Annie, when you have the Braum, you have a perfect setup needed to stop that from happening. So it's all about low priority execution moving forward.
It's all about the big AoE ults really from both teams and just getting the positioning down for that one. LP are posturing around this Baron, the second spawn of the game, 29 minutes in. Definitely being less priority around the Dragon, and actually going to start it off despite the ward coming over the wall from SK Gaming. And going to keep this one going. SK Gaming are trying to find a positioning here. Going to use Suno's ultimate to just spook them a little and come in for the disengage. Suno's going to use the gate to get to mid lane. And for now, LP are being stopped for going for the Baron. But yeah, I mean, there's 5 people top lane. LP don't want it. They're going to go for the Baron, actually, instead.
Okay, so now SK need to make a decision. Do they go the inhibitor or do they go the Baron? They've quickly decided Baron, but I think they're too slow.
4,000 health remaining. Ruin's going to come into this fight. Seta is a little bit too far away. LP are going to return the dash. Big bullet time out from Vardags. Lands onto 5 members. Sevix is going to go down. Memento is going to flash over the wall. But that's a 2-for-1 trade so far from SK Gaming. And the Baron goes over to LP.
So this is exactly what you were talking about. Low priority are tunneling quite heavily on these objectives, and that is allowing Vardags to position perfectly to get that multi-man ultimate off. He is doing so much damage in these team fights, and low priority aren't in a position to really stop that. The big advantage for low priority is they're going to get themselves the Baron. They only lost 2 members, and even though they lost 2 members, Sebix gets himself a kill in return. The AD carry still has the buff. The jungler and the top laner for low priority all still have the buff, and these main targets are the ones you need that buff on. So low priority, I would still give the overall advantage to them off the back of that play. The big problem for them moving forward is SK know how to play these team fights. They've equalized the goal score, and they are completely not out of it yet.
I mean, we've had so many moments in this game where it's just been like the Misfortune dream, where you just like get that perfect setup on the full charge bullet time, or the full channel rather. And LP, you can see the start on the Baron, and we thought it was too late, but actually it wasn't not a bad response from SK.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't. You can notice here that Zaitan, he tries to get on the front line and act as a disengage. He does a good job, but look at Vardag's positioning. Multi-man ultimate onto 3 different members. Sevex, yes, he's able to get the kill down onto the smite, which actually enables Memento to guarantee the steal. So if Sevex hadn't gotten that kill, that could have gone horribly wrong for low priority. So massive props to Sevex right there. But still, they have the Baron now. They can set up for these sieges, and with the Twisted Fate, he's not quite going to have enough wave clear to really stop this push.
Well, once again, LP sacrifices team fight to get the objective, and Sevex will have the blue buff, so he'll start rotating towards the top lane here as the mid tower goes down from LP, and they'll try and sweep up here and find the second. But because they have the Baron, they're actually able to find more off this this play. So they have the momentum, which is really interesting. That it's kind of been ebbing and flowing back and forth as LP have the next play and they always have the initiative. So if this keeps going, then you feel like it should be in LP's favor. But SK are definitely putting up a fight.
They certainly are. The question is now, can Ruin and his team stop the siege coming out from low priority? Going up against those Baron up minions can be a nuisance. Misfortune and Twisted Fate. Ooh, the ultimate.
Well, Tips comes out as well, but those are 2 big ultimates used by LP, which don't really do anything. Zaitan's going to be chased after Suno. He's going to use Destiny, and he's going to TP into the bottom side, see if he can find one of the stragglers, but I'm not sure if it's going to really pan out. Suno does have the flash, And SK are still chasing after, but yeah, LP are out. And they got a lot of damage onto that top tower, so they pretty much got what they came for.
Yeah, I think they would have been happier with the turret.
I mean, sure. Yes. I mean, would they have been happy with a full push into the Nexus?
Yes,
but
I'm sure they would.
We can't have everything in the world videos.
Yeah, the problem there was actually Kex not able to get a pick. You saw what they tried to do because the Anniel immediately followed.
Yeah.
So they wanted to try and just get a pick and make that sort of a play. Now what they're trying to do is SK have used a fair amount of abilities to try and go for that chase. And they want to try and catch SK Gaming off guard. So if there's a big minion wave in the bottom, they're going to try and set up the siege.
Oh, and Limits is going to come in here. There's the bullet time, but this time it whiffs and does absolutely nothing. And LP are going to be very happy with that result. Kex is going to try and zone away Cesar, who is very tanky at this stage into the game.
So keep your eyes on Sebex. He still has his flash available. I believe he also has the Proto Belt up. So if anyone's going to force that engage, it is going to be Sebex. All he needs is SK to group up just a bit.
Memento, he's going to step forward. Ruin's going to knock Sebex against the wall. They find a pick onto him at the very start of the fight. Ruin's going to chase after into the back lines. Kex as well is going to get slammed towards the wall. Suno comes in, instantly cleansed out by Hiku, but Kex is going to be paying the price. And now it says will chase after. He does have the Bastion on top of him. Will also get the stun down. And Zaitan gets dazzled and put in the ground. 3-0 double kill out for Suno. Hiku's going to be trying to run away. Suno is almost out of mana, but he wants to take this guy down. And with everyone closing in around him, he's not going to be so lucky. Memento is going to be trading off of Cesar, while Vardag is actually going to get chased down by Hiku. The tables have turned, but Hiku is out of mana. So it's going to all come down to this, and a full health Ruin is going to put an end to Hiku's dreams, and he'll have to stand there and take it like a man.
So low priority looked so good up until that point. SK had used so many big ultimates. The ultimate was gone from Unlimited. The ultimate was gone from Vardag's. You had everything that you needed low priority, and all you had to do was find a good engage with your Annie. But that doesn't mean put your Annie on the front line. You don't want to be standing near a wall. You don't want to be standing within range of the possibility of getting stunned from Suno. And that is exactly what Sebex did. He made it so easy for Ruin to set up the stun. You then had the follow-up stun with the Dazzle from Unlimited. And then with Sebex gone, a lot of the damage from low priority just disappears. And when you have the Nidalee, the Twisted Fate, and the Misfortune, there's just no way you're going to be able to compete in that 5 versus 4. So big misplay coming out from low priority, throwing away a lot of their momentum as well as throwing away the gold lead.
See all of that once again. All set up from Ruin actually going for the engage onto Sebex and just deleting him out of the fight.
Yeah, it was just Sebex getting a little bit too close to the turret. Ruin saw the opportunity, and this is the sort of player that Ruin is. He will take these risks, and all he needed was that one little opportunity to find that pick, and he made it work. The Bastion, one of the cool interactions that you have when you put it on your jungler chasing down. You can set up for those stuns, but then it's just simply a matter of chasing for the rest of SK. Hiku, he tries to get a bit of a return kill down onto the Misfortune, but given that her strut passive just comes back up in time, she has enough move speed to escape from that one. She does lose her summoner spells though, so a little bit unfortunate for her. But still, low priority. Throwing that away, very, very unfortunate for them, as you are just going to see Hiku hand over his life. That ends up being a 4-for-1 overall in favor of SK, and this is shaping up to be a very close game moving forward. Dragon going to be spawning in about 50 seconds, Baron in about a minute, and those are going to be the next big points of contention between the two teams.
I actually don't even, I can't even call this game anymore, because a while back I was thinking that like low priority, they were still able to pick up the team fights, they definitely still had the superior ones, and they were giving up positioning for the objectives, and SK were punishing them and getting good fights as well, and getting those big Misfortune ultimates. But right now, with SK being ahead in gold, and just how the pushes have been stymied out from LP, not being able to find the right engages are from Sebex or Kex, this game is very even. Like, these fights can literally go either way. There's a Dragon up in 15 seconds, there's a Baron up in 30 seconds. There's going to be fights opening up because both of these two teams will want these objectives. And I always feel like SK's fights have, or team composition has a little bit more room to grow, because we haven't even really seen good Cosmic Radiances come in from Unlimited, but the fights have still gone their way regardless.
Yeah. I'm yet to see Unlimited find the ultimate that like completely dictates the fight, but there are plenty of opportunities to do that. You also have good teamfight presence with the Twisted Fate as well as the Misfortune, as long as they can position well and focus the right targets. You have the split push presence too. I mean, SK have a number of options. There are plenty of ways for them to turn this game around. Low priority have learned the error of their ways. They're not going to try and force a fight. They're just going to try and force a turret, which is pretty much the name of the game for low priority, but they could get flanked on.
Yeah, we've seen this before, where low priority just weren't quite able to make it work. It was Sebex the one who was getting caught out. Kex has a TP, but he's at base. He's going to use this as zone. The tower goes down. This time, it's an equal playing field. And as soon as Kex comes in, he's knocked away. Vardax gets the channel up and finds the first goal of the fight. Zaitan will be the second. SK are now quickly chasing LP out of their base. Suno is going to try and find the right place to put down his TP. Will he go down before he can get value out? The Zhonya's comes out. Call him Messiah. He's still living. Hikyu's going to back away. Cesar's now coming in. Rune will find the kill alongside his Nidalee. Memento is going to split off from the pack, but there's only one member remaining, and Kex will be going down. With Memento and Cesar going toe-to-toe, it's just a matter of time before he goes down himself. Gonna have to burn the flash, but Cesar wants him dead. Javelin comes out, takedown as well, and the swipe for good measure. Needs to pounce over the wall for the kill, but that went absolutely over to SK Gaming. And with so many people down for the count, this will be an inhibitor and probably the Dragon as well for SK.
Oh my word, they've got the teleport coming in from Ruin to guarantee this inhibitor for themselves. With 5 seconds left on Sebex, I think this is the smart decision. Low priority, they want to try and defend.
Oh, this inhibitor is dead, and Ruin's going to use Kex to try and get his way out of this fight. At the very least, Ruin's going to go down. But Suno's hovering around along with Vardax, and Ruin may not even die. He's being slowed so much. Steadfast Presence is going to help him out. Going to be charging up the ultimate and knocks 2 people away, and no longer Sebex wants this chase. So even Ruin gets out alive, and that play was so good from SK.
So have a look at this though. SK, they valued picking up this Elder Dragon, but because they're investing so many resources into picking this one up as well as the inhibitor, low priority have just decided, right, let's get themselves the Baron. And you and I have seen this so many times throughout the tournament where you trade the Elder Dragon for the Baron, and the Baron is always the one that comes out on top. Low priority though, they might have been a little bit too slow to pull the trigger.
They're not even going to get it. Bot tower or bottom inhibitor will go down to those minions who are just kind of flooding into the base, but Ruin just being there by himself is enough of a threat to stop that from happening. So again, I feel like I've seen this before. We've seen this twice now.
Exactly. Look at Sebex. He's looking for the play. He takes a bit of early damage, and then he gets knocked into the wall by Ruin. Ruin's target focus has been on point every single time. And what makes it even better is the Bastion's actually going on to him. So he is getting that ultimate, and he is becoming invulnerable, not being able to get locked up, not actually taking any damage, and he's so freely able to get onto Annie, who just doesn't have the mobility to deal with this Poppy. Once she gets locked up, she ends up dropping to the damage that SK have. It's then just a matter of cleanup for the rest of SK, and I just feel it's what you said earlier. Low priority funneling a little bit too much on these objectives and not actually setting themselves up for a proper team fight that they can win.
That was the last kill of the fight onto Memento, but his game has absolutely been crazy. And remember, if low priority lose this game, then that kind of blows the bracket wide open, and pretty much anyone can get those top spots and get into the final after that, because low priority really need this game. Picking up a win here will solidify their #1 spot in this group. If they drop this game, it's going to come down to tiebreakers, and Kex, he's going to come in for the engage. Another great bullet time. This time is going to be everyone backing away from low priority, but they are split. Suno is going to jump back to his team. Keeper's verdict will knock away one target. Sebex is going to go down. Hiku is going to have to try and jump over the wall, and Kex has no support, no cover fire coming in from his team. Memento and Zaitan are going to have to try and back away here, but SK Gaming are 5-man strong, and honestly unscathed. No one really took damage in that engagement.
Low priority trying to force a fight against SK Gaming, who had the Elder Dragon available to them. Notice that Memento, he's just trying to buy time. He's trying to take away the minion wave from SK Gaming, but it doesn't matter. SK has said, no, let's forget the inhibitor. Let's forget trying to win the game. Let's get ourselves the Baron, because that is the safer option to close this one out. They should be able to pick this one up. There is still long death timers on 2 members of low priority. I don't think low priority are going to look to try and contest. I don't think they have the damage anyway, but keep your eyes on the bottom lane. There is a big minion wave propping up there. The question is, can low priority really do anything to stop this?
Well, SK Gaming, 5 members strong, take down the Baron. And low priority are not looking for the chase. That's a really good make it rain to keep the zone control alive. And this is just going to be an all-in play coming in from low priority. 2 teleports coming out. Memento is onto the first Nexus turret, onto the second as well. SK Gaming are actually being a little bit delayed here.
No!
Low priority, we're onto the Nexus, and SK Gaming needs to try and defend. It's down to 30% HP. Kex is still waiting away in it. Look at Tibbets and Rage onto Vardax. It's not quite enough. And that'll be the ace coming down onto LP at 5-0, and SK will find the game.
Low priority realized that they could no longer win any more fights against SK Gaming, so they just go for the Hail Mary play and try to win the game, and that was so close from low priority. It was so close, but they just couldn't do it. So unfortunate for low priority with the Baron buff, with the minion wave. SK Gaming gonna likely close this one out, but what a fantastic way to close out a game.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, go down in a blaze of glory, right? LP definitely made it work, and SK Gaming are actually gonna be stymied down here with the respawns coming in. Zaitan's alive, Hiku's gonna go down here though, and that may put an end to the LP dreams of getting that first seed here in the group. There goes the Nexus turret, but we've got the respawn from Memento. Cezar's onto the tower. Sebek's coming out. He's going to come in with the ultimate, but Cezar, he's able to finish off the Nexus for the win for SK.
I was not expecting that, that ending.
No.
I didn't even realize it was happening until all the action started kicking off, and I was like, wait, what? What are Low Priority doing? But, oh, that was crazy. Yeah, so the story of that game was really low priority. I think you hit the nail on the head. Low priority put so much value on these objectives that they were giving away team fights. And even after what was a really strong early game from low priority, the fact that they were prioritizing getting things like the turrets, they didn't really put that much value on the Rift Herald because nobody picked it up.
Yep.
It was very much about the turrets. They were trying to invest so many resources into these turrets that they were giving away 1 kill, they were giving away 2 kills, and in particular that Baron where they just tunneled down to the Baron, they gave away 3 kills for 1 overall, and this just started to mount up. Misfortune was getting her items completed, Twisted Fate was getting his items completed, and then all you needed was that go button, which was Ruin. Ruin was finding the targets that he needed to find. He was locking up an overextended Sebex, and he was facilitating exactly what SK needed to start winning those fights. And then it just got to a point where low priority, you do the same mistake twice in a row, and then there's no coming back from that. You got given 1 opportunity, and you just threw it away. So SK Gaming, very deserved win. It looked a little bit shaky early on. It was very back and forth between the two teams, but overall, I was very impressed with what SK Gaming were able to do. And moving forwards, this is just going to shake up the group pretty massively.
That was kind of crazy. I was just not expecting that result. And it still seemed for most of that game that low priority were still going to win. It was just like, yes, they are giving up team fights, but they're getting so much for those bans. Yes, I mean, like, the Nexus was down to, what, 30% HP before they were able to stop them. And unfortunately, Kex was the only one alive. And it was like, well, I'm Gragas. I don't really have a lot of ability to take this. But that was so incredibly close. But that just shake things up in the group, as you just mentioned, Vedius, because what that means is if Misfits win, Misfits will take first place now because they own the head-to-head, and SK Gaming will take second due to their win today, giving them the head-to-head. So a lot of things have kind of been shaken up in this bracket, and them being 3 and 2 as well.
So up next will be Fnatic versus Melty.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a little bit of a delay. We got a bit of a breather now. We're going to have Fnatic playing up against Melty, in what I think will be an extremely exciting game. But yeah, I think that Group A still has a lot to show for itself.
Yeah, and if you're looking at the graphic here, the games that have asterisks on are the games that have not been played yet. So, of course, LP and just SK went head-to-head, so, of course, they do not have an asterisk, and a lot of things can still change in this group. Fnatic and Melty will go toe-to-toe, so that won't affect any of the standings. It's really just down to that Tricked and Misfits game.
Yeah, I am really excited. I think Group A is a really close one. I think that the fact that SK have won have thrown this group wide open. I don't think either of us expected SK to win, or at least come at the to have such a big point of contention. Like when we saw low priority first 3 days, I thought this was it. Low priority, strongest team in the group. No way are they going to throw this one away, but. Seems like that there are some cracks in the armor of LP, and right now, their hopes and dreams rely on Misfits losing.
I know. I don't want to be in that position. As a reminder, those games will be played on Thursday off broadcast, but there will be VODs, so if you want to catch them up later on YouTube, they will be there for you to check out. But yeah, anything could really happen in this group now, so it's really just down to the next couple games. We kind of have an intermission because the next game will be Melty and Fnatic, so that game won't mean a whole lot. So after that, we'll have a game, and that will be the end of Group A. So with the music playing, we're going to jump to a quick break while the team's set up for that game too. So we'll return in just 3.5. Welcome back to the European Challenge Series qualifiers, and we're now in our second game. But as the team set up for that one, let's take a look at their starting lineups. It's going to be Fnatic versus Melty, and first up, Melty will be sporting the blue colors. So there's going to be Atom in the top lane, Nero in the jungle, Niski in the mid lane, with Wax and Kiros in ADC and support. This team is out of contention for now for the finals, but they demolished low priority yesterday, and that's what counts.
Yes, it was disgusting.
Yes, it was way worse than the game we just saw from low priority.
It was. I mean, it was a great game from Melty, but like what they did to low priority was just not like allowed. I mean,
yeah, it was like inhuman. It was good to see.
We
though,
were exaggerating just a little bit, but I mean, it was still a great game coming out from Melty. Completely unexpected. 0-3 in the groups yesterday, and then they're going up against the #1 seed team, and then Melty just being like, "Yeah, we don't care. We're just gonna kill them," and then they do. Yeah. Really impressive stuff. So moving forward now, they are out of contention of making it to Challenger Series. Yep. But they look like a completely different team. And given that they won at all stages, I'm excited to see how well they match up against Fnatic, who have struggled. But speaking of Fnatic, let's have a look at their roster, as they are going to be running with Whirlip up in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle. So it's Purefect in the middle lane with Exorc and Clyde down in the bottom.
Yeah, on this team, they've honestly been a disappointment. I'm just going to say it, because when you look at this team and you look at the people on here, like Whirlip, Purefect, Exorc, even in the jungle as well with Impaler, like, you expect these players to create a really strong team. And under the tutelage as well of Daylor, you just expected them to come out of the gate swinging. And I think, in our opinion, and also the community's opinion, they were expecting them to take, like, what, #1 seed out of this group, if not second, at the very least. And right now, they're just straight up out of contention. They cannot make the finals. They cannot make Challenger Series, nope. Along with Melty. So just not as we expected, really. They just make really weird decisions. Like, for example, Clyde yesterday, when he just, like, dove the tower at level 5 with the rest of the team, it's like a full culling to the face. And it was just like, I just don't understand.
Fnatic still do have some good objective control. They do play around the map pretty well.
Yeah.
The problem is it's kind of like their execution with actually setting these plays up. Because if we look back to their game yesterday when they went up against Tricked, I believe that it was. Yeah. They did a good job of controlling the towers, and even though Tricked were putting up a good fight, the AD carry in particular, standing out like massively, it was just they were always ahead in terms of taking down these objectives. Yep. And it was good to see from Fnatic, but then they would just make these small mechanical misplays. There was some slight just mishaps, poor decision making, and it just kind of seemed off. There didn't seem to be the same sort of unity in the team that we've been seeing from other lineups. And to be honest, if Melty played the way that they did yesterday, then I see no reason why Melty can't take this win. And if I was Melty, I'd want to get a win on the board, because hey, anything's better than lost, right? So
exactly. They'd be 2-3 actually, very close to actually being in contention. So it's just surprising, because if Melty played the way that they did yesterday, then they probably would have been at the point where, like, SKR, for example. But yeah, very odd. It's just a surprise, I think, from both teams. Like, public expectations were that, like, Melty would have performed better, so would Fnatic. And right now we're in a position where this game doesn't hold any bearing on the standings, because both the teams are out of contention. But we're going to get into Champions League. Yeah, and it's like, if you're holding anything back, just play it now.
So this is your opportunity to demonstrate to potential future challenger teams, maybe even LCS teams, I'm a really good player, and I'm going to now prove to you why. Maybe. Or it's an opportunity for the team to think back and go, okay, look, we've struggled, but we can come back stronger as a team. We can work together to make it into the next CSQ, and all we need to do is stick together. And a way to prove that to yourselves is let's beat these opponents. Yeah. Melty especially, let's take down Fnatic Academy. Very storied players, very talented lineup individually, but just hasn't come together as a cohesive unit. So right now the bans seem fairly standard between the two teams, which means that a lot of crazy stuff is open. That's my thinking here.
I think so too. Well, there's the Jax, because it's Whirlip playing, so let's ban the Jax.
Yes.
Lissandra at the mid lane. Sauce Purify has some pretty good Lissandra games. Azir aimed at Niski, because Niski has had some really good Azir ultimates.
Yes, he
extremely good Azir ultimates. Kindred aimed at Nero. Hasn't been like a big standout pick to me. If anything, Impala's had the standout Kindred. Braum is going to be banned out away from Cly. Likes his tanky supports, is going for the Alistair,
By
gone
stand
for
out.
the Braum.
Do you mean standing out of his ultimate?
Standing out of his ultimate, going for the tower dives. And Cly is a funny player because sometimes he'll make those really cool plays and it's like, yeah, Cly's doing pretty well. He's got this really strong vision control like we saw in the LCS, and then he'll just like dive a tower for some reason and then die. And it's sad because Clyde definitely has potential as a player, but we're going to see the first pickup come out here is going to be the Nidalee coming into the top lane for Atom. He's not going to be playing it, but he's picked it for someone else in the
Nero
team.
going to be taking that in the jungle. So you have the early game dominance of the Nidalee that we saw last game coming out from SK. A lot of ganks were set up in the bottom lane as well as the mid lane, getting that first blood down onto the Annie. Yeah. Setting up for success. Right now, Fnatic hovering over a bunch of possibilities. Did see a bit of a cheeky scarecrow hover there, and ever since the change came into Fiddlesticks, where if he stands still for 5 seconds, I think that's what really made him broken, and has really brought him to life. Funnily enough, because, I mean, well, he's not alive when he stands still for 5 seconds.
That's true. What also makes me sad is he just freezes his animation or whatever he's doing at the time when he's standing still, instead of like putting his arms out, you know, like an actual scarecrow, and then like running at someone super fast. Like that, I was just like, wow, that's super cool. But actually, it just kind of freezes and just like, oh. And again, he's going to run at someone. So, yeah, Fiddlesticks not going to pick this game, I think. I think that's fairly unlikely. Sadly, we haven't seen any Malzahar as well, because Malzahar jungle, as soon as he was changed, was nuts. He got hotfixed, and he was less nuts, but he's still kind of crazy. Nami is going to be picked up here by Fnatic, along with Lucian. So, they've got the bot lane locked in here. Clyde, less of a range support player, but why not? Just pick up the Nami, saw it in MSI.
Saw it in LCK this one.
Saw in LCK, very strong pick.
Yeah, Nami has been rising in popularity a little bit, offers a bit of trading in lane, offers you a nice amount of sustain. The bubble can be pretty difficult to land, but if you do land it, it is quite the impactful crowd control. And then the ultimate, also great for disengage, as well as setting up for engages. So pretty well-rounded support, pretty good at a little bit of everything, but not really excels at a particular individual thing. She can be quite obnoxious to fight in lane, especially how her W works, where you walk up, you can heal, or you can attack your opponent, heal your ally, which can then bounce on and attack the other opponent as well. And it can be very obnoxious and irritating to play against. But Nami, I'm curious as to what they'll pick into the Nami, because right now I think that a lot of things have sort of struggled. Maybe we'll see a Sona. Didn't work out as nicely, or it was actually banned against CLG, if I remember correctly, during MSI. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they pick into the Nami.
Me too. On the opposite side, we have the Sivir being picked up, so that's one of the picks, and then the Trundle as well, seen that put into support, but also top lane. Kind of just being flexed back and forth in this tournament so far. Trundle generally been doing pretty well. So we have one of those picks at least, or maybe two. And we'll see as this champion select goes on. So what are Fnatic going to pick up here? Are they going to do something crazy? Because it is their last game here.
At the moment, nothing too crazy coming out. We have the Trundle as a bit of a flex. We have
Lulu
the Lulu. That's got to be a Lulu top.
Zed, yeah, Lulu top.
Zed mid.
Okay, I mean,
first Zed of the tournament.
First Zed of the tournament, but we've seen a lot of Zed bans. Aimed at like Caps, for example, a couple other players. So there are Zed players, and with Quicksilver Sash being changed, you can no longer cleanse out of his ultimate. So yeah, he could be pretty strong coming out here.
And against a low mobility AD carry like Sivir, if she can spell shield it, then yes, you can avoid it. But as long as you play it properly, you can definitely come out ahead. I mean, obviously, it's an assassin versus an AD carry. You'll come out ahead against most most AD carries.
Unless you just go ham and like Rhea, for example, when he was like 13-0 on like Lucian, then the AD carry will kill the assassin. But
so you also have the Lulu as well, trying to be a little bit obnoxious in the Trundle matchup. Ooh, is Niski gonna go for an assassin fight up against Purefect?
I hope so. Back to the good old LeBlanc Zed matchups. That would be entertaining to watch.
A heavy skill matchup. Really enjoy it. It can very easily go both ways. Having played the matchup myself, I used to sit in custom games with a good friend of mine, and we used to swap the matchup over and over again so that we could learn it. And I would give the ever so slight advantage to Zed, especially in the early game, because you can dodge out with a lot of LeBlanc's abilities. The big thing for LeBlanc is using her basic attacks, using that ranged advantage. So every time you go in, you're landing a couple of extra autos down onto that Zed. So every time he comes in for a farm, you land a basic attack. Every time he comes in for a bit of harass, you make sure you land that basic attack. As long as you're using your range to the advantage, you can come out ahead. But again, it's very skill reliant, and it's quite an exciting matchup to watch. You can expect to see a couple kills there if both mids decide to play a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, it's always down to the skill matchups and some of the most entertaining to watch. So the last pickup is gonna be it's gonna be Fiora, which means Lulu jungle.
Lulu jungle
From Impaler.
Who was it? It was on Reddit. Fnatic Vitality beat H2K. Somebody beat H2K in Dynamic Queue running Lulu jungle. I didn't watch the game. All I saw was a Reddit comment. It was Fnatic. It was Fnatic that beat H2K, and they ran Lulu jungle. So we're going to have to break this down as we see it go. It's not something that I've honestly ever seen before.
Cool.
I imagine that you can pull it off. You must be able to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, like, ranged junglers right now are still kind of good. Like, you don't take any damage from the jungle, really, because you can just kite around the buffs. I want to see if he starts Krugs and gets the smite there, because with kind of, like, the more... If you're going for, like, an off-meta jungler, if you go for, especially the ranged ones, if you go for the Krugs first, it gives your initial clear more sustain, because you can just keep them stunned up and kite them around. Whereas if you go Grump, then you kind of have to get hit to deal damage, so it's not as good. So that might be the plan, but it's Lulu jungle.
It is Lulu jungle. We were hoping to see something interesting. Obviously, it doesn't matter who wins this game. They're literally just playing
pride.
Pride,
at this point.
Melty want to regain some of their pride. And Fnatic, well, given the disappointment, I think they're just trying to say, like, we can still play. We're still good.
Yeah.
And they're going to go a little bit crazy with the pickup. So we have... kind of like a buff comp, you have a split push / I mean, you have loads of split push available on Fnatic Academy.
It's a janky 1-3-1.
Yeah, you can set up for the 1-3-1 if you want. You can also play the Lulu around the Lucian. We've seen a couple buff comps in the past, especially from Origin come to mind. Meanwhile, on the other side of Melty, they're also kind of going for this sort of split push skirmishy style. So both teams kind of going for very much about... We'll have the 3 group mid, plenty of disengage, plenty of pick potential, plenty of poke possibilities with both assassins and top laners just sitting in their side lanes, just trying to outplay the other one. So this could be an exciting game. Perfect already, looking to just walk up and go aggressive.
Just trading off in the mid lane here. I believe there was a tweet yesterday from Fnatic Spirit who is like, don't play Lulu jungle. Even though they won. wasn't a big fan.
He wasn't sold on it.
But Impaler is picking up, so you probably saw it in the house and was just like,
the words of Spirit.
Yeah,
maybe
not sure if that's the best.
Maybe that's the explanation for their current scoreline. Who knows?
Yeah.
So anyway, standard matchups is something we need to keep our eyes on. I imagine that Fnatic Academy want the standard lanes. Lucian Nami. Okay, so why would you pick Morgana into Nami? That kind of confuses me. I also don't really agree with the Morgana into any of that composition. They're going very heavy on the AD. There is very little actual CC on the side of Fnatic Academy to spell shield. And you do have the binding, but if you just look at how mobile Fnatic Academy are, I will be impressed if you successfully land a binding onto that team. So I'm personally not a massive fan of the Morgana. I think maybe an Alistar could have been a little bit better. You also have that hard engage potential onto the Nami as well. But also just in terms of the standard matchup, Nami is really good at clearing the black shield. She can sustain any kind of poke that Morgana tries to land. Yeah. And Nami can just push that Morgana around. It's quite commonly known as a good matchup for the Nami. Something I'll pick. If I have to go bot lane, I'll pick Nami into Morgana.
So if Jizuki mid lane plays Morgana against you, you just pick Nami mid lane?
Yeah. That is exactly what I do. No, people like to pick Morgana mid into my Katarina, and you have no idea how obnoxious that is.
Well, I don't feel like there's a lot of good matchups.
No, okay, right, that's true. When I think of the matchups for Cat, I can't think of a single good one. I like to pick it into Yasuo, but even then, that's not a good matchup.
No, because then, yeah.
Sometimes you can get a bit of a skill matchup against Zeds sometimes if you go cloth into health pots. Anyway, I'm going to stop talking about Cat because she's not even in the game. Never will be. As Impaler actually getting some of his jungle stolen away. Nero trying to use that early game Nidalee to its advantage and put Impaler as far behind as possible on this Lulu.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu does a lot of damage early game, but if she can't actually find anyone to hit, then that's a big problem. And yeah, Nero's going to straight up take away his buff and probably triple buff him. Unless Impaler goes straight to the top jungle. But Atom is getting the best of Whirlub in the top lane with this Trundle here. And Whirlub, well known for his split push champions. Jax, of course, had some killer games last split on Fiora. Kalai, he's not very mobile as a fish. Getting hit a lot by these bindings.
Ooh, teleport being used by Whirlub just to get back to lane. This could be quite bad for Fnatic Academy. It does mean that they lose that global pressure. So if Melty set up a teleport play in the bottom, there's no way for Fnatic Academy to respond. So wouldn't be surprised to see Wax and Kurdos try to get a deep ward down to the back half of that lane. Meanwhile, in the mid, you can see a CS discrepancy starting to develop in favor of the LeBlanc, who, you know, as we were saying, it can be quite obnoxious. Using that range to her advantage can push the Zed around. But Perfect maybe just bad at last hitting.
Maybe. Really, the teleport had to be used by Whirlub because he was in a 9 CS and Atom was on 21.
Yeah.
And yeah, Whirlub needed to really catch that wave, which went under the tower.
Definitely think it was one of those things that you kind of have to do, but then Whirlub shouldn't have tried to go for that trade against Adam in the first place. He shouldn't have been chunked out that hard. He should have just waited for the minion wave to reach his tower and then farm into turret and save your teleport, not even have to expend it in the first place. And as we were discussing earlier, it now means that Melty have the map advantage in terms of cross-map plays. So something that Fnatic will have to be very mindful of, and in part of the reason why Fnatic are trying to hold this lane up as it's a little bit safer. Perfect in the mid. Gonna be fine.
I mean, it's hindsight 2020, right? Like, you'd be like, ah, well, you shouldn't have gone for that trade. But that's like the solo queue thing where someone's just like, why? But no, no like question marks. It's like, why? It's just like, well, I mean, I know I screwed up, but you telling me that's not gonna help. And Whirlub knows.
Yes, but I wasn't telling him, I was telling the audience.
That's true.
So that you guys at home don't do this, and you don't end up in this situation.
Well, Atom's going to get a lot of this farm back and just equalize this one, so all in all, it's not too bad. But you're totally right, Atom does have this window now where he can do something in the bottom lane where Whirlub cannot follow. Bottom lane is just kind of being back and forth. Bit of a farm advantage to Exorc, but this big minion wave is coming in, so it will be equalized by Wax. And despite the lanes and the nature of these champions, there's actually not been a lot of action. You kind of would expect these lanes to be more interactive, and at the very least, Impaler on Lulu jungle may be doing something funky. Like he's got the
level 2 gank mid.
Yeah, like just something weird. Like if you're gonna cheese, embrace the cheese. You gotta go like all out. You can't just be like, well, I'm gonna pick the pick and then play like normal, you know? He's picked up the Skirmisher's Saber as well, so he's gonna look to duel someone, and he's now encroaching on Nero's jungle to try and find him.
Interestingly, earlier on the LCK today, I did see quite a few more Skirmisher Sabers, and they actually followed up by the Sightstone. And that could be due to the nerf that happened to the blue trinket, where it's now you just kind of want more vision, so junglers value the Sightstone over the Tracker's Knife that only gives you 2 wards, as opposed to the 3 that you do get from the Sightstone. So yeah, that could be one of the reasons. Or Impaler's just saying, I kind of want to kill you, I don't care about vision.
Yeah, give me that true damage. Let's go. It is definitely the item of choice if you go Cockmore jungle. Tried that a little bit.
Why does it not surprise me that you tried Cogmore jungle?
Well, it was kind of good when Devour was a thing, because you come out of the jungle just like stacked. You know, you just do so much damage because you hit like the double item spike and you just do an unbelievable amount of damage. Perfect's gonna get not quite an unbelievable amount of damage, but like I would say a decent amount of damage coming in from this key.
60%?
Yeah,
that's alright.
That's more than moderate now. He's down to 50%, so.
Yep, indeed, Rooney. He has decided to pick up the early Hex Drinker. So, pretty standard going up against the LeBlanc. That shield is very valuable against the all-in potential of LeBlanc, who has decided to go Ignite, which I like very much. Perfect doing exactly the same, basically telling his counterpart, yo, let's duel it out. What they really want, though, is a gentleman's agreement that basically says no jungler interference allowed.
Yeah.
And if that were the case, then they'd be going a lot harder on one another. But because of the possibility of a jungle gank, they have to be courteous. Ooh, Perfect. Forced to use the flash.
Yeah. Flash for flash in the mid lane. Both Ignites are still up, so they can still kill each other. Nero is probably just going to take away this blue buff again from Impaler, who is actually not around the area. He has the timer on his own buff, of course, but actually doesn't care too much. So we'll just lose another buff to Nero. He's going to be very happy with that result. He's going towards the Runic Echoes, as is Impaler. And he'll be kind of waddling out of his base with Lulu.
Waddling.
I think you can call that a waddle. Waddle's a funny word.
What I actually laughed at was that I instantly thought of a duck, and ducks make me laugh.
They do. Ducks are
There's a
funny
great
animals.
video on YouTube called Interesting Facts About the Duck that I would highly recommend.
Okay.
It's really informative.
How long is the video? Does it take a lot
Like
of
3.5 minutes.
Okay.
It's purely for comedy value, but it's actually very factual. He also has interesting ones on like the owl as well, and they're all great.
Well, depending on who's observing right now, we may get a zoom in.
Another
on
interesting
an
fact
owl.
about the owl.
Yeah.
But have a look at what Impaler's trying to do right now. The Whirlib, the minion wave is pushing in favor of Whirlib towards the turret, so Impaler could be looking for a potential dive, but Nero doing exactly the same on the opposite
like a
side.
kiwi?
Oh, here we go!
Kuradas, he's going to jump in with the Soul Shackles. Nero, he completely whiffed the Javelin, and Clyde's going to go down. Exorc is getting chased out as well for the double. And Melty starts the game strong.
Clean execution. Oh, but the action isn't over yet.
Whirlib's coming in for this 1v1. He's going to try and get all these Vitals. Gets the bottom one, which is probably the better one to get in this scenario, so Atom can't block it off, but Whirlib is deciding he doesn't want this anymore. He's going to take away his pink ward, and Melty are going to take the first dragon of the game, which will be the Ocean.
Impaler is still hanging around, can be there to provide some support for Whirlib, but decided that he's not going to make the play, or is he? Indecisive.
The Yordle in the shadows will be popping out and just kind of buffing up his ally and not doing much else. Nero is into his jungle. I think that's going to reset because patience. And Niski is wandering up to the top lane just in case Impaleru happened to be there, but he is not. So Niski's going back to the mid lane.
So, we have the replay of the gank down in the bottom. Have a look at Kurdos. He gets on the hunt, instant flash into the Soul Shackles, means that he gets himself the double binding, no cleanse, nothing that the Nami can do to prevent that from happening. And I guess this is the power that you have from the Sivir and the Morgana. They do have that all-in potential that Nami can't really do anything about. Yeah, she does have a lot of little quirks in the form that she does have a bit of extra damage, a bit of extra heal, and some disengage, but the Black Shield combined with the Black Shield combined with the Spell Shield on Sivir just isn't enough to deny that all-in. So impressive stuff coming out from Melty to pick themselves up the first 2 kills of the game. 1 kill going over to Nero is going to help his early game jungle, means he can put a little bit more pressure down. Meanwhile, the other kill going on to the AD carry means he's going to be setting him up nicely towards the mid-game. So Melty currently sitting at a nice little advantage, and Fnatic Academy behind right now at 11 minutes into the game.
Yeah, so if any of you are aspiring Lulu jungle players out there,
don't encourage them, Pulse.
He is currently maxing 5th Lance and Whimsy 2nd. And he's going for the challenging smite. And will probably most likely be running standard runes and strength for the ages. Don't forget that one. Very good for pretty much every jungler right now, but specifically like off-meta junglers because they usually suffer and just don't have a lot of HP.
Yeah.
Just like Kog'Maw jungle. And when you come out of the jungle, it's just like so much damage. It's just like, why is he doing so much damage?
Imagine
There's going to be a lot of what faces coming out right now.
I don't know, you
chat.
put like a Nidalee or a Kindred in the jungle, and then they got all that farm and gold. Oh, Perfect. No flash.
He's tethered up by Niski, but he's going to be jumping in with the death mark.
He's got a
from
kill.
Impaler, and look at the strength of Lulu jungle. Perfect's dead. But that was a 1-for-1, which wouldn't have happened if he wasn't playing Lulu jungle.
No, if... Alright, and that's fair enough. If the Lulu was not there, Perfect would not have been able to get the return kill. The Wild Growth providing enough sustain for Perfect to get that 1 kill down onto Morgana. probably not the person that he wants to be killing, but I think he's going to be happy with it nonetheless. As Impaler now getting dived.
That is unfortunate. Impaler did not have his ultimate there and decided to try and defend the tower, and he's Lulu. So
The thing is, though, the thing is, I can't even blame the fact that it's just Lulu. The big mistake that he made was the fact that he went there without his ultimate. Trying to defend against the Nidalee and a LeBlanc.
With full combo?
With both of them with that full combo. I even think, Niski uses Ignite there as well. So they were just, you just shouldn't have been there. You should have given away the turret Impaler. A little bit greedy trying to pick that one up, but...
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of this game is to make Lulu jungle look good. Like, it doesn't matter on the result of the game, but if you make Lulu look good, then you can ruin solo queue. And that is really
what this is all about. Challenger Series.
Exactly.
It's where you come to learn about what the meta is. Forget LCK. This is the real place to be.
Both of these two teams cannot make the finals now, so just playing for...
This is bad.
And something else. Atom is going to dive the tower here onto Whirler, but Impaler's here. He does have the ultimate, and he's going to chase down onto Nero. That's tower shot, going to jump over the wall, finds the shutdown. Meanwhile, Niski in from the mid lane, looking for one more auto attack. Doesn't land it via chain. And Whirler's going to jump in with a lunge and find the kill. Atom's now going to back away here, and is going to find Impaler, who is still waiting away with the Glitter Lance and the autos and the red buff. And look at the Lulu jungle.
Okay, so as much as I'd like to praise the Lulu jungle, that was more Melty poorly executing that dive. That was a horrible dive. Oh my word. So we are going to get a replay to probably break it down, but TLDR, Atom went out of turret range a little bit sooner than he should have. Nero ended up tanking it up. He jumped into Whirlib, who very... brilliantly used his riposte at the right time to stop actually any of the damage coming out from Nero. So yeah, we're gonna get a proper breakdown here.
Tower dive 101.
Yeah, how not to tower dive. So the first thing you shouldn't have done is teleport back to this turret. Walk. There's no need for you to use your TP here. You can just walk back to lane. It's only a wave of farm. So this is perfect for Melty to set up the dive, right? Adam, he doesn't have Subjugate available, which is his first mistake. He walks out of turret range too soon, which makes Nero end up tanking the turret. And then Niski, he flashes, uses his distortion, and then he can't distortion back out of turret range, while Whirlib still has the support from the Lulu, who didn't even use Wild Growth. So I can understand why Melty wanted to go for that dive, because it makes sense. They should have just been a little bit more careful in setting that one up. Because it's risky when you don't have the Subjugate. You are still a squishy Trundle. You've gone for the Gauntlet first. You've gone for the, I'm going to trade with Fiora rather than I'm going to be able to tank the Fiora for years. Melty will be able to get the Rift out off the back of this, but yeah, still, how to not tower dive.
Mechanical missteps, for sure, in that fight. First, of course, Atom walking out of range and team killing Nero, and then Niski using Flash and then Distortion. It was just like, well, if I don't know where I'm going, then they won't know where I'm going. Instead of just auto-attacking him to death, which he could have done. Yeah, Fnatic are going to be quite happy with that one. And the irony is that Fnatic have usually been the ones trying to make plays throughout the CSQ and then have them backfire on them, and this time they're just kind of letting Melty just walk into them and outplay themselves. So that is, I think, the game plan in this one. Do nothing and allow your opponents to outplay themselves.
Yeah, that's how you win at solo queue.
Yeah.
You don't try and make plays, you just wait for your opponent to make plays, and then you
that is so true,
watch
by the
them
way.
abysmally fail.
So many people do that. But just wait for them to come to you.
It's how I got to diamonds. People like to try and kill me in mid. I'm just like, well, you're not going to, but feel free to try, and then things go horribly wrong. It helps if you have an aware jungler as well, because if they can read the map quite well, then they're just in the right place at the right time, and that's also a big thing in solo queue.
But I find, like, in general, people always want to be the hero, right? That's why you have, like, support players, and even to some extent, like, people want to make plays. People want to make the highlight reels and, you know, have those, like, things that you can post on Reddit. But in reality, you just need to sit at your tower and carry on farming. Your opponent will try and be in that mindset, and then you just watch as they kill themselves.
Do you know what's better on Reddit than actually making a good play?
What's that?
Being the person that's on the receiving end of someone trying to make a good play, you doing very little, yet they end up dying anyway.
Exactly.
So what I think of is the Lucian dive against... Ooh, hang on a second, look at the... Oh, never mind. The one I remember is the Lucian dive versus the Graves, where the Graves tried to dive him mid lane when he was full health.
No. Clyde gets bound up. Should not have been bound there. Kyrdos is going to try and find the soul shackles on Exorc. But mid tower will go down to Impaler, and I think you have time to finish your story here, Vidius.
Well, actually, I just want to quickly break down what actually happened there in the mid lane. So, Nero should have been there to support the LeBlanc. LeBlanc didn't have the wave clear. This is one of the powers that you have from the Lulu jungle. She does have good wave clear. Having gone for the very early Runic Echoes gives her a decent amount of ability power, and you have that Runic Echoes passive, which also adds to the wave clear as well. And when you pair it up with a Zed who's just going flat AD, his ability to take turrets is actually pretty quick. So with very little wave clear available on Niski, he had to give away his tower for free, and Nero really should have been there to help back him up. But because he wasn't, that's another turret going over to Fnatic. Actually their first turret of the game. But meanwhile, in the bottom half of the map, Melty were being hyper-aggressive again with this all-in potential that they have on the Hunt, Land of Binding, the Soul Shackles as well. They're going to be able to pick up this turret. Niski also rotating around just to guarantee this objective. So Melty going to continue to extend their gold lead ever so slightly to about 1k, but they're definitely going to extend the turret lead. So quickly backtracking. So yeah, if you want to make it to Reddit, the better plays are the ones where you watch people outplay themselves. And the one that always comes to mind is the Graves versus Lucian, where Graves tries to kill Lucian underneath the turret. He's literally 1 health, and Lucian just runs around the turret, and Graves can't hit him because his abilities keep going into the turret, literally all of them. And I mean, that was hilarious, and that sticks in my mind, not because it was a good play, but because it was dreadful.
Good stuff. Well, that's what you need to emulate at home, friends. And Pure Effect will be coming in, lands a perfect Razor Shuriken and Atom. He knows he's done for, so he'll try and farm immediately. Exorc absolutely wrecked in the mid lane. He goes down. Pure Effect, he's going to be camping in this bush. Shh. He's hiding. Oh, he got warded. Yeah. Supports often do have those things.
I feel like when they made LeBlanc a magician, her catchphrase is, now watch them disappear. Yeah. Because Exorc just got insta-popped. With the Morellonomicon done, there is very little he can do. He has absolutely no magic resistance. Mimic also being level 2 on Niski, who is level 13.
This one, Pure Effect.
Hang on a second, Pure Effect going for the 1v3 outplay.
Oh, coming in with the Living Shadow, and the TP is going to be cancelled out from Whirlib, actually. Impaler, he's desperately playing territory control against Nero, who really wants his red buff. Pure Effect is going to get CC'd. See you later. Nero is still trading off with Impaler. This is a lot closer than it should be. And that... Alright, he died, but he won the 1v1 against Nidalee, who is a strong duelist.
Yes, he did.
So that is the main thing here, that yes, he died, but
so what we've confirmed is that Lulu has a better mid-game than Nidalee.
That's what we've 100% confirmed. Exorc, he's going to have to avoid the LeBlanc. He didn't avoid the LeBlanc. And he goes down. That's 3 kills in quick succession out for Melty. They're going to try and convert this into a tower in the mid lane. And that'll be some nice juicy gold going over to Melty, and they'll be spending that on some fun items.
So, kills being exchanged all across the map. I'm looking forward to seeing which fights the replay guys actually decide to pick up, because there were quite a few of them. I think the important one is the Nidalee versus Lulu matchup. Because that's really what the public want. They want to know that Lulu can beat out a Nidalee and is like the counter pick.
Don't know if the public want it, but that's what we want.
I think that it's. I think we can make really well-rounded assessments based on a single example.
Yeah, that's how sample sizes work, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Pure Effect sticking around a little bit too long in the top half of the map versus 3 members. He did give away the turret, but still ended up getting caught out of position somehow. So he's now sitting at 2-2-0. Not having as exciting a matchup in the mid as we were hoping for.
Yeah. Zonya's first item by Niski, or his second item along with the Morellonomicon.
Makes sense. It's cheaper now, easier to pick up into the Zed. So here we are, we're going to get the replay. It is going to be of the 1v1.
Perfect.
So Nero steals away the red buff, but now he's like, you know what?
Let's break this down.
I can go for the fight, right? So he eats the good lance. He fails the space, so he doesn't get the reset on his lance. Oh, he missed the second spear.
Good sidestep.
Good sidestep, as you said, coming out from Impaler. And even with the red buff,
nice.
Impaler manages to get the outplay.
Yeah, even had the preset at ward as well. So once he flashed, he was able to see him around the corner. So that was actually really nice mechanically. Yes. Impaler has clearly played a lot of Lulu jungle. But that
is Fnatic Academy in a nutshell, full of mechanical ability, I would say. Exorc has been caught out a couple times this game, maybe the exception to the rule. But overall, they are a mechanically skilled team. It just seems to be this decision-making that they are sometimes lacking. Not really aware of their own positioning on the map. And if you just look at the vision, well, they don't have any. So Wurlib completely overextended and is going to get collapsed on by Melty.
Well, raise your Bible thumps, because Wurlib is not long for this world. Atom and Nero will make short work of him. I say that, but it's going to be the great chase, and Wurlib is on his way out, but Frozen Domain will come down. That's the spear landing, and unfortunately that is the end of Wurlib's days. May he rest in peace.
So Wax just coming in to get the assist. The assist?
The assist, because he is deceased.
4-0-2 right now on top of Wax. Perfect is going to go into split push mode and pick up that turret up in the top lane, but they are still behind right now up against Melty, who are currently sitting at 42,500 gold. Nero going to be picking up this Drake as well. Moving forward, what Melty need to be doing is looking for picks, continuing to look for these skirmishes, the 2v2s, the 3v3s. Ideally not the 1v1s, because it does seem like that Fnatic have the advantage, especially you don't want to meet that Lulu in the jungle. Can be pretty terrifying.
Alright, so this will be the second mountain dragon, and also they have an ocean dragon, so that would be an island, right? If you combine the two. Going by the laws of alchemy from what we were talking about.
That would be a waterfall.
A mountain and an ocean. Oh yeah, I guess so. Waterfall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you have, yeah, 2 mountains and water. That makes sense.
If it was 1 mountain and 2 waters,
yeah,
then it would be...
Then it would be an island? Because then there's a lot of water,
yeah,
and then you have some landmass.
Or you're a boat made of rock.
Those don't exist, by the way.
Just a heads up, if you were thinking of making your own boat,
don't make it out of rock.
Yep. So for those of you unaware, the reason why this game is the way it is that Melty and Fnatic right now are pretty much playing for pride. Currently sitting at the bottom of the standings is Melty and Atom going at it once again. Melty and Atom.
Yeah, they're just going to back away, actually. Atom pops his ultimate, and Wurlib runs away. Exorc is going to chase after Wax here, and is also going to run away. Didn't want to carry on using culling. Kind of got the good angle. If Relucen's running after you, and you can find like a corner to run on, Nero steal out there. Perfect's going to jump after. Nero will get away with high-speed robbery. Or maybe not, because Perfect wants him.
Nice.
He's dead. He's very dead.
Nero, you can see what he tried to do. He knew that the ultimate was coming in, so he tried to hold on to his pounce in time, but Perfect no longer doesn't have the ult.
Yeah, he's going to get the rest of his combo off. Bot lane, Wurlib and Atom are still trading. This time, it looks like Wurlib's going to come out ahead. He's going to try that Vital, but is blocked out from Atom going against the wall. Wax is coming in here. As the Boomerang doesn't quite connect. And now Perfect is coming into the top lane, being very sneaky. Niski is going to jump away with his ultimate, Mimic. Go on, jump back in. Oh, he's going to back away. Impaler is still chasing after him. He's got Whimsy. He's got to flash after. Look for the Glyph Lance, and Niski is so incredibly low, but Impaler, he's going to waddle as fast as the short Yordle legs can carry him. But he's going to break the vision. He's going to distortion. Impaler under the tower, not quite enough. And Nero is going to come in with a counterplay. Niski.
The ultimate disrespect for Niski. Oh man, Impaler. You had so much movement speed from the Nami as well.
Tyrannosaurus
You tried so hard. But unfortunately, it just was not enough.
Tried so hard, got so far.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Still died.
Still.
10-7 in this game. 26 minutes in. Got this gold advantage to Melty, and they are well on their way to finding themselves an ending score in this group of 2 and 3. This is what the teams are currently fighting over.
And this is how we've seen a lot of teams throw the game in the past. So this could be Fnatic's win condition moving forward.
Will it be the Dig Baron that Fnatic are looking for? It's going to be the Nami ult, which was really the only way they were going to steal that. And Melty find themselves a Baron.
Double Mountain Drake. Ooh, there comes the On the Hunt.
A little bit ambitious, because Wurlib is out. So, yeah, there's that.
Name of the game, my friend. You got to be ambitious. You got to make those plays. You got to look for the hooks. As right now, with the Baron, Melty can start setting up for a siege. They have pretty good wave clear. They can use the LeBlanc to sit on the flanks and just poke out Fnatic Academy away from turrets. You also have the poke coming out from Nero, and you have a fair amount of poke from the Sivir as well, who has now been called out.
Fnatic Death Brush. More like Fnatic Annoyance Bush, because he's not dead quite yet, but here comes Purefect to seal the deal, or maybe not. Wax finds him, that's a 1-for-1 kill. Exorc is going to move on to Kyrdos now. Nero comes into the fight, Niski's looking for blood. The Assassins have come out in full force. Impaler is also going to get chased down. The Spear lands from Nero, that will give him the on-hunt passive, and he'll be coming in to finish that hunt off. Impaler, he's going to dance back and forth. He's going to do the salsa, but he'll fall in the end. 3-1 in that trade. Melty, firm advantage.
Fnatic Academy trying their best to get the pick. They knew that Wax would come around for the red buff. They had the timer on the red buff as well, but unfortunately they overcommitted. It took them so long to get that kill onto Sivir, and Sivir even ended up getting a kill back because of how long it actually took her to die. So very unfortunate from Fnatic Academy. Now Melty with the numbers advantage and the Baron buff, they should be able to pick up this inhibitor. You also have Adam Split pushing up in the top lane. No teleport available from Wurlib, so if Melty want, they can just rotate back around as Fnatic want to try and get something back.
Tidal Wave. Swing and a miss on that one. Didn't quite land onto Niski. 3-1-5 in this game. Quite powerful. He will detonate pretty much anyone on the Fnatic lineup, save for a Lulu ultimate. Atom's going to be coming in here, going to be taking down this tower. He's, well, Wurlib's actually got the Bloodthirster, so going to be hitting like a truck when he gets near someone. And top tower will go down to Melty, so slowly closing this one out. Let's take a look at, it's going to be the last fight of Wax getting chased down.
Okay, so I just noticed that Exorc is level 11 and Wax is level 15, so that's probably a big reason as to why Exorc couldn't kill him. It was Purefect that really did the damage, which enabled Exorc to get the kill, but then if you just look at the positioning, Melty can set up quite easily for the rest of the cleanup. Impaler does a valiant effort in the 1 versus 3, to be fair. He does some fancy footwork to keep himself alive for a fair amount of time. But unfortunately, you just don't quite have the damage that you need. As Wax, he could be in trouble.
Well, it's going to be the high-level fight. We're going to have ourselves a one-on-one duel. Wax is going to try and dance around, and Atom's coming in. He's broken the rules, but Wurlib's already won the grand challenge. Wurlib, I'm not even sure who's going to win this. Atom is swinging away, and Wurlib doesn't have his ultimate anymore. He's going to come in, try and block the vitals. Impaler's going to break the one-on-one, and that's going to be another kill to Wurlib. He is the victor. Are there any more challenges? Nero is going to back away. Kyrdos and Niski, this has turned into a full frenzy. It's no longer the one-on-one duel. And Wurlib, he gets CC'd down, and he gets deaded by Niski, who's going to walk the dog on Impaler, but he's going to back away. Broken the chain, broken the leash.
So, Wax, unfortunately, broke his back a little bit too soon. I think he could have made that if he just committed to it. Even if, you just have to make a decision in that situation where if I break this, I'm going to die. If I don't break this, I might die. So, fortunately, didn't make the right decision. Niski, is that a kill?
He's ticking down.
Oh.
Heal, lifesteal. He's good.
He's just enough. Wow, impressive stuff. So, Wurlib was able to get the kill. He was then able to sustain enough thanks to that Bloodthirster as well as the Ravenous Hydra that he had picked up earlier.
Yes, the value.
Bought enough time for Impaler to finally join the fight. So have a look at this. I think he should have just committed.
I challenge you to a duel.
It's time to duel. Wax running really fast, but not fast enough to deal with Wurlib. Wurlib gets a decent amount of sustain back here, which means that he actually comes out ahead initially on the trade. Lands a couple crits, procs the vital points, and then once Adam realizes that Impaler's there, he knows that he's not going to be able to win. So 2 kills going over to Fnatic Academy, which they're going to be pretty happy with. But they did, I believe, end up losing the bottom turret. Nero just strutting his stuff. Oh yes, they actually do get the kill onto Wurlib with Niski, showing that he also does damage. But while all this action was going on, Zed was sitting up in the top lane. He gets himself a tier 2 turret. And so Fnatic Academy, while they are at a gold deficit, they're actually doing quite well. Well, I wanted to give them some praise, but they're actually only 3 towers to 7. So Fnatic actually really struggling in this game.
And, that is the 3rd Mountain Dragon. So that's 30% extra damage to epic monsters and towers as true damage.
Yep. You've also now got yourself a mountain range.
Yeah, with some water.
With a lovely little stream.
A lake.
Going through, yeah. Maybe a lake in between all 3 mountains.
Nice.
Quite picturesque now.
I think so, but that's going to be the last dragon before we get the Elder Dragon, so we can't even add anything to our fantastic picture that we've made.
They become really big, and they all get a fire true damage buff.
Yeah. It sounds like something that Bob Ross would draw.
What, an Elder Dragon?
No, well, maybe he'd draw that too. I don't know. A happy little Elder Dragon. But Fnatic, they're just trying to defend their base right now, trying to delay the inevitable, I feel. Melty performed really well the last couple days. I don't know what happened to them. They had that one day off, and then it was, well...
I do want to give some praise to Melty, because yes, they have been playing well. Especially that bottom lane setup where they had the Sivir and the Morgana make the play. I was impressed. However, it's also a matter of Fnatic Academy underperforming and low priority underperforming.
That's
so, Clyde right now is going to get binded up, but Fnatic Academy have enough poke to force Melty back. So now, what Melty are trying to do is set up a siege onto this top lane turret. What they need to do is have LeBlanc sitting on the flanks, trying to jump over the wall, get a bit of poke down, then jump back. And what you're trying to create is a 4 versus 5 dynamic in favor of Melty so they can actually set up for a dive. With the super minions pushing down the mid, that's also going to help them out. And with the additional poke that Nero is constantly going to be throwing down, I don't know if Fnatic Academy can defend this turret.
This tower is gonna die super fast with all those Earth Dragons, all those Mountain Dragons. X-Orc's coming in. This could be a good re-engage. Oh, Willip's going to come in here with Purefix. He's going to try and assassinate his target. He's going to jump out real quick. He's going to pop off. Atom's not quite dead. Impaler's going to return with a bit of damage himself. But look at the damage that Wax is dealing. And X-Orc is trying to be the janitor that Fnatic need. But unfortunately, his cleaning fluid is not doing the job against these super minions. They are still wailing away at that tower. Oh, it's going to be close. It's alive.
It is still alive. Melty, they're going to be pretty happy with that tier 3 turret collection up in the top lane. Repossessing right now all of Fnatic's base because Fnatic have not paid their taxes. And next on the objective list is likely going to be the Baron in favor of Melty. With that objective, they can easily close it out. They have many split pushing options available to them. They can put LeBlanc in a side lane. They still have teleport on Adam. They can put him in a side lane. And yeah, okay, he struggles up against Whirlib, but he doesn't have to fight him. He just needs to empower the minions to just beat on the turret. And as long as he's doing that, then Melty should be pretty happy. So this is the window that Fnatic needs. They need to find the Baron and not give it away. Ooh. But if that's going to keep happening, then I don't know if they're even going to get an opportunity to try and contest this Baron.
Scary, scary Niski. His ultimate is on a very short cooldown. He's on 14-second cooldown. Okay. Melty onto the Baron now. This is going to be the TP out from Whirlip, so they're going to back away real quick. But the Baron is still very angry. Is down to 3,000 HP. It is dead. Impaler is going to come out here. There comes a tidal wave. Atom is into the back lines of this fight. He'll jump over the wall. And Clyde does not get the CC down onto Wax, but Purefect's going to jump in. He's going to jump out. Atom is going to be dead, coming in from a weird angle out from the top side of the fight. Niski, see you later, Impaler. Niski is just on fire this game, finding kill after kill. Niski chasing after the rest of the team, going to be jumping back to safety. Nero looking for one of those straight javelins to hit a mark. Not quite today. X-Orc's going to be chasing after, or chased after by Niski. Hits him with the sigil, but that'll be the end of that one. Baron over to Melty.
So Melty, after that fight, actually, it was quite impressive the way in which Fnatic played it, because they do get the kill down onto Adam after he takes a lot of damage in the pit. And they do initially force Melty to back away, but because of how confident Melty are feeling, because they have the Ocean Drake giving them that extra bit of sustain, and because LeBlanc is really good at finding picks, Melty feel confident enough to start moving back towards Fnatic Academy's base, getting themselves the kill onto Impaler, and then picking themselves up that inhibitor in the mid lane. So this is a perfect situation now for them to move forward with their split push strategy. They'll have the Trundle up in the top lane, who still has the teleport available. They can just send 4 members strong now into the bottom half of the map, and they can look to close out this game. So you can see the teleport coming in from the side of Fnatic Academy. Willip is stuck in the back of the pit. Has to be forced out immediately, so Melty can quickly steal that one away. Impaler isn't actually able to get the successful steal, but look at how much damage Adam ends up taking. Going for this more aggressive build ends up working out negatively for him. Purefect actually gets a fair amount of damage on the Wax. You can see that all he's waiting for is someone to walk anywhere near that Living Shadow that he still had at the back to get the kill. And that is Niski using
It was just the proc
Sigil
of the Sigil,
Malice,
yeah.
Sigil,
ult.
Malice, Mimic, and then that was it. And then the proc got you the Lightning Bolt. So Lightning Bolt,
Zap, zap.
Yep. And then they forced the flash out of Exorc, and they're just going to walk away, and they end up losing Inhibitor off the back of that as well.
15 to 11. Lots of kills in this game. That's exactly what we wanted. Niski is going to find some return damage there. Purefect's going to jump in, find the shutdown before the exhaust comes out. Wax is coming out there as well. Look at the big crits coming down. Purefect back into this fight. He's got the wild growth on him, but the Wax is the one-man army. Wax on, wax off. Oh, he's dead. He's out of there. Kurdos is going to be chased down. Word is going to try and find him, but they've got the shielding coming out. 3 and 1 this time. And Fnatic, he do come out ahead in that trade.
Adam deciding not to use his teleport to join the rest of his team right there. And to be honest, Multi just being a little bit too overconfident, thinking that they were able to outduel the sustain that Impaler has with his ultimate and with the damage mitigation that he can provide with all the shields and effective health. But also the fact that Niski just straight up dying to Purefect. I don't think he was expecting that even slightly. Now the Fnatic Academy have a numbers advantage. They're going to look to take this Elder Dragon. Nero going to go for the steal.
He's trying for it. Atom is this one-man splitting force. Very annoying to deal with. Elder Dragon should be going down here very shortly. Purefect. Atom's just kind of 1v2ing.
Okay, then.
He actually doesn't care. He actually just taunted them real quick and is now going to back away. Atom got what he came for and he's out. See ya. 0, 4, and 3, but doesn't really represent how annoying he's been this game.
Yeah.
Word up, he's recalling in the bush. Niski, he's going to set up for the full damage
Oh,
combo,
the
but
bait!
Word up, he knew! And he's going to back off.
He tried to catch Word while he was window shopping.
Yeah.
Wasn't able to pull it off, though.
Not even sure if a full combo would have done it, but...
Right, so Niski, he misses the chains. He lands the initial chains, but he then just gets killed. That's a lot of damage. That's the passive of Zed combined
Contempt
with
for the weak.
Thunderlords as well.
Yep.
And then here's the ultimate and the shields coming out from Purefect, along with the sustain of Kalai as well. Basically keeps him alive, gives him effectively 2 extra lives. And then Fnatic Academy just go for the cleanup onto Kurdos. He gets a pretty big heal off Nero, but it's not enough. And now with the Elder Dragon, Fnatic Academy going to be feeling a little bit more confident in these fights. But they've actually had no dragons this game. That's their first. So they don't get any extra buffs. All they get is the true damage from that ultimate.
No, all they get. I mean, it's
The
still
burn.
good, but it's not
That's all they get, Pulse.
anything.
That's all they
Yeah.
get.
Looks like Wax has just been playing Farming Simulator this game. 38 minutes in, and he's on almost 400 farm, trying to break those world records. Gonna have to try a little bit harder, but is very well built. He is actually max items. He has a Guardian Angel, and he is good to go. That's why he is hurting quite a lot in these fights. 30 kills in this game to date, and big CS advantage and gold advantage to Melty, but they are still unable to close as Fnatic are still kind of holding on strong. And
Oh wow, Zonya's... oh yes, Kurdos actually used that in the last fight. Zonya's paying off dividends for him.
indeed he did. You know, there's a lot of cool skill names in League of Legends, like Contempt for the Weak, like Zed Passive, but
Oh, is that what it's called?
yeah, we never really get to say them because it's like, that doesn't really come up in conversation. It's like you have this really cool word that you want to say, but it's just like, how are you ever going to use discombobulate in a normal sentence, you know?
Discombobulate?
Yeah.
I've just been discombobulated by the amount of damage that Purefect can do.
There you go. I mean, it just, yeah.
Here comes the ult.
Here's the ult. It's going to split across Melty. The parting of the red Melty. And now they're going to carry on sieging the bottom lane. They got the minion wave coming in. Going to put out the shadow, see if he can do a bit of damage here. Got the super minions hammering on the front door in the top lane. Whirlib's going to be coming out here with a bit of CC. Clyde's going to come in. Melty going to come in for the engage. Atom is the only one who really wants it right now. Kurdos has dropped low. Niski's going to come in here. And the tower is down. Those Earth Dragons are really starting to mount up now. And Nero's going to jump right into this team. This inhibitor is very low, but they just want kills at this stage. Exorc's going to be dropping low, and Kalai is going to be the first casualty coming out here. And Melty are right onto the Nexus. One Melty and one Kurdos to bind them. That's going to be the win here for Melty over Fnatic, gaining a bit of pride back in CSQ.
So, fun game. I thought it was cool to see the Lulu jungle. The Zed versus LeBlanc matchup. We saw a couple of kills go in the favor of LeBlanc, a couple of kills going back in the favor of Zed. Up in the top lane, the Fiora doing some impressive stuff as well. Adam demonstrating that he still has that fancy footwork. Impaler in particular has some core mechanics with the sidestepping, avoiding a lot of important Nidalee spears. Exorc got dumpstered on, I feel.
True.
But Melty, overall, they played pretty well. I mean, it was a fun game between the two teams.
Yeah.
This had no real implication. Well, it had no implications whatsoever on the standings. So both teams purely just playing for pride. Melty can be pretty happy with that performance.
I think so too.
Although it was messy, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. That dive top was horrendous. No, that was bad. But overall, they played well for the most part.
Yep.
And moving forward, to me, standout players, probably Niski.
Yep.
His ultimates on the Azir yesterday were really good.
Tournament. Even in the losses, Niski was pretty good.
Yeah, Niski has played pretty well. I think he has been the standout player from Melty for me. Whereas Fnatic Academy, hopefully they can go back, reevaluate some of their issues, and either come back stronger or find new opportunities moving forward.
Yeah, because I think with that team, like, no one individually was doing like horrifically
No,
bad.
I don't think that.
It was just like as team decisions and like how they played out fights was like one of the big issues because they like always made the right play. They just played it not well. That was like kind of the problem.
Execution
with Fnatic.
seemed to be their issues, and it was kind of like, 'cause if you just look back at some of their match histories, their objective taking was pretty solid. Obviously, in this game, they ran a very unique composition, and so it wasn't a typical Fnatic lineup. But they, for the most part, they played well. Individually, there was a lot of individually mechanical skill. Overall, as a decision-making team, they were smart, but they just couldn't properly execute when it mattered, and that's one ended up in them coming 1-4 in the groups.
Yeah, really surprising. Like at the very start of groups, I don't think anyone would have predicted that Fnatic Academy would go 1-4, but yeah, did not have a good run. Melty as well. Also at the bottom of the standings, 2 and 3, actually not too far away from some of the people.
They'll be tied for 4th with the if Trick lose. They'll be tied for 4th if Trick lose. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's not too bad. That doesn't mean anything, but it's better than
better than
5th
last.
Or 6th. Yeah. Just to loop back on what you were saying, the game had no impact on final implications, if you're wondering. And after the last game, we updated you after what that meant, because LP, of course, lost, so they do not secure first place, and we may have tiebreakers. We'll play that on Thursday. And we will provide more updates, obviously, after the next game when actually more games happen.
Next game is very, very important.
Yeah, Tricked and Misfits.
You will find that the game will have a lot more tension. It will be a lot more... it won't be as kind-hearted as...
there won't be Lulu Jungle.
Yeah, it won't be Lulu Jungle because it really does matter. Tricked are trying desperately to force that tiebreaker scenario, whereas Misfits, if they can just get their win, they're going to guarantee first seed at the top of the group.
And actually, LP really want Misfits to lose in this one. Yeah. So a lot of stakes for all of the teams. But with that win, we are going to take a quick break. So we'll be back in just a couple minutes to get that game rolling in Group A. We'll see you then.
That was fun.
That was. Welcome back to the European Challenger Series Summer Qualifiers. And as we prepare for Game 3 on the day between Tricked Esports and Misfits, we're going to take a look at what this game means for all the teams. And we've got Stress here to educate all of us.
I've tagged in, I've got the update. It's confusing, so I'm going to break it down for you guys and let you know exactly what is on the line. The easy scenario is if Misfits win, they take first in the group. SK takes second because they got the head-to-head after beating Low Priority earlier in the day. That's the easy one.
Okay.
The difficult one is if Tricked win in the following game. It is a four-way tie between Low Priority, SK, Misfits, and Tricked. Ties in this group stage are broken by looking at the head-to-head between these teams only.
All right,
and
makes
what
sense.
that leaves us in a situation with is SK and Low Priority have a 2-1 record against the other three teams in the tie, meaning they would be in the first two spots. Misfits and Tricked are 1-2, and therefore would be out of the running for the qualifier. Okay. From there, again, SK, they beat Low Priority earlier today and would therefore take first, with Low Priority taking second. It's confusing. Okay. Misfits lose, Low Priority are in. Misfits win, they're out.
I think more of that will make sense as well after we win this, when we see whoever wins this game as well, because then we'll have one of those scenarios locked down. But let's take a look at those lineups before we get into the game. So on the blue side of Trick Esports, it's going to be Fin in the top lane, Broxar in the jungle, Katadar in the mid lane, with Rhea in ADC and Fiddle in support. And if you remember last game, they actually did what we wanted them to do, which is play protect the Rhea comp, and Rhea just dumpstered everybody. He did get like a triple kill in top lane, and then they kind of got set up for the win, but at the same time was really, really good. Fin I also found was a standout player. He did also get Rise, but they played in top lane and did really well with it. We've seen Rise also not do too well. And I think just overall, Trick have just been playing to their strengths, which I like, because when it really mattered, they identified it and they played it out.
And I feel like overnight, from playing from their strengths, Trick have kind of given us maybe that new player to watch. We'd heard about Critbud or Rhea a couple of times. You know, people had talked about him, but man, that last team fight, flashing forward. Yeah, the Danish shrimp getting himself in there. Well, we'll see if he can do enough to take Misfits out of the running for a Challenger Series. Not Challenger Series. Challenger Series place for summer. I don't think so. Well, we'll see who they got to face up against. It's the Misfits roster. You guys know exactly what it's going to be. It's Alfari in the top lane, Wisdom in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Yuki 60 as AD carry, and Dreams as support. And man, this team yesterday ran a comp that I actually would have gone on paper and said wouldn't win because they had no crowd control, and they just were trying to run Vlad, and it was like, well, I'm going to run in and try and burst people down.
You assume they're going to run away from you at that point.
You'd think that, but apparently SK had to fight around a couple of objectives. The Elder Dragon, the Baron, their inhib, and then, they won the game. So Misfits looking pretty good with a risky comp.
Yeah, that was I think the key thing, like the risky comp. And we've seen risky comps work out. We'll see if they run it again today. I would say when there's so much on the line, maybe run something that you're maybe like more confident in. But hey, if you can make it work, then do it, right? So Tricked Esports going to be on the blue side for this game, Misfits on the red. I'm going to have the first band come out here. So Lysandra as the first band coming in from Tricked. Going to be aimed at Selfie. I mean, not really a surprise. Selfie's had like many fantastic games on that champion. I think he just opened the tournament with just some great Lysandra games.
He did. Game one, he was like flashing forward to hit the W on multiple people. Worked well for him. Unfortunately, this game result for Tricked would not put them in Challenger. They have the worst record against the other teams, so they can play spoiler for Misfits. That's the important thing to keep in mind here for those of you watching at home, and importantly to keep in mind both of the top tier mid picks that everybody has been banning. A banned again. Azir and Rise off the table.
Not a surprise, really. I mean, those, pretty much all of those have come out. Veigar, if you're just joining us, is just like, why are they banning Veigar? Yes, we saw it on LCK, but Katadar, he's a Veigar player, so he's one of the people who've really been practicing this pick, so going to be taking that one away from him.
Interestingly enough, from this group, these are the two players that played Vlad as well.
That's also true,
so Vlad's now a contested pick, everybody.
That's weird to say.
That is very weird to say. I don't know how I feel about that.
Okay, Ezreal going to be banned away from Yuki.
And that tells you they're looking for first pick Lucian. Like, it has to be. I mean, it's Critbud, Rhea. We saw his performance on Lucian. Now what you're doing in this situation is taking away the safe AD carry that wants to just sit back and farm up, and in the later game is going to be, you know, content to just poke down from that Ezreal. So now you're kind of reducing them onto something like a Sivir or a Misfortune if you're SK, or a Caitlyn is one of the other options. So still all very strong, but typically the Ezreal is that second tier AD carry.
True. Maybe you even go onto a Caitlyn if he wants to try and survive the laning phase, because like no hesitation, just pick up the Lucian right now, give it to Rhea, carry us. Like everyone praise the Danish Shrimp, just help us. We'll give you this offering of the first pick Lucian and just bring us to victory.
Well, we'll see if it does get them the victory. On the other side, we've got that flex coming in again. Every single time we see red side and Trundle's available, it's like, oh, I wonder whether a team's going to pick Trundle. Yes, they are.
Of course they are. First rotation, they're going to be picking up the Trundle. Kindred going to be locked in alongside that for Wisdom. Also being a high priority pick, but kind of gone down. It was weird, because in the first couple of days, people were prioritizing Elise more, and then it kind of petered off a little bit as like the old junglers came back, and then it's kind of been swapping back and forth. So it kind of just comes down to preference now for these junglers, and Wisdom's going to be picking away the Kindred, and Broxar is a good chance. Oh, it locked it in. So it's going to be the Graves as well. So actually just going back before like 6-9, just going completely back to like MSI.
Going to what we expected. Going into day one, not people randomly picking Elise and Gragas, as you were alluding to. So Tricked right now, I like that 3-pick combination that they've got here. You've got solid damage coming out of both your AD carry role and your jungle now, of course, with decent support when it comes to disengage. You've also got the pick kind of potential, the laning presence with the Lucian, with the Braum as well, so very difficult to fight around. Still, Misfits, of course, can put that Trundle down in the bottom lane or swap him up to the top, unless they lock that Maokai, which they have. And that means we're going to see Trundle as support.
Indeed. Maokai going top lane. We've seen weird things over, I guess, like today and yesterday, with like Fizz has gone jungle, Lulu I'm not going to count. We've seen Echo go jungle as well, but I think in this case, very unlikely we'll see either Trundle or Maokai, so most likely going to go into those roles. Sivir is going to be picked up actually against Rhea, so not going to go for Caitlyn, going to go for the Sivir here and just play around the composition, build up this front line, and just kind of run at Tricked and just try and murder them. And then waiting on this last pick. What's still available? So mid lane for them. So Lyssandra's taken away. Victor would rise in priority. Tricked could pick that here.
Whoa!
Zed would be cool. Lulu is going to be locked
there's
in.
There's locked in Swain.
And Swain, all right, sweet. Second one of the tournament. Actually.
Swain locked into the top lane. I didn't have the pleasure of casting it last time. That was yourself from Velius casting it from Phones.
Yeah.
Difficult to kill, but they dealt with it in the end because of that time where you just like let the culling hit him for a million years.
Like did they deal with him, or did Phones deal with himself?
That's
like
true.
That is kind of the key thing, because he had Zhonya's. Just need to hit the Zhonya's.
This is very similar to yesterday's composition, where you've got, you know, protection when it comes to the support, the mid lane for your AD carry. Now you've got somewhat of a threat coming from that top lane. Swain, if you ignore him, he will actually just murder your entire team. So it's another pick where there's some sense of relief for Rhea. Yesterday it was a Rise, not quite the same, I would argue. A little bit less damage perhaps, but a lot more difficulty in actually killing him. But that's where we find ourselves.
Indeed. Could still be Lulu top lane than Swain mid lane, but I think we're seeing more Swain top lane, funny enough. So last pick, there's the Victor. So I'd be very surprised if we got through an entire champion select without him picked or banned.
Yeah, I would completely agree with that. It's surprising that you don't that in a generic pick and bans it wouldn't have been the first on blue side, because it's blind pickable right now. But obviously with Trick, they like playing the protect the AD carry composition. Makes sense that they get the Lulu, and you know, Victor, he's going to be strong in that situation.
Yeah, of course. When all of these other high priority mid laners are taken away, like Victor's the no-brainer. So.
And what he offers here, additionally now to the Sivir, to the Maokai, you've got the Kindred, you've got a lot of damage threats that like to fight, like to team fight. You've got a, you know, Trundle to reduce any kind of resistances as well here. So there are certainly ways for Misfits to get very strong team fights in this game. Problem is, if they don't kill the Lucian very quickly, we saw yesterday what happens when Lucian gets ahead, stays ahead, and then you team fight around it. Triple kills galore.
Yeah, he kills everybody. And in this composition as well, they have a second threat of Finfin on the Swain. So even if you do focus down on the Lucian, then probably Swain is eating your backline. All of those birds just like coming out and Very interesting to see. His laning phase is really oppressive now with the bird. You just throw the bird down, and the bird stares you down, and then he just
Just like
kills
deals
you.
with the minions as well.
Yeah,
It's
it's
straight
crazy.
away.
Actually helps with last hitting because now it executes under a certain health. Because before it's just like you do it for the zap, and it was like I could get this minion, I might not. Who knows? It's down to the bird, and now you actually consistently get those last hits, so that's really cool. But yeah, fun to see Swain because I actually want to see more Swain because I don't think Phones did badly in his game.
No.
It wasn't down to the Swain pick doing badly, but we've generally seen the Swain into people who can't fight back.
So it's
Like a
interesting.
Maokai.
I'm having somewhat flashbacks because Maokai into Swain. I could go two ways. I could either quiz you on this and see if you remember last time we saw this matchup outside of this tournament,
All right, a little bit
or
scared.
I'll just tell you because when we were doing some casting about 2 years ago, Cabo. When he started playing in the top lane, started going, what deals with Maokai really well? Gragas and Swain.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, we'll play it. So long time ago, Swain, we saw in the
than
top
2
lane.
years ago,
It was like
but-
at least 2 years ago. So really interesting to see it kind of come back in that matchup again, because it's like, what beats Maokai's sustain in lane? Somebody that just, sustains forever and stays alive.
Wow, full circle, I guess. Yeah.
Full circle. Interestingly, I was kind of looking at the patch changes, thinking of which champions kind of had some of the weirdest tweaks because, as patches come out, there are lots of small tweaks and small differences.
Right.
Swain had a really kind of weird one that actually has a fair amount of impact on his scaling and his ability to survive through the game. He had a health growth stat increase per level of like 12 per level. And when you get to the later stages of the game,
a lot.
you've got like an extra ruby crystals worth of health just from that buff. So it means his tankiness is that little bit more improved, plus all the other buffs that Swain had, the rework, everything like that, makes him real tanky in the late game.
It's actually funny because he received like little buffs over time, and then he kind of went unnoticed. And then like the big changes, obviously, when the major update came out.
You know who else had little buffs for a while?
Who?
Echo.
Echo. Yeah.
Who
all
else has
scaling
been
as well.
dominant in the top lane? So certainly there are those picks that have been changed constantly. Kha'Zix is another one we haven't seen yet.
Unfortunately.
For you guys at home, we did have to have Fin reconnect into the game, so we are just waiting on the game to get started. It shouldn't be too long.
Indeed.
But I know it was just a small connection issue.
The funny thing about Echo, though, is in this tournament he's 2-6.
Yeah.
So he's actually just not been doing well at all. And one of his wins was when he was in jungle. So it's kind of weird.
That was a weird game.
It was, yeah, but actually worked really well. I was surprised. It just because they flexed the Trundle into top lane, so you got the favorable matchup into Poppy, and I was just like, okay, that's really smart. And then they just won every lane, so it was really good to see. This game, though, we've already spoken about the Swain into Maokai. Not a lot that Maokai's going to do in that lane other than get eaten by the bird. In jungle, I mean, we're actually kind of going back to before 6-9 with like the priority junglers being Graves and Kindred. Mid lane is kind of going to be a farm fest, honestly. Like Lulu Victor, what is there more to say? Maybe pre-6 you could see something by Lulu, but like once you get 6, Lulu's going to defend herself with ult. Selfie just doesn't have the burst to deal with that. Bot lane, I think, is where it's really at with Rhea, who is like the main carrier of Tricks. Again, they're going to be playing around him with the Lulu pick. And then Yuki and Dreams, they're not going to shut him down in laning phase with Trundle or Sivir, but they need to do something. So we might even see like a lane swap in this game or something.
I think it's very interesting when you talk about the Misfits bot lane. You mentioned Yuki and Dreams. I've actually been somewhat underwhelmed by Dreams and his performance because there was a lot of discussion coming into this about how good, substituting a player like that into a lineup, he should be able to cope with Challenger is what we heard from the support role. But it's not like he's done anything wrong. I just feel like he hasn't made any standout plays. He's not really had the chance to have that impact. Misfits, when they have been winning, has been a lot more about selfie and the way that he's setting up fights for everybody else to kind of take them down and get the last couple of kills. So I want to see more from Dreams. And if we do end up in standard lanes, I mean, it's difficult to lane against Lucian Braum.
Yeah.
Sivir, Trundle kind of want to go, okay, well, we'll clear out for a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not the game to show it.
Yeah, unfortunate. But maybe we will see more from Dreams. Still a player that I'm looking at. Again, Misfits are not out yet. A win here puts them top of the group.
Yep.
A loss here actually puts them out. It's an interesting scenario. We'll keep you guys updated throughout the day because of the ties being broken by the head-to-head. So as results come in, we'll give you exactly how they impact things.
Indeed. And yeah, I definitely agree with Dreams. But he's also kind of outshone because Selfie has turned up in a big way this tournament. Alfari has also done extremely well, and Wisdom in the jungle is also making plays. So I think it's difficult. And also there's been some pretty good bot lanes in this tournament, like Rhea, for example, who's facing right now. So it's difficult. But you can see the full compositions here. We are still a couple minutes out from getting in game. Swain going for the Deathfire Touch, which is what we're seeing from Swain's, out of sample size of 2. And in the bottom lane, Braum going for Strength of Ages. Okie dokie.
Yeah. So when you look at it, as I'm sure we'll be getting ready to get into game in a couple of minutes, as you said, still a connection issue on Finn Swain. When you look at this game, Tricked, as I said, running something very similar to yesterday, which I think is actually pretty good when you look at how the team all around plays. We talked about coming into this, they wanted to play the protect the AD carry compositions, but something that became a little bit more evident throughout, especially days 2 and 3, was Kassadar, when it came to setting up fights, was a little overeager at times, going in before the rest of his team was ready, and when it came to being just a pure damage source in team fights, somewhat unreliable on target selection. Was like, I've got it, guys, I'm running in, Let's got this. And it didn't always work out for the best. So, you know, I'm happy to see a bit of a change up that we've seen in the last couple of games for the team lineup. I really feel like if there's one player on the lineup that you can say can go forward and win the game, it is their AD carry of Critbud or Rhea. Deficio is going to kill me because every time I say it, Danish Shrimp is how it is. Can he go back to Critbud?
Yeah, that was very easy for English speakers to pronounce. It was like Critbud. Done.
It was nice. Very simple.
Rhea. Call him Shrimp.
Yeah, call him Shrimp.
But doing very well, though.
But then we get in trouble because there was the North American player Shrimp.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there's no winning scenario here for the British casters, but yeah, we'll keep horribly mispronouncing his name, I guess, for this game. I just want to see him turn up again because really the team has been built around him, and maybe if early on to the tournament they recognized that Rhea was like the big carry on the team, and they kept just doing Lulu comps around him and keep doing the protect the X comps, then maybe they could have netted a couple more wins and not been in a situation now where in that 4-way tie they unfortunately lose out because they don't have the head-to-head. So, yeah, it's difficult for the team, but as the tournament went on, they did recognize that Rhea is the way to go. The Rhea basket is a good one to put your eggs into.
Well, he's a little aggressive. I don't know if aggressive basket carrying is really where I want my eggs, but still can get you there in the end.
Yeah, well, we're about to be in-game, and we are in-game, with Tricked, Esports, and Misfits heading onto the Rift here. Misfits really want this win. They will get top of the group if they pick up this win here, putting them with 4 wins? 4 wins.
Yes, they would be 4-1 if Misfits get this win.
Indeed.
Now, I want to see how these lanes actually end up, because yesterday Tricked showed us a little bit of a weird rotation when it came to inverting a lane swap. I want to see Tricked in standard lanes because I want to see how well Rhea can actually lane. But at the same time, Tricked keep bringing out these weird things where they're like recall with bot lane to get him top lane to stop a push. So I think we're going to learn something either way, which is a good way of doing it. We're going to see whether Tricked can do standard lanes or whether they've got more crazy shenanigans in the lane swap for us.
It's a win-win scenario for us here in CSQ. And looks like we're not going to see too much go on here, but yeah, we're going to be standard lanes in standard lanes. Yeah.
I was going to say, how deep does this go? Is that in standard lanes?
No, I think that's as far as it goes, because like standard lanes are standard lanes, but you can also have standard lanes if you have the dual lanes in the top lanes. But these are the standard lanes where they're in bot lanes, so you dig?
I feel you. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, Rhea is going to be taking this bottom Krug here, along with his support. Most likely going to be taking that one away, and Broxar is going to be left by himself to take away this red buff. And we're not going to see any big shenanigans. And he's doing the most efficient route. If you are Graves jungler, you want to be going up to the top side. If you're on the blue side, you want to be going up and then down, and then kiting that one around. You can see how little damage that Broxar actually took away from that red buff, and there's very intricate things that you don't get taught in Graves Jungling Academy, but when you watch pro players do it, there's actually some very small things that make a good player.
So a little bit unfortunate for Finn, as we were talking about. He couldn't quite He had connection issues at the beginning of the game, and as you can see, did end up disconnecting from the game for just a few seconds. So we do run on a delay, so we don't actually see that disconnect. Don't worry, it's already happened. It's already past it, so just on the spectator side. However, this will, of course, affect his laning phase.
Yeah.
Disconnect now puts him behind. He was even late to lane, so it will be a tough early laning phase for Fin. Cassidy, though, thought he might have some sense of an advantage in that middle lane, but you can see the damage itself he managed to trade back onto him.
Yeah, the strength of Victor you can see, but as we mentioned in Champion Select, if we're going to see any action in that lane, it's going to be pre-6.
Oh, mid lane though.
Yeah,
what is happening mid lane?
A lot of people converging. Dreams came in, Wisdom came in. It's like, we want Cassidy dead, and he had to burn the flash. The unseen Trundle gank.
Oh, man. So, how that opened up was there was bottom lane pressure that was given out by Misfits. They actually forced Raya back into the lane to stop him from farming, and then Dreams roamed up. So it's a very non-standard play when you look at standard lanes, but top lane, in comes Rosa.
Alfari will have to dash away. That was really nice from Broxar, by the way. He dashed into the Maokai, so he couldn't gain more distance with Twisted Advance.
Yeah, exactly. And the non-standard bit is you always pretty much leave your support with your AD carry, so to expect the Trundle up in the mid lane was not exactly an easy read, but Cassidy only got his flash burned. It is still a nice pick, but didn't end up dying from it.
Yeah, not today. What do we say to Def? But he's good to go for now.
It's Wisdom.
Of course it is, because you're casting. The Cloud Drake curse. Yeah, I think you broke it yesterday, but I think we're back on the Cloud Drake hype train. But that always means that teams just don't care about Cloud Dragon. Cloud Dragon first. We generally don't see Dragon taken until like 18 minutes, and that means we don't cycle through the Dragon, so we don't get to actually get to a big reservoir before getting to Elder Dragon. And Cassidy, like when a Trundle ganks you that early on into the game, you're going to be more wary for the rest of your laning phase.
Yeah, you're like, well, I think they might be coming for me.
Yeah. I mean, the triple gank coming out, and he's no longer got the flash anyway. But Cassidy, when you're like a defensive control mid laner, you don't need to be aggressive. You don't need to go ham, because you're never going to really kill Selfie anyway. Bot lane's going to be trading off. Fiddle going to bring up the shield. Be aggressing on towards them. Broxar's coming in from the top side. Going to get the concussive blows off onto Dreams. He's going to be ignited down. Yuki's going to be backing off and gets hit by the smoke screen. End of the line doesn't quite connect with the tower, but wouldn't have been enough damage regardless. Misfits do escape with the lines in the bottom lane, but a lot of summoners burnt.
Double summoners burnt by Yuki because I'm going to attribute this to Raya, but maybe a little off the mark on this. He kind of adapted how they were going to trade in that scenario, knowing he was getting a gank coming up. So he dashes forward into the trade, lands a couple of autos, and the spell shield is popped by Yuki because he doesn't want to eat the piercing light, because that's going to affect his laning phase. He's going to take too much damage. Because the spell shield's down, Yuki on the retreat has to blow both his flash and his heal to stay alive, because he can't block any of the damage coming out from that Graves Q. So, you know, interesting just to see how that laning was adapted. We were talking about how to trick lane 2 versus 2. Now we bring a jungler in, so just, you know, one of those things you don't always see happen. You know, sometimes you see an AD carry just throw all the damage out at once against the Sivir and let it all get spell shielded.
I mean, it's very tempting to do that.
It is.
Yeah, playing it smart in this laning phase. Wisdom is going to be heading onto this first mark of the Kindred for himself. Actually, he's got 2 already. He's been doing really well. Broxar is going to be heading after him. But he has the mark on top of him, so I don't think he wants to be here anymore. Cassidy is going to turn the corner.
TP comes
in with the Gledlands, doesn't quite connect. Here comes the TP, as you just mentioned, in from Alfari. Great timing, getting out from the Never move. And Selfie coming in from the mid lane. That's going to be first blood to Wisdom. Kill onto Cassidy. Didn't get the mark, but still going to be happy with the kill.
Oh man, Cassidy was only about a quarter of the level away from his 6. Fiddle, Q gets blocked. That's going to spell the end of that trade. Only a quarter of the level away from level 6, and Cassidy came up through the river, turns the corner, and ends up kind of between 3 members of Misfits. It's been a very good start for Misfits when you look at it. Only a couple of summoners burned here and there, mainly down in that bottom lane trade for the Misfits, and generally they've been getting themselves laning advantages. It's only since that bottom lane trade that Lucian has actually extended that CS lead even further. But look at the top lane advantage that Misfits have.
Almost 20 farm over to Alfari. It's not what you usually expect from a Maokai.
Yeah, but at the same time, as I say it, I kind of remember that there was that disconnect issue at the beginning of the lane, so it has that ripple effect. So I expect FinFin to get some of that back, but certainly it wasn't made any easier by that disconnect.
Yeah, I think the ripple effect is worth mentioning because people are like, "Wow, he only missed 4 farm," but yeah, it's how it affects the rest of the laning phase from there.
He's got a big stack of minions pushing into him as well because Alphari teleporting into that fight couldn't really stick around in the top lane after, so recalls back after just getting a couple more CS to get his items. Now we'll see exactly how this laning phase goes.
That's the
that's
cannon
sad.
minion.
When you're behind, that's even worse.
Yeah, it's so much
I've
gold.
gotta get it. I've gotta get it.
No, it's 2 minions worth. But Wisdom, he's walking into the top lane, but doesn't really see the opportunity to kill FinFin right now. He is level 6 as well, so it's a little harder to gang at Swain without Swain just turning around and birding him.
He spent a lot of time in Brosar's jungle as well. Been into the bottom jungle multiple times now, looking for the top side as
Get
well.
out of my jungle.
Oh, Wisdom got it.
Taken away. Wisdom, he is still marking
It's another
Broxar,
mark.
so yeah. What's he up to right now? He's got 4. It's 8 minutes in and he has 4 marks
That's
for the Kindred.
ridiculous. Like, that is actually...
That's what you see at like 15 minutes.
Yeah, you almost never see that. That is a fortunate Kindred.
Yeah.
I mean, it's standard lanes, so he does have the opportunity to do that a
True,
little
but-
more easily. You don't get RNG'd out by having a strong side
Right.
and a weak side. But still, it's unheard of.
Because Broxar, usually he would have taken some of those camps away,
Yeah.
or they set up a trap for him, but yeah, he's been doing very well this game. He can get 2 more from his passive, actually, from Wolf.
Okay, they pinged the ward. Oh no, wait, it was red side pinged the ward. So Graves just ran over the pink.
Huh.
Didn't ping it.
Ruh-roh. Oh, it's going to be fine, because there's actually no one in that area to collapse.
Okay, now
Cassadar
Cassadar.
comes down, and with Victor behind him, it's okay. Wisdom's still in the area. Both of them are going to go away.
Okay. So, a little bit of turnabout's fair play on the jungle invades, as Tricked are going to look for the blue buff.
Yeah, it's not going to be even really contested here by Wisdom, so not too bad, but ultimately, Wisdom's always going to come out ahead when it comes to those things because he gets those marks.
The exchange, though, is Selfie having the ability to push mid lane in, force Lulu to lose a couple of farm now. Selfie, was actually recalling, but cancels his recall. I was wondering whether now was about the time for his first buy timing. 1,700 gold currently on Selfie, so he is going to miss his second buy timing. It is, so a little interesting. He's 500 gold in the pocket up on Cassadar, though, so there is, that little bit of extra coming from the CS lead.
Yeah, fairly decent. Raya, he's going to be heading up from his lane. Instant ping comes down from Wisdom, actually. He sees his next mark in the bottom side, and that's now pinged by Trick. So it's like, we've given him 4, we can't give him another one in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Man, that's going to be really frustrating if this Kindred keeps stacking up. Does he change it over to Swain yet? Does he give the game away?
Well, flash by Alphari, he's going to be going deep on this when Wisdom's coming into the fight. FinFin lands a good never move onto one target, but ultimately it's not going to be enough. He is licensing a lot of damage, but eventually Alphari will take him out. 3 greater than birds in that trade. 10 farm ahead and a kill.
Yeah, this early on it is not going to be enough for Swain to just utilize that ultimate and, get all of the health back from the damage done. So FinFin going to need more time to get tanky and stack up. Needs a couple of items really under him before he can start wading into any kind of fight and just sit there. We talked earlier about how difficult the 2 versus 2 could end up being for the Sivir and the Trundle. Look at the gap that has opened up just from those summoners being down early. 30 CS in standard lanes has just been, put between Raya and Yuki 60. So that's a big, big difference at this point, and it's going to kind of have the same ripple that we've seen from the top lane ending up being behind, now transferring that into a kill. Of course, this Lucian we've spoken about gets the power to fight a little earlier. The Ghostblade build is cheaper than the old Essence Reaver build, so you end up getting 2 items faster, and will have the ability to fight a little bit sooner.
All those spikes are nice, and see on the opposite side, I believe that is the Lost Chapter, actually.
Yes.
I always want to call it like Forgotten Tomb or something. I guess it's the same kind of thing, but Lost Chapter out from Selfie.
And that's an interesting one because we've seen a lot of people going Abyssal first on Victor. Of course, Lost Chapter is kind of the precursor to the Morellonomicon.
Yep.
So won't quite have... Whoa, bottom lane.
Oh, Fiddle is going in bot lane. There's going to be the TP coming out, but Dreams is already dead. Selfie is here in the bottom lane, but the last tower shot, Fiddle's going to go down, and Dreams actually killed him with the Subjugate. Broxar going to change the Storm's focus over to Cassadar, and that will be the end of that engagement. Supports are traded.
Yeah, it was tricked going a bit deep for that. Did not really anticipate the TP coming out, but both mid laners actually use their TP and now have to run all the way back up. A little unfortunate for Yuki. His auto attack had already connected for the kill and was getting that last little bit of damage out, and then he flashed forward to kill Fiddle. So it's Summoner used perhaps when he didn't need to. It had already bagged him the kill. So could be a situation where Yuki now can't farm again, because that's what's been making it difficult for him in that bottom lane. Don't want to get caught out by the Braum.
Just because they got those kills on the bottom side and they had the recall timings, it will be the Cloud Dragon going over to Trick. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have prioritized it there. Fiddle is... they actually keep the pink ward alive on 1 health, so that will regen.
Will regen up. So this was the engage. Braum goes in. This was Brozar here as well, so pretty much everybody was dead by the time the mid laners appear. Cassadar, I'm actually not really sure why he completes his TP in this situation, because the rest of the Trick are already backing away. Could have looked for a further advantage, so a bit of a weird one. The fight was already done, but as you alluded to, Cloud Drake taken afterwards. He was able to help with that. Infernal is the second Drake of this game.
Probably will be a fight over that one.
Yeah, you probably don't want that to go over to either comp, really, when you look at the Sivir the Victor with that Infernal as well, or the Lucian.
Yeah, not really.
They did just manage to take that bottom lane tower, though.
They did. Then again, Tricked have just kind of let Wisdom have his way with his marks, so maybe we'll just be like, you want Dragon? You can take it. How is Wisdom actually doing? I want to check back in on his mark count. Still on 4 as we get to 14 minutes in, but he's been getting a lot of value out of having so much damage just early on into the game. And he's also got the Blood Razor, so that's another 4% of the target's max health. So he is actually doing a lot of damage because his passive is another 1%, I believe, per stack. Their attacks deal 5% of the current enemy health, so 9% auto attack.
It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of health going.
At least one's current damage and one's max health, but it's still quite bad.
Yeah, that is pretty true. Hang on, did Wisdom... It is Wisdom that has been given Glimpse of the Void because of that. Normally you would see it given over to the top laner because of the dominance it can give you in a 1 versus 1 situation when split pushing, but Maokai, not exactly the pinnacle of 1v1 split pushing, so give it over to Kindred and this happens.
This is why Rhea is getting eaten alive by Wisdom, but he's turned around with the culling. Gonna have to use Lamb's Respite, and Fiddle is here. He's gonna keep up the pressure. Now, Dream's coming out. Fiddle is now under attack, and Wisdom's going to return the damage. Rhea is so low, but he's going to jump back in with the support of the Lulu. That is why they picked that champion up, but Dreams is going to find the kill here. Now, Selfie coming in from the mid lane. Alfari's coming in from the side. He pops Fiddle down, and the Storm is still surging. Finds the second kill. Alfari will be the one to claim that, and that'll be a 3-1 advantage, Misfits.
So Misfits may have invested their jungler at first into that. Thought it was a 1v1. In come the rest of Tricked to at least kind of even it up to begin with. Then Misfits commit everything to turn the fight. Ultimately, look at this though, with Brozar pushing in the bottom lane, nobody is going to be able to stop him in time. It's the turret going over to Tricked. They're going to get a little bit of gold back in this game, but they are still further behind. Oh, I thought Brozar was actually going to get that, but he got turret aggro and had to back himself away. That's a bit of a mistake at that situation, because that turret should really have gone down, but he had to be careful. People were closing in around him. So here's the beginning of this fight. So Wisdom has a lot of damage. I don't know whether you knew that, Pulse. You'd kind of been counting the stacks, plus the Rift Herald as well. Fiddle with maybe the MVP play to just get in the middle of him, just break up the fight and then re-engage it himself. Wisdom, unfortunately, did not have enough damage just to deal with Fiddle as well. So Rhea goes back into the fight. And from him, Misfits actually end up taking the rest of it because Selfie comes along and realizes his ultimate does a lot of damage. So you can't really stand around in Victor's ult range for all that long. Bot tower did not go down. Brozar is still on the bottom side of the map, but did not manage to get that pick. Victor's even around here now. Oh, on the gravity field.
Selfie. Such good setups on the gravity fields, and Wisdom's just dancing around Broxar. The Q's gonna follow him.
No, he's out. Oh my god.
I need to go back and see how much health he was on.
Brozar, that was... oh, hang on, Wisdom's chasing him. Where's he going to recall? Don't recall in that bush, Brozar! No!
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Ooh, thank God he wasn't shopping.
Yeah.
That would have been... that's the worst time to shop in a situation like that.
Okay, he's good. He's good.
It's pretty nice. I think he like dashed away as Selfie was kind of trying to box him in, going downwards, and
Yeah.
nice little escape. Trick's still behind in this game by still a considerable amount, but Misfits and Tricked are trading outer towers right now, cross-mapping each other. So how much did he survive by Pulse? Have you got that yet?
I'm trying to find it. Oh, we're about to find
Okay.
out. Okay.
Okay,
Give me like 10 seconds.
I'll give you a few seconds because I'm watching the Selfie gravity field on your screen here as well. It's pretty nice. We're actually going to find out. Observers are going to get there, and then you'll have the answer for us. So, Selfie preemptively gravity fielding. Really, Brozar should be dead here. Wisdom, because he jumps up over the wall, actually costs them the kill on that situation. If Wisdom jumps to the left and cuts off the escape route of Brozar...
You can't blame him. He was trying to style on him.
No, I think it's fine because you're like, Selfie, you got that, right?
Yeah.
Your Q auto follow-up
good.
totally's got this. Understandable.
So he was on 3 health.
3.
Yeah.
3. Can you...
Calculated play.
If Wisdom had one more stack.
That's true.
One more stack. Oh, also, because he wasn't on his own, Wisdom didn't have Glimpse of the Void.
That's
active
true.
Either.
So it's Selfie's fault for helping.
Yeah, Selfie should have run away and be like, get the buff, get the buff.
Damn. Well, Selfie's setups have been really good though. Like that was the second gravity field, which has just like led a target like 2 seconds before they got there. So been really impressed by the setups on the Z in this game. Only 18 minutes into this one, 2 and 6. A lot of kills have actually gone down. It feels like there's been more action actually than 8 kills, but still there's been a lot of fights. Misfits have a pretty strong gold lead.
Yeah.
They didn't pick up the first dragon, remember, but the next one is Infernal, so that's one they want to really fight over.
And a lot of their lead has not only come from the fighting, but the farming.
Again, Casadar gets locked down by the Eve. That was a lot of resources used on Selfie.
A lot of resources, but it could end up worth it here because he was the majority of their wave clear. Only a small minion stack pushing in here. Trundle can't afford to push up. And Civ is back in the base. So they actually needed Selfie to wave clear this out. Wisdom dashes forward. This should be going over.
What? It's going to be close. Finally goes down.
Civ
Yuki's
wants it.
on the hunt. I'm not sure if they really want this fight. Wisdom, he's going to be blocking this one up. Good guy Dreams. Wisdom has to use the ultimate there to try and get the heal down and make sure he doesn't die. Alfari's closing in from the right-hand side, but Fin is going to block him off as he rejoins the rest of his team. Dragon is just spawning in 5 seconds, which is very convenient.
Yeah, very convenient and just pretty nice timing for Tricked overall when you look at it. I mean, in that situation, Selfie gets picked off and it has a ripple effect because they get the tower very easily. That gives them the position on the jungle to now take the Infernal Drake as well. And that is the second dragon now for Tricked. They've got Infernal, they've got Cloud. We're going into the steampunk era, apparently.
I like it. That was a cool angle, but they used a lot of resources. They used Fiddle's Ignite and Flash and old Broxar's ultimate, but hey, they got a tower, they got the kill and the dragon, so really well played by Trick, getting everything they can from that play, and then kind of evening the scoreboard just a little bit. Misfits will be getting a tower in the top lane as Yuki takes this one down, and also a blue buff over to Selfie, so trading tit for tat, and Fiddle and Rhea onto Wisdom. He is very caught out, and Broxar is going to be cutting off the escape route. So he got the top tower, but didn't really want to be running that way.
That depressing feeling when you can see the 3 stacks on the Braum passive, and you're like, I'm out if there's nobody there. And in comes the jungler from the bottom side and gets the last auto. Yuki's been chased a long way down the lane. Perhaps a little bit of an overcommit by Tricked, knowing that Yuki still having this flash available, but now they can secure the topside jungle, can secure the vision, and maybe look to set up kind of baits, but it's a little early on in the game to be looking for Baron. Tricked are still also behind in this game, so it's not the kind of play they really have the opportunity to make either, so you can understand why they wouldn't.
The guy that Trick are playing around has all of the kills, so at least that is going very well for them. 4, 1, and 0, has a decent amount of farm, is on 2 items at 20 minutes into this game. So pretty much everything is going according to plan, or for Trick's plan in this game. You can see 8,000 gold. He's exactly 1,000 gold ahead of Yuki. So hopefully he can make it count, but we'll see when it comes to mid-game and when they start skirmishing again. They just got to be really scared of Wisdom, because last time we saw Rhea and Wisdom go head-to-head, Wisdom just wrecked him.
That is a true statement, Pulse. I was thinking to
video
myself,
evidence.
I'm trying to like think in my mind of what point Plan B, which is Fin has to actually take over in this game, if he does at all. Because, you know, Plan B does tend to be the better one, because...
Is it?
That's an old joke from a Flash cartoon, but people probably won't
Whoosh.
get that. Whoosh. You're actually probably older than the decline of video gaming series.
Really? Oh.
Probably. I mean...
That's a surprise. Usually people tell me this is like, you weren't even born. And I was like, that's true.
Just about, I
Just
think.
about, okay.
Just.
Maybe Passports watched it at some point, but don't really remember that one. I'm sure someone will get the reference and tweet at you. Yuki is pushing in the mid lane now, and pretty much, yeah, all of the outer turrets have gone down, so that's actually a large expanse of space where everyone's just trying to set something up. Misfits, they were trying to set up a death rush, but that was warded out by Fiddle. That was a good pillar by Dreams, and Yuki will return a bit of damage, but it's kind of poking right now, a lot of posturing, but no real fights.
Really interesting what Selfie's done here, as we actually have a fight.
Oh, and Alfari in from the backside as well. We'll be locking down Katsadar. He drops for the first kill of the fight. Wisdom's going to be saved out by his own ultimate. And just a fast kill to Misfits.
Yeah, fast, simple kill. Misfits now looking for the middle lane. And Selfie stayed on that lost chapter. Built himself the Rallies on top of it. So did not go for the Morellonomicon early on. Didn't opt for the Abyssal either. So typically what happens when you get these Rallies Victors come out is it's to start setting up picks, set up and deny people running away. Wisdom's in a lot of trouble.
Rhea styling on him. The flash to complete the culling. That was actually really cool to see.
We'll see whether that punishes him though, because he now obviously is having to play a protect comp with your AD carry that doesn't have an escape ability.
Nope.
It has just a dash now. So that could come back to haunt him just for that single kill.
The rest of the team are going to have to be meat shields for him now. Catstar going to use the ultimate. But outside of that, Fiddle is probably going to have to use his life to body block for
Look at Trick,
Rhea.
they're like, we got this low earlier, guys. We've totally got this tower.
Yes!
Nice.
All
Don't
right.
even need minions. Problem is,
Oh no,
Roxar's
Roxar,
caught.
he's by himself. But, actually not
They don't wanna
aggressive on
commit.
that one.
Misfits going on Kassadar first. Selfie's like, I've got one.
He's gone fishing and he's found a Lulu. And gets the E out, will finally be finished off by Dreams, but now the full fight is opened up, but Trick are completely split. Rhea and Fin, the damage dealers, are over the wall trying to do what they can, but as soon as Misfits drop low, they're just going to back off.
Triggs right now are in a situation where Rhea needs to get damage, so he has to get over the wall, but he doesn't want to because nobody else can join him.
Oh, they got the slow onto Fin. He is a dead man bird, and Rhea is left alone. He is the one-man army without an army, and he's just going to be running away. The great escape of Rhea. At some point, I feel like Wisdom's going to chase him down, though. And Selfie gets the slow. This is the start.
No mana,
He's
though,
still
on
running.
Selfies. We can't get the second one.
Gets the slow. Wisdom is going to have to pop his ultimate, but Rhea will stay alive for a little bit. Took 5 people, but eventually he'll go down.
Yeah, Rhea will end up dying, so Flash wouldn't have even helped him in that scenario.
Yeah, that's true.
Real weird fight as Tricked and Misfits actually exchanged sides of the map around the Dragon Pit there. So, first it all starts on Broza, and then Lulu comes down and into the fight. And again, Selfie, look, Gravity Field is out, so this time it's zoning Kassadar away. Kassadar has to deal with the ultimate damage that's coming from Victor. We know how frustrating that can be, and taking Kassadar out of the fight means that there's no real way of Lucian getting into this and surviving, because down goes his jungler and down goes a lot of his peel here, forced to flash into the pit. Fin is just not getting anything done. This is out of the range of a lot of Swain's damage here. Only really the bird is trying to attack Dreams at that point. And then he said the one-man army is without an army as he's running through the bottom lane. Tends to be what happens if you have a one-man army, Pulse. He doesn't tend to have much more of an army, but
I said that and I was like, I don't know what I'm saying.
I was like, it's okay. I'll just bring it up in a couple of minutes and it'll be fine. Infernal Drake, though.
That was Baron, though, picked up by Misfits. So I'm not going to say not worth. However, Tricked have 3 of the 3 dragons that have spawned in this game. So if they prolong this game and pick up an Elder Dragon later, then maybe they can get some more value out of it than the Baron that just went down. But for the next 3 minutes and a half, they're going to have to try and defend. You know what are you waving your pen at, Stress?
You know what the next dragon is, Pulse?
What?
Infernal. If Tricked get 3 Infernal Drakes and a Cloud,
wow.
that's going to be pretty difficult to deal with. So as long as they don't kind of lose out too hard to Misfits push here, who Misfits have a good advantage right now. Just over 6,000 gold is their lead. Tricked actually still have an outside chance. When you look at like the possibility of getting a pick or any kind of fight into an Elder Drake down the line, Elder Drake compounding 3 Infernal Dragons and a Cloud Dragon means you just run at people and they die.
Yeah.
So there's an outside chance if Misfits don't kind of end the game before that happens.
Yeah.
But certainly Misfits have the lead still and can easily deny the Infernal Drake that comes up next. So still...
True. I mean, it's not like a far-off possibility getting to 35 minutes and taking down an Elder Dragon, but it's down to Trick's ability to stall out and wave clear.
Yeah.
And it's still going to be tough because, I mean, Raya, like, his attacks are doing very little against these minions coming out, and Misfits are slowly chunking down these towers. I was a little unfortunate by Yuki, didn't get the spell shield, but not going to matter too much in this push.
His attacks also won't be doing too much to the likes of a Maokai right now either. 405 has put Maokai on a whole bunch of items. Nearly has has the makings of an Iceborne Gauntlet right now. Nearly has it complete. Ooh.
Bit of trading here.
But what Raya has got is a Phantom Dancer, and we saw this earlier actually in LCK. I believe it was in the Afrika game where the Lucian... Well, it looks like we had the start of a fight. TLDR on the Phantom Dancer, he's just going to take less damage from the Maokai and any tanks that's diving him, so he stays alive a little bit longer.
Cool. Glad we got that one out, but the mid turret is going to die. There was no one defending from Tricked, and that will be taken out by 2 members from Misfits. And now that the middle inhibitor is exposed, bot tower is also being slowed down, or taken down by Alfari. It was Raya who was being slowed down by the sapling. And they should be able to pick this up. Alfari's not really going to care about tanking this for a couple seconds. 12 to 5 in kills, 6 to 4 in towers. And Misfits got their value out of that Baron.
And keep in mind, for Misfits, a win here puts them in the first seed of Group A.
Yeah.
Going into the finals on Friday. So it's a very, very important game for them. Obviously, having that advantage going on to Friday's games is always nice. They then play the second seed from Group B. But they've got to close this game out. Misfits, their Baron buff is expired, and or is about to expire. It's like 10 seconds away.
All right. So when is Dragono? Got probably another couple minutes until Infernal spawns. There's going to be 3 and a Cloud Dragon. So what does that mean? Is that a Firestorm? You then become Firestorm?
No, because you need 2 people with the
thingies?
Things that allow you to merge to be Firestorm.
Okay, alright. Well,
TP
they can find that as well.
Used, and TP out from Fin.
I'm out. Okay, we made it.
That was an interesting sequence. Yeah. Selfie TP's halfway down the lane. No CC junglers. Like, I've got this.
Guys, I'll close him off. You just take him out. We don't have any CC. So, yeah, teleports exchanged. I don't think I've ever really seen that before.
That was a fun one. But for Misfits right now, they did a lot of damage to the base. When you look at how they pushed in, the Victor managed to get the inhibitor turret down. The rest of Misfits got the bot inner, so it's only a matter of time now before they continue to push in. We'll see how Misfits can get enough done, or whether they push the pause button, pull back for that Infernal, and then look for
the Elder. Yeah,
an Elder later. Yeah, it's a long way off though.
It is. 5 minutes is a lot of time in League of Legends, and especially when a team is so far ahead in this game, such as Misfits. Rare just face planted the wall. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on that Dragon. Baron is not up for a little bit. And look how tanky Alfari is. 4-0 and 5. That is just like the Maokai dream. If Maokai players really have dreams, I mean, like, really it's just like, how tanky can I get in this game? Sunfire Cape, Spirit Visage, Iceborne Gauntlet, another armor item coming out after that. He's just not going to die.
He's just not going to die. Even with 2 Black Cleavers on the other side, he just... try and shred it down.
We even seen Alfari drop low in this game?
No, not really. And from there, he's got the Spirit Visage, the passive as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like, oh, how do you deal with the 3.5 item Maokai? You don't.
Yeah.
Really.
I mean, he'll survive maybe to the end of the fight, and then, yeah, you're still going to have to deal with him. So.
Exactly. It's like, if Alfari dies, either he's made a horrendous mistake, or he's taken 5 people's worth of damage and they've killed the rest of your team.
Exactly.
So, I'm not too worried about Alfari's 0 death column turning to a 1 anytime soon.
Good KDA for this game. But how are Trick going to make this work? I mean, it's really about stalling, but having that middle inhibitor exposed is really not helping the cause. And if they want the dream play to happen, then they're going to have to step out of the base to try and get the dragon. And Misfits know this, so they're setting up for it.
3 Infernals, the dream.
Yeah.
Look at the wards, though, that are set up. Alfari's just waiting to TP. Wisdom's still not quite with the team, so if this does start off, there is a moment where this fight can kick off.
Oh, Fiddle is kind of split off from the team. Finfin as well. Alfari's going to come into this fight. Rhea now coming out. He is the hope for this team to make this work. Fiddle's already gone down. Finfin is trying to do all that he can. Castard's in the pit. He'll also die. And now the Infernal is just going to go over to Misfits. But that's 3 members being picked up by Misfits. Now they're chasing after Broxar. They'll be finding their 4th kill of this fight. And they may actually just close the game off of this. They've got a minion wave in the mid lane. Broxar's dead. Rhea is going to try and escape. Dreams is coming after him, looking for that pillar. I don't think he's in range, and Rhea's going to jump away. But still, 4 members down for Misfits. And Misfits will be pushing into this base. How long have we got? 20 seconds on the next respawn past Fiddle.
Well, look at how tanky Alfari is right now. If they want to walk this minion wave, all he's got to do is take the first 2 or 3 shots here, and they can just walk under the turret. They're going to wait for the wave anyway. This is going to be the game.
They're going to push in. This is the first Nexus turret falling. Fiddle's trying to do all that he can. Castar's about to respawn, but Misfits, they're going to close in here and move on to some of these targets, but they should be able to get this Nexus, and Misfits find the first place in Group A.
It was touch and go for Misfits throughout the last couple of days. You know, a rough loss kind of stumbled them ever so slightly, but 4 wins on the board locks their first spot, and that means that the representative for the ESL UK Premiership, the UK and Ireland, is going to hold first spot in the Challenger Series qualifiers, which
Crazy.
I'm looking at you and I'm like, I didn't think I'd say that statement, but certainly they've played like the best team out of Group A. I think you could argue LP, but LP had some weird losses.
I think so too, and also LP, when you were coming into the tournament, you weren't expecting them to really be up there. And when you look at the group and you have Fnatic 1 and 4, not what anyone was expecting. Even Trick, maybe to a certain extent, 2 and 3. Melty as well. A lot of people were expecting them to do well, considering their past performances in other tournaments against like the likes of Millennium, for example, who did very well last split. And then SK Gaming, people actually had lower expectations for coming out of the last split. So it's just been topsy-turvy, I guess, in Group A at least.
And that locks Group A now. For everything for Group A is completed. Misfits are in first spot, 4-1 record. SK will take the 2nd spot out of Group A because of their win over Low Priority earlier today. That means Low Priority, Tricked, Melty and Fnatic Academy will not be making it into Challenger Series at all. They have not progressed into the finals on Friday.
Yeah, so we will no longer have the 4-way head-to-head craziness that happens on Thursdays, so no extra VODs there, but yeah, it's surprising how it all kind of shook out for Group A. I just wasn't expecting the scenario.
Because that had LP were Seed 1 EU West coming out, and we were like, well, that's going to be the team.
Yes.
That comes from EU West Open Qualifier. Like, that is going to be the team that is going to basically win that group. Maybe there was a chance of it being the CS qualified teams being SK.
Right.
But no, it was Misfits. They did adjust their lineup after the first day, as they wanted to play with the lineup that they'd registered, but needed to play with the ESL UK Premiership lineup. But still, like, that's a big win for Misfits. Now they're only 1 series away potentially from being in Challenger Series for summer.
Yeah, it's also the fact that LP were #1 on the table coming into today. And they were just like, we just needed 1 win to make it. And then they got leapfrogged. So, yeah, it worked out real badly for LP.
I mean, that's the problem, right? Is if you are at the top, but you lose 2 crucial games, or even if you lose 1, there is a potential that, you know, crazy things
if they
could
stay
happen.
in the top 4, yeah.
But, I mean, man, that is... it's got to be tough for LP. You're looking at their early performances and then how it ends up. Tough. Yeah. But Melty, with the important victory over them, really has secured that they're, you know, tumble out of the group.
They actually got blue shelled.
Yeah, they did get blue shelled.
Wow.
Wow. Thinking about it that way, that's rough.
Yeah, they really got kaboomed in that one. That feels really bad coming into the final day. They were so close, so close. Well, with that third game complete, we're going to take a quick break as we set up for the next game between G2V and 4G. So don't touch that browser. We'll be back in just a bit. Welcome back to the 2016 EUCS Summer Qualifiers, and as we get into at least the last game that I'm casting today in Game 4 of Day 5, let's take a look at those lineups. So on the blue side of the Rift is going to be G2 Vodafone with Sendo in the top lane, Inkos in the jungle with Mini Duke in the mid lane, and So Falco in the bottom lane.
So Falco.
I only just realized that today, and I was like, that's fantastic. As the tournament's gone on, this team is actually looked better and better, at least as individuals. Like, Falco's had turned up, So turned up on day one. Sendo has had really good Gnar games, but when they come together as a team, it hasn't always been enough to actually net them wins.
No, I think that's been one of the biggest problems, is their teamwork. We thought looked to be so good coming into it, and then day one, day two was like, ooh, maybe they can team fight. Yeah. It's kind of fallen a little bit apart the last couple of days. I just haven't really been convinced by a lot of what G2 Vodafone have been trying to do, at least. And when you compare them to their opponents now, it could be a tough game for them, because taking them on today, it's going to be Team Forge on the red side with Mimic in the top lane, Taiki in the jungle, Jizuke in the mid lane, Gap and Hiva round out the lineup as AD carry and support. And, you know, we speak about G2V perhaps not being able to play team fights, or at least just as a team too well. Yesterday, 4G played against Kick, who were leading their group, and we're like, well, we're just going to pick like Alistair. We're going to just go ham. Sivir, Alistair, just jump in the mid lane, put a Gnar in there, everybody just dive in.
Yeah, and it worked out really well. Jizuki, for example, went absolutely huge on Vladimir, if you remember. We were like kind of doubting him, and then he went 9-0 and 3.
Yeah.
And it was just like, okay, it's fine, it's fine. You just play whatever you want. Morgana mid, great. Vladimir, just do it. Like, just do whatever you want to do.
Yesterday,
just do it.
you said tomorrow.
And Jizuki,
tomorrow would be too late.
Yeah, it would be. But maybe tomorrow was today, and he's going to bust something else out. I want to see just something new in the mid lane. Vladimir has kind of risen up in popularity. And yeah, what else have we seen? Nothing really new.
I
like
mean,
Victor, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, just
back.
as a team, though, it was not necessarily new picks that reinvigorated this team. It was Hiva coming back.
Yeah.
We had the first 2 days with Den, supporting for them. Now Hiva's there with the "let's always dive at all times" plays, which are good and bad.
Yeah.
Mostly good, though, in yesterday's game versus Kick. There was a lot of diving mid lane and just going straight in.
Well, Hiva goes crazy, right?
Yeah.
But, like, is calculated crazy. Whereas, like, you know when Clyde just dives the tower and dies?
Not
like,
clinically insane.
Right. But then he still goes ham and just goes in for the engage all the time, but it always works out. So maybe he is insane, but it just works. But it's fine. As long as it works, it does well.
That's fair.
Let's get into game. I remember Vedios was saying yesterday maybe we'll even see some targeted bans towards Hiva, because every time he gets Alistair, he just goes like ridiculous.
I'm gonna be sad if there's an Alistair ban. I'm gonna be honest. I just
would
don't
too,
feel like it's
because
ban-worthy.
yes, going into the tournament, we're like, look at the Alistair nerfs. Everyone's talking about how he's dropping down in priority, and then like Hado has like a couple games where he doesn't do well, and it's like, okay, the theory that Alistair's not so good anymore is true, and then Hiva turns up.
The thing is, a lot of it's about warding, right? Is making sure that the Alistair can't easily get to
a
you.
flank, yeah.
So we'll see exactly if he does get locked in, if he does get banned. I hope he doesn't. But speaking of bans, 2 that we would expect. 1 very similar to our last game that we were casting, where it's an AD carry ban, just to put the pressure down. See if it'll be a first pick Lucian if G2 want to opt that way.
Yeah, so Ryze, Azir, and Lissandra are kind of like the trifecta of bans that we see almost every game out from the mid lane from both teams. Sivir going to be aimed towards Gap, just stop him from just farming all game.
And the other side is stop one of those real momentum tools that Forge just go, okay, just hit the button and go.
Yeah.
That's a lot of what they have been playing.
For sure, because the Sivir has often been facilitating the engage from Forge, so it makes it a little bit harder for them just to run at you and go for like an Alistair combo. Nidalee going to be aimed at Taiki. Did have some good games on that champion. Bard aimed at Falco. I mean, he had a really good Bard game.
Yeah.
But Falco's also had good Alistair games, so maybe Alistair will be a contested pick here. Lucian's still available for a first pick. Trundle is still available for a first pick.
Sad to see Bard go. Saw a good game earlier in LCK with Bard. Some pretty sweet plays. Not going to be a Renekton first pick. Nope. Absolutely not. As you said, a couple of picks. Trundle is available. Braum is up. Lucian is up. Junglers are up as well, both of them. So maybe you don't have to rush for one of them. Unless you really want the Kindred, I guess.
Interesting. Leaves a lot open. Trundle is open.
Lucian is open.
Lucian's open.
Lucian Trundle would be the lock-in we've seen time and time again.
Yeah,
on
but
red
usually
side
you take one away first. So.
Usually, but we've seen, depending on which team it is, we've seen different priorities. Like if available on this first rotation red side, this is like the lock-in for 6-10. We've learned it's like, oh, flex it and take the Lucian. Like
perfect.
Flex the Trundle.
I mean, it couldn't get better really for Team Force. So simple lock-in. G2 now looking towards their next 2 picks. So they have the Kindred, and yeah, just trying to play upset here with Team Forge. And what are they going to prioritize? What's Miniduke been good on? He's been good on Lissandra, which has been taken away. LeBlanc as well.
There's a Victor game, I believe.
Victor game.
Was not so impressed. Was it Miniduke's Rise that was available? And he just went like 0-5 and 8. And was like, did nothing.
Oh, yeah, because they got baited into that. Yeah, I remember.
They took like the Nidalee Trundle Rise. It got baited and it went badly. Ooh. Okay. You were talking about this in the last Champion Select, about the options you can go, whether it's the Ezreal for the safe farming or the Caitlyn for the lane bully. Caitlyn Janna, going to be a bully in the lane in that sense. Also pretty good for tower pushing if you want to go for that. So we may see a lane swap come out if the bottom lane for 4G can't really take the 2 versus 2. So we'll see exactly how this goes. Sorry, the the bot lane for G2V if they want to get the push
Correct,
on
yeah,
for
yeah.
themselves.
So awaiting the next 2 pickups coming in from Team Forge. Victor's still available for the mid lane, and what else is there really? LeBlanc as well, kind of what we've mentioned. A lot of mid bans, of course, as per usual. Alistar, I would not be surprised to see, as he has played that, I think, in almost every single game that he's played after coming back after Den. And Echo, usually, I think, like, at the start, we were like, oh yeah, Echo, good pick. And then went 2 and 6, and we're like, oh, Echo, kind of risky pick. But they're going to pick it regardless. We saw it go jungle yesterday, and with Trundle being picked up, that could go into the bot lane, Echo go into the top lane.
Yeah, that's what I'd expect.
Yeah.
That's the one I'd expect. There is the double flex possibility, which is like, I don't
Echo
really...
jungle did really good yesterday.
It did, and people were playing
Which
Echo Jungle
surprised
for a long time. North America were playing Echo Jungle for quite a while before all of the buffs happened.
Yeah.
Thinking back to Summer Split last year, so back when Echo had a little bit less tankiness, a little bit more AP.
Yeah.
He was still
It's
able
been
to
like a
go
full
tank.
split since we've seen a whole
Yeah.
lot of that.
Yeah, exactly. So G2V, they're going to have to blind pick their mid laner right now. Victor not available because he's taken by 4G.
Yep.
So it's not blind pick at all. I'm blind in the pick phase. Victor already in. It's a LeBlanc.
Yeah. LeBlanc going to pick into the...
Look, sometimes it's a little slow. The brain's got to catch
I mean,
up with
it's kind
what's
of far
going
down on
on.
the screen. Could have, you know, thought it was in the bands.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's fine. It's
Oh,
fine.
dear.
Oh, Irelia? Is that Irelia? I haven't seen you in so long. It's been
Wait,
so
it's-
long since I've seen an Irelia. I was like, your splash shot has changed. I don't even know who you are anymore.
Irelia.
So top lane? Top
Okay.
lane.
Wow. Irelia top lane now into Trundle because that allowed them to have that flex. So the Alistar now goes into support. You were right on the Echo Jungle, by the way.
I don't know if I wanted to be right, though.
So Trundle into Irelia in the top lane. So if ever there was a duelist matchup, that would be it. Not one that we see very commonly at all. I'm interested to see what Irelia's build is going to be. But
Yeah.
this is, you know, pretty strong sense of push when you look at it. When G2V get the Caitlyn through the game, get themselves the ability to kind of stick as a 4-man pack, and then have the Irelia on the side lane. Not actually 100% on that matchup between the Irelia and the Trundle. You would imagine
anyone?
Subjugate plays into it as a factor. And takes away a lot of what Irelia has now that you can't QSS it off. On the other side, you got the Lucian, you got the Alistar, you got the Victor. Oh, surprise, it's 4G running some sense of a team fight in comp.
Shocking. Not like we've seen that one
Or
before.
at least
but they do it
they're
well.
good at it.
Yeah, they do it very well. G2V with this Irelia. I mean, Sendo, he's had some good games. He's got a good track record, so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt on this one. But yeah, Irelia we just don't expect to see anymore. Irelia, funny enough, actually received some buffs a couple patches ago. And then we were like, what, Irelia buffs? But it never really brought her back into contention.
Yeah.
And now playing against a Trundle, so we shall see. I
Well-
just think she'll get wrecked by the Trundle early game.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of exactly when she's going to win.
Yeah, it also depends what she maxes, because
Right.
she could max hit-hand style or go for the E with the Equilibrium Strike. Probably in that late. I don't know.
All I'd say is it wouldn't be a team trying to get into EU Challenger Series without playing an Irelia game. EU Challenger, the home
Nice
of
meme.
Irelia. If you've ever wanted to watch Kuban or Wicked or any of the other Irelia, like ex-Irelia mains
Anyone,
playing,
actually.
this is where we... this is where they hang out for a while.
yeah. Yeah, actually, pretty much, it's like, yeah, pretty much everyone.
It's one of those things, like every region has their nuances in pick and ban, and EU Challenger is the Irelia region, where,
Yeah.
you know, if you're not quite sure what to pick, just pick Irelia in the top lane, and it
Boom,
goes
you
well.
got it.
Doesn't
Yeah.
even matter if
Doesn't
it's
matter about the meta, doesn't matter
just
about
pick
the
it.
year.
It's okay, we'll just play Irelia every game.
Perfect. Well, both going to go for the refillable potion start with the Corrupting Potion. Out of the jungle, Inkos is going to be on that Kindred. Looks like we're going to have a lane swap, though, as
Okay.
Sendo is in the top, or the bottom side of the map.
Well, Janna Kate, pretty good at the old push. You get the Piltover out, you got the Tornado as well, the extra damage. So, we'll see how that one goes. Alistar already looking to stop any kind of jungle starts. You can see his pathing going to go in through the bottom side jungle. Look down for the bottom for the Krugs. He's a little bit late, though. Now going to match them on the... Oh, gets double knockup.
The unseen cow. Double
Is he
knockup.
running Thunderlord?
Maybe.
He's running Thunderlords.
That wouldn't
on
surprise me.
Alistar. So not running the defensive one. I saw the lightning strike and I'm like, no. Gets the pulverize auto with the passive as well. And
I didn't even notice because
Heva?
I've seen that a lot. Because, you know, I play it.
yeah, I know you play it, but we don't always see it.
Standard.
I mean, we do see it sometimes.
Rarely, though.
Rarely, but Thunderlords ignite Alistar, just go in there, get in their face. It's Pulse has got a big smile on his face right now, thinking
it's
about
great.
Thunderlord's ignite. All we're missing is a Lich Bane coming
Yeah.
out on this Alistar, and that's kind of you in a nutshell.
Pretty much. Unfortunately, he hasn't gone for Spell Thieves,
Yeah.
because then you can go like Frost Queen's Claim into like full AP, but he's not going to do that this game. Mid lane's going to be trading off, and LeBlanc versus Victor, so there could be a bit of action, but Jizuki's decided to pick up the barrier, so...
Man, So held that minion wave so far away from the turret there that there was no way it was going to get aggro. Pushed all the way through, so obviously Caitlyn with that Piltover, very proficient at clearing out the wave, have that headshot for extra damage as well. Look at how fast that turret has already started dropping. On the other side of the map, it's still well above half health here, so this is the advantage of having the Caitlyn, having the Janna that we talked about in Champ Select, that push potential.
It's pretty good, and also with Irelia as well, being an attack-based champion, so going to be chunking this down real fast, and yeah, so going to be a little bit of a tempo advantage over to G2V, going to be taking away this minion wave here.
Now, do 4G go back and go for the Dragon, which we've seen a couple of teams do after the first turret, or what is going to be more commonly seen, I think, is now that we swap and change the lanes around, it'll be after the second set of tower pushes that the Dragon will go down to G2V, you would assume. But that is obviously a low sample size of games. But that is generally assumed to be what analysts are talking about of how the pace of the game is going to go. But mid lane, Taiki wants to accelerate the pace of the game in the mid lane. Miniduke already senses that he's around, backs himself away.
Unfortunately, he was playing on the top side of the lane, so it was very difficult to get the gank off out from Taiki. Incos is going to head down as well and probably try and soak up some of this minion wave because it is pushing in to Miniduke, so I'm going to try and even it out a little bit. Miniduke actually going to TP back to lane. Interesting. Early on into this one. 4 minutes in. There's a TP into the top lane from Mimic.
Well, Jizuki doesn't actually have TP, so he's now able to... You know, there's no real sense of TP advantage, because anytime Miniduke has his up, they have TP advantage from the mid laners specifically. Bottom lane, though, look at this. 4G brought their duo lane back down to bottom, so there is no second phase of the tower pushing. It's Ocean Drake that has spawned, so at this point 4G don't want to give over the priority on that Drake straight away. They don't want to just lose it for nothing. So they say, okay, let's have standard lanes. We know our Trundle is going to be able to deal with this, because look at the damage!
I mean, this is what we expected, right? The flash, the first blood, the grass proc into Chomp. And that was just perfectly played by Mimic, knowing the amount of damage he could do, and that's Irelia for you.
Man, Mimic just punished Sendu for not having backed properly. I mean, Sendu hadn't gone at all, didn't have any potion stacks really available, didn't have secondary items as follow-up, and Mimic TPing into the top lane, Sendu did not respect it. Bottom lane, there's a high trade.
Eva's going to come in there. You can see the Thunderlord proc off. Gap going to come in as well. You're going to flash up, but there's no tower to save him, even with the exhaust. Falco, he wants blood though, and what's Eva got? He's actually just left his ADC to die.
He was scared of the follow-up Janna damage that's going to come from that. Backs himself away. All summoners, apart from Falco's flash, were used in that engage in the bottom lane. And, I mean, that's... I mean, you've got to say, at that point, like, Gap trading for So... Gap gets the advantage because he's the one that gets the kill. Puts the pressure down onto So, but So had the farm advantage as it was. But look at the back timing for So. This is actually going to make it fairly rough for him. He's aiming for Zeal first. Typically on Caitlyn, you want to be able to get BF Sword into the Hurricane or the Rapid Fire Cannon.
Well, Taiki's found Sendo in the top lane and looks like he's taken a trip back to base the faster way. He goes down for the second kill over to Mimic.
Man, that is rough. As in Irelia, you get killed in lane because you didn't back in TP, then you TP into lane, get killed again. As a jungler ganks you. This is not a good start for G2V. When you look at when and where they want to fight on this map, the only real person that is any situation to do so is going to be Miniduke. And we have to watch that because he's not really going to have too much kill pressure against Barrier Victor that has Taiki hanging around his lane 3 times already before the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, Miniduke does have his Distortion available and the Flash, but he's playing towards the top side of the lane once again with parallel convergence coming in. Yeah, not going to make it this time around.
Too easy to read at that point. Sendu's reverting to trying to jungle a little bit, was looking to get the... Ooh!
Wow,
Jizuki.
going in, and Jizuki's going to return the damage. Not going to be quite enough to finish off either mid laner.
Nerves of steel though by Jizuki, holding on to his barrier that entire time. Miniduke wants to go in, should not get barrier baited. That would be rough.
Yeah, very much so. Because maybe he just assumed that he used it in that trade, because the damage came down very quickly, so it's like, maybe I just bursted through it.
The optimist.
Yeah. Glass is half full after all.
I can burst him completely.
Yeah. Not today, unfortunately, for LeBlanc. Victor, good at playing back in that lane. Mimic is going to be walking on up to the top side of his lane. Incas is going to take away his pink ward, and Mimic is not very happy about that, so he's going to hit him with his Trojan. And with Taiki coming in, this could very well be a kill. Incas, no level 6. In moves a parallel convergence. Sendu again gets stunned by parallel convergence before 4G back away.
Decent damage in reply. Sendu, having so much health left, was really a threat there against Taiki, so have to be careful. Bottom lane, kind of an interesting interaction. Caitlyn and Janna, even though the jungle was on the top side, couldn't really afford to push up. They don't have a turret, so they have to be careful that nobody comes down. They did have the information, but at the same time, there was nothing really more to be gained as they were pushing towards 4G. Had to recall, got Caitlyn that Zeal, but again, she's going to have lane dominance to push it up to this point, but they will not extend further than this without proper warding. They have warding in the river, though. Keep an eye on that. They've got one where the crab is and one in the brush, so they're fairly safe for now. But it's a tentative moment for G2V.
Hiva is going in on So, lands the full combo, and he's actually going to pick up the kill. Gap is going to use the cunning, but again, Falco might be able to pick up the kill himself. This time isn't able to get in range and has the positioning on Gap. That Howling Gale was probably didn't want to eat that one to the face, and Hiva's very angry. He's going to smash the ground.
Echo spotted LeBlanc on the way down, though, so G2V should not be able to completely collapse.
Taiki's getting a good amount of damage onto Miniduke because he walked back into his mid lane. But yeah, good executed 2v2 in the bot side.
Right there, it's just the difference between 4G and So having damage on their AD carries. Lucian is made to trade with his abilities at this kind of point in the game. Very easy to land the double tap passive off the piercing light, get all of these sources of damage, whereas Caitlyn, auto attack based, has a Zeal, no flat AD, relying on later game crit, does not really have the damage without the ability to sit back and get headshot after headshot as harassment first this early. Her laning phase is oppressive because it's continuous, not burst.
Incas, he is just going to drop. He can't even get out of the gravity field to use an Am's Respite, so that will be the kill right into the Dragon for 4G. It will be the first one of the game, which will be the Ocean Dragon over for that team. Also to speak about how much damage Hiva does, like he went in for the combo with the Thunderlords, and that was like almost half of his health with
true.
the Ignite.
That's the other side of that.
Yeah.
Keep reminding me, please, because...
Right. Oh no, I will.
I know you will. So that's the other side of that. Somebody's already probably tweeting me that it's just like, it was the Alistair damage. And I'm like, oh, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
Completely fair.
Well, here, the knowledge of playing AP Alistair actually helps right now because you can go for the combo and also get the proc off because of your passive with Trample.
Yep.
So you just go land 2 spells and then you get the passive regardless without even having to auto attack them. So that is one of the strengths of going Thunderlords and Alistair. So now you know.
Pulse.
No problem.
I do wonder what direction he's gone through to Thunderlords. This is where he's like skipped out everything like Dangerous Game and the mana regen and everything. Yeah, it's gone for like damage, assassin and like damage against enemies that are low, under 40% executioner, yeah, that kind of thing. Like, just gone all the way down the tree and is like, I'm going to get this once.
I'm going to get this. At late game, he's going to sell all of his items and go AP. Mimic, well, he's just got the upper hand in this lane still. He's got the 2-level advantage on Sendo. It's very difficult to play. Look, he's actually just doubled his farm in the top lane.
Another kind of different thing, although this is the more regular thing when you look at bottom lane, but is becoming non-standard. So opts for maxing Q. Is Falco actually just trying to take the small ones here?
I think so, yeah.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Hiva and Gap must be laughing so hard right now. That's just waiting a little bit. That is actually cruel. And Falco will have to flash away, use Monsoon, and expend all of his mana and the flash.
He even thought they had that. He didn't ignite.
Yeah,
They actually
that's
could
true.
have got that, I think.
Maybe.
Ignite,
yeah.
maybe another auto. Yeah, it wouldn't have been enough for the Ignite zone.
Yeah, but they would have been committing more summoners where they didn't have to burn
And
anything.
then
though.
Falco would have had to exhaust the Alistair to
Ah.
stop the damage. Yeah.
Oh. No, another person walking into a
Oh,
death rush.
that
But this time,
damage.
Shizuki, maybe he's calling him. Mini Duke and Zeno coming out there. Taiki's coming into this one. And now he's also 1v3. He doesn't want this. This is a prank, bro. He's going to go back into the top lane and keep killing this turret.
That is not a cool prank.
No,
That's, yeah. Damn, YouTube prank generation.
yeah, apparently.
We've
not
just
want-
had a couple of weird plays in this game.
Yeah. We did.
Just people walking into bushes and sitting there and waiting for people. Now Heva wants a 2v1 in the mid lane against 2 carries nonetheless.
He was fine. He's got his ultimate still.
Yeah, I mean-
Remember, it's only 50% damage reduction now compared to the good old 75%, which it used to be. And before that was even more crazy, so...
Funny thing is, it's only at level 16 that he even gets it back up to 70, and it's just like, when do you ever see supports level
True.
16? Oh, gap.
Ooh,
Ooh.
didn't land the chains, otherwise that would have
Block
been
it.
dead. Perfect shield.
That's how you want to do it.
Yeah.
By the way, dangerous with a LeBlanc around, but the Alistair could pulverize if you tried to dash through. At least we didn't have the 3 Stooges, which is where people just run around trying to hit it and it just swings through the middle.
Yeah, it's like the thing where it's just like when you bump into someone and it's like you go left and they also go left and it's like
the dance, it's the worst.
Exactly,
It's
and
the
that's like that,
worst.
but that's fatal if that if you do that in game.
Yeah, I've never really had that one where, like, at the end of it, you've got
Yeah.
you know, critically injured.
Exactly.
Oh, Taiki.
Taiki's
Got a
going to
nice
jump onto Mini Duke once again. Incast is going to go right into the fight. Chrono Break out of there.
I don't think Taiki was expecting to go that far. I thought it was nice at first, and then
Yeah.
other people start coming across for G2B. He's like, nope.
Yep.
Chrono Break back.
Not on that one, but blue buff going over to Mini Duke in this game.
So at this point has gone for the I'm not getting flat damage right now, I'm just getting wave clear. And
Yeah.
I'm not relevant for a long time in this game. Please don't lose too much without me. With the Hurricane, which is standard, but obviously it just means he's relying now on headshots in team fights, getting multi-hits with that, clearing waves out, that kind of thing. So still need to buy a lot more time for this Caitlyn to be relevant.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see BF Sword with the Zeal, and then you'll go for the Hurricane, but...
Typically.
Top lane is going to go down to a push from 4G. Got to be no real response on the bot side.
Speaking of flat damage, Gap right now, opting for the old Lucian build for himself. Looking at Essence Reaver.
Interesting.
Looking at it, I'm kind of wondering why you would do that, because on the other side, apart from Irelia, who tends to build armor as a second or third item, depending on whether they're going the offensive or defensive route, there's not actually too many armor builders. I mean, Janna doesn't want to. Kindra doesn't particularly want to. Maybe an item here or there. So your ability to shred carries is fairly high. I'm looking at actual benefits for being crit-based in this game over... it will obviously give you the later game ability to kind of hang somewhat with some of the damage, but Caitlyn will ultimately outscale you.
Interesting.
Weird one.
Yeah, because in the mid game, he'd be basically dealing true damage to like everybody.
And you got a Victor to deal with the late game part.
Exactly. And split push from Trundle, so it's not like you need it, but I guess we'll see if it works out.
I mean, at the same time, the build is still strong. Like, it's still fine.
Yeah, it's not a bad build, it's just if there are alternatives. Taiki, by the way, picked up a glimpse of the Void, so giving it again to the jungler.
Now, that's a little surprising, because I would have thought it would go over to Mimic.
Because he is a split pusher in this game.
And he wants to duel at the same time. It's just like, oh, they've got an Irelia.
Then again, he doesn't need it, because he's
That's
2-0, and he's wrecking Sendo in that lane, so it's just like, they're so confident they're giving it to Taiki.
That is true. Sendo not quite at that Trinity Force point himself. Mimic right now stuck on 2 halves of items. Ardent Blaze is going to find Mini Duke.
Eva's coming for you.
That's ambitious.
He still wants it.
I don't think you want that.
Walk the cow.
Although they didn't know Kindred was around. So maybe they wanted it when it was a 1v2.
Yeah.
It's,
Oh, Mountain Dragon. Taiki. Ah, he sees him on the ward, over the wall. What? Actually got the stun? Are you kidding me? As he was in the animation of Dance of Arrows.
Oh, that's painful if you're Incas.
Legit unlucky.
Whew. I
Well,
mean, That's the timing.
Yeah.
As soon as you're halfway through, if you're still in that hitbox, you're gonna get caught. Unfortunate for Inkos, but still, the damage that came out from Jizuki there, just Q auto and poof.
Oh, Echo only needs seconds after all, but I'm going to see So coming out here. He's going to be onto these Raptors. And, oh, not again. He This time he's brought a new friend with him. He's going to be warding up, be waiting for someone to go into the jungle. Mini Duke is in the bottom lane. He's going to burn stuff against Gap, and Gap's going to be like, all right, here are my friends. Hiva comes into the bottom lane. There's the combo. There's the culling. Taiki going to be following after. He's already dead. It was all a setup.
Kind of a rough game for G2V right now when you look at it. No real... Oh, wow.
Falco with the moves.
Insect.
Actually, maybe that's not so good. He's going to be jumping away here with the flash, and Inkos also uses the burns, the flash to come in here. Uses the barrier. He's still alive. Sando finds the first kill of the game. Inkos, he's going to jump out of his own circle. Maybe he shouldn't have done that because Mimic is looking for the kill. He's still alive. Gets a little bit of health back.
Or Taiki.
Taiki comes in. He's out. And now Sando is also low. He might want to go back in here. Hiva, he's looking for a combo. He has his Thunderlords all charged up. But now he wants to back away to the tower.
Still got his ult. He may be able to kill... no, okay. I'm looking at it. I'm like, does he have the damage
flash,
to kill Sando? Taiki wants it.
Not anymore. But they've got to be... They actually have to be scared of Hiva and his burst. Because he's going to come in. He goes onto Sando. Now they back away.
They do back away. It was all a bit of a distraction because bot lane, Lucian was pushing up. Unfortunately, didn't get the tower for Lucian. Minion wave ran out before they were close enough to get it. About quarter of the health just under left. It's Mini Duke that is now clearing that out. They sent Caitlyn top to get that wave, I would imagine. You kind of... Or Caitlyn mid, I guess, is the way. Yeah, Caitlyn has to defend mid tower. Aurelia has to go top. That's... what exactly they're doing.
This is cool from Falco.
This is cool. Wave dance pushes him back.
Yeah.
And Jizuki right now just manages to get himself out of this for a while. Put a good bit of damage down. Look at how squishy Sendu was. He took the death ray and pretty much lost about 300 health just straight up there. Inkos thinks he's out, but Taiki comes in on a weird angle, flash into the phase dive. That blink with the auto attached. Easy peasy and easy pickings at that point. Jizuki looking for another fight.
Before. Not with this scenario. Falco is very low, but he's actually still living. Inkos has found Taiki. Mini Duke's there as well. So is looking to follow after. Is not even needed. Taiki is very dead in that engagement. So that should have been a 1-for-1, but of course he was still in that bush. Mini Duke's instantly gonna jump back to where he was. You've done it enough times then, now, that you would have thought that they would be more cautious around that one bush.
You know, I must commend G2V somewhat at this point, because G2 Vodafone sure have a lot of 4G coverage on this bottom side jungle.
Yep.
I've been waiting a week and a half to talk about this game. I saved it for 20 minutes, Pulse.
I just knew it was coming. Hiva, he's gonna...
He survived.
There's been a lot of supports living on, like, very low HP.
Oh, so finally feels like he's confident enough with everybody else bot side to try and do something.
Oh, okay. Gonna set up another push. gonna wait here for a second. Inkos, run! Okay, he's good. It's funny because they're setting up all these plays and it looks really goofy, but actually this game matters a lot for 4G, because if they win this, they're locked in first seed. And G2V are really just trying to upset them at this point. Mimic is... Inkos is getting a lot of damage onto 3 targets. He's also going to receive the shield help from Falco.
Where's the dash forward? Mimic.
Got him. That was a mark.
Gets punished, gets charged for roaming down to the bottom lane.
Oh, no. It's like you just realized that this was a game.
I actually did about 2 minutes ago. I was like, I've been waiting for this my entire
brings out the
life.
notebook. It is a perfect opportunity, though. Yeah, yellow pages. Jesus. Inkos is going to fall off the Taiki, but it's going to be the end of that small skirmish. It's just too easy. There's like so many.
I saw this on paper and I was like,
Yeah.
nah, that's not real.
I wish it was a higher stakes game as well, but it is for 4G,
Yeah.
but G2V unfortunately out of contention for Challenger Series.
And if G2V were to win this, as we look for a fight,
Well, Hiva comes in, good interrupt, but so is still dead.
if G2V were to win this game, it would put us in a bit of a kind of like one of those crazy scenarios where there's the potential for 4 teams to be tied. If 4G win this, there's a lot simpler outcomes because 4G lock themselves at the top.
Yeah.
So certainly is the way forward, and that's because of the head-to-heads.
Yeah. At the most, people would be fighting over second.
Yeah.
Mini Duke. I didn't think that was enough damage after missing the first distortion. I was wrong. Jizuki is taking a lot of damage in from Inkos. Sendo's coming out as well, looking for those blades to come through. And the last one was not quite enough to finish off Jizuki, but I think 4G need to be a little bit scared of G2V's composition now.
Somewhat. I mean, they got a lot of catch and chase when you look at, like, I was going to say a lot. They've got a fair amount of burst, and then you can lock down single targets fairly well, even while they're running away. I mean, Inkos has gone for a frozen mallet, which you don't normally see.
Yeah.
Interesting build. It is going to give them a little bit of presence when it comes to chasing people down. G2V don't have a whole lot of ways to actually start fights, though. That's the difficulty. They've got ways of disengaging. You've got the Janna. And in that sense, you can get yourself out of a fight, but actually getting into a fight is going to be tough.
The next one will be Infernal. That's Ocean Dragon. Was that an Ocean Dragon? What was that just picked up?
That was an Ocean Dragon.
Okay, good.
I was talking with my mute button on.
Not going crazy.
Like,
yeah, I could hear you.
it's okay. Maybe that's the better way. The viewers don't have to listen to my awful cellular puns.
Perhaps. G2V, come in here. And yeah, so G2V, their composition is really good in like skirmish fights. Like, if you like pair any two of like Kindred, Irelia, and LeBlanc, they're probably gonna win in that scenario because they have like so much single target damage. They have a lot of chase potential, and a lot of it's up front as well. However, if you're called out by Taiki, he's just gonna walk for it. He's fine. Because Sendo is in a really good position now. He's building towards the Ghost Blade, and he's got the Triforce, and that's the core from Irelia. She just goes tank after that.
I remember, you know, we used to see Aurelia's go Ghost Blade. You see Aurelia's go Blade of the Ruined King. You used to see the Ghost Blade a lot when, or at least in games here and there when it used to have crit on it.
Yeah.
Now, of course, it has a whole bunch of attack speed.
Yeah, just not crit.
A lot of nice things, not crit. So I'm wondering how that's going to affect her presence, because that kind of build where you didn't go Randu in second, which was the other common build on Aurelia, always meant that if you got into team fights, you sucked.
Yeah.
Because you basically got locked down and then blown up. If you couldn't go between two carries, whoa, damage!
Jizuki going to be backing away, so he's going to have to flash out of the Chaos Storm. Inkos coming in onto Taiki. He'll flash after, or come in with the Dance of Arrows rather. Nice ace in the hole onto Suzuki to finish him off. Falco is going to be staying alive here with Inkos.
Ooh, Inkos.
And Mimic is going to be backing away. Taiki is split it from the rest of his team. And he'll jump back in onto Falco. Great parallel convergence. We'll find the next kill. Chrono break back to safety. And while all of this is happening, as a 3 versus 5, and 4G are pushing in the bottom lane. That was only a 1-for-1.
The Chrono Break actually dodged out the chains there that could have turned around that at the end. In comes Mini Duke.
Nice knock up in from Hiva. Gap will find him and return a lot of damage. Comes out with another sigil. Inkos looking for the follow-up. He does have the slowdown with the frozen mallet. Gap is going to have to run out of here, and Hiva will probably not be so lucky. And that will be another mark picked up from Inkos.
And 4G are starting to lose a little bit of the hold that they had on this game here. G2 Vodafone are starting to pick themselves up in this game. I mean, man, Taiki now trying to come down into the jungle, backed himself away over the dragon wall. I mean, that fight right there, so many people on G2V dropped low and should really have been cleaned up by 4G, but they just couldn't get it. They couldn't really extend further into that fight because Hiva and Gap were down on the bottom side. Still, the fight continues.
Chasing onto Taiki this time. There's another mark on top of him. Sendo really wants to pick up this kill because that will benefit both him and Inkos. Inkos gets another mark. That's another 1-for-1, but Inkos is getting big. He's got 6 sacks in this game.
Yeah, he is becoming huge. I mean, in that Sendu died at the end to the
7
Victor
stacks.
damage that burst out and took him down. We were talking about how this Irelia build would kind of change the focus. If, as an Irelia with a Ghost Blade, you can get onto multiple squishy targets, you are fine in a team fight. But as soon as you get locked down, you don't really have the survivability to get through it if you don't have the dash available, if you can't flash out of a fight, that kind of thing. But Sendu keeps, you know, assisting on these kills, a couple that he's been involved in the last couple of minutes where he's been on carries, getting the damage down, somebody else cleans it up.
I think you've just got to really start being concerned about Inkos. He's got 7 stacks, which translates to 8.75% current health damage, which is a lot in itself, plus the Blood Razor, which is another 4% max health. So he's going to be hitting targets real hard, and we saw that from last game as well.
Yeah, he really is. And as we rewatch this, this is the pick in the jungle. So as you can see, Inkos, the damage that's going to come from him onto Taiki. Eventually, Taiki burns down, just getting that Transcendent Blades from Sendu to clip him down, and just takes him low enough. The return damage from Jizuki, though, you cannot underestimate it. Taiki is going to be okay. He's got the Alistair there. But I want to take a minute. I'm really not actually so keen on Gap's build now. He's fairly low damage in comparison. Yes, the PD is going to provide him a source of crit and attack speed. So that still does make up, but he's not got an Infinity Edge to enhance his crits yet, and he's got Hex Drinker as a third item to try and stay alive. Against a Caitlyn who has now had a lot of time, has Infinity Edge, has almost the Rapid Fire Cannon as well, doesn't really have to build. The Last Whisper as a third item, can delay it till the 4th because you want that Rapid Fire Cannon. Is going to start out putting a lot of damage. Now you can control areas with traps, you can control through team fights, get multiple headshot procs on people. There's a whole lot more damage that So has right now than potentially Gap. So even has a level advantage.
I mean, 4G, it looks so good for them in the early game. It's like top lane was getting crushed and Mimic was just pushing in. They even gave Glimpse of the Void to Taiki, but now the buffs are starting to wear off and they're not looking as good as they were. However, they still have a really good team fighting composition, so if they can get into these fights against G2V, where they force G2V to group as 5, then they'll be stronger. Because all of these wins and all these fights that are going well for G2V are all skirmishes. They're all like 2v2s, all 3v3s, and they're just playing to their strengths, and 4G haven't forced G2V to do anything other than that. And
but look at this damage.
that's horrible to deal with.
I mean, yes, it's a support that didn't pop the ultimate yet, but still, Inkos is really punishing people, and if they don't get the Caitlyn in these fights, that's going to become a real issue, and that means now you've got to deal with a Kindred and a Caitlyn, both dealing damage. You've got Mini Duke, able to burst down the Lucian in the fights fairly easily, despite the Hex Drinker.
Look how fast these objectives fall as well with Inkos' % damage and so. So that will be another dragon going over. So what do they have currently? They have an Ocean Dragon and an Infernal Dragon. Pretty good pairing.
Pretty nice. Means that they can harass down pretty effectively, back themselves away, not take damage, and regen back up if they do take any. So there is a difficulty for 4G that really has opened up in the last couple of minutes. Like, I was close to starting to count G2V out in this game. When there was a larger advantage, I was thinking, okay, well, I don't know whether G2V are going to have the time to get So back into this game. But 4G, those few fights that felt like deja vu in the mid lane, where G2V actually got themselves a bit of a beneficial trade, when the Lucian and the Alistair were continually pushing bottom lane instead of kind of assisting in the middle lane, that's when this game really started to slow down.
Well, all of the carries are so well built now from G2V. That's the concerning part. Mini Duke, though, if he gets caught out, that would be maybe not so good. He's going to try and get away here with the distortion. Jizuki, he's still trying to chase after and trying to juke once again, but unfortunately the power transfer will follow in Taiki. He's going to charge up the parallel convergence, but everyone's going to step away. Good Monsoon, but he was going to find the combo regardless onto Sendo. Inkos, he's going to be carrying away 2-0 to 4G. That's the fight they needed.
And Sendo just cannot survive, even from the damage coming from Echo. Caitlyn peacefully farming up in the top side, pushing that tower through. Lucian is up there. Looks like the rest of 4G want to collapse. So's going to basically sacrifice himself for that tower. He's not going to get the kill off that, but gets the tower and puts the damage down on Lucian, soaking up time. 4G are in two minds about what they want to do, thinking about collapsing, knowing they have to deal with the Caitlyn, but they start the Baron at the same time. G2 Vodafone, they're going to try and collapse here.
And now Inkos will try and find the punish here, along with Falco, and Falco's fine with supporting. What is even going on? So is just in the middle of nowhere, and Inkos going to flash over this pillar real quick. trying to jump over the wall down to Varrows. He may also be out as well. Taiki tries to get into the parallel conversions, gets a slowdown, and Jizuki's there as well. Inkos will go into Lamstra's Spite, and Taiki's so low, but he'll go into the Chrono Break as Sendo comes into the fight. And this is starting to turn in 4G's favor, or maybe not. A 1-for-1 trade. Hiva will bite the dust. So's now chasing after Mini Juke as well as leading down Mimic. They'll find the next kill with the Sigil. Gap over the wall. He's trying to put a bit of damage down, but the clone will block it out from Mini Duke. That was a 2-for-2 overall.
And for the most part, there were no AD carries involved in that entire fight. Had either side had theirs there, they would have been able to take it. But now you can see Gap has to give respect over to the range that So has in these fights. You cannot afford to be in Caitlyn auto-attack range without being able to trade, and Gap has to completely back away from the situation before he can make anything happen. You can see G2V still wanting to fight and giving 4G the runaround all the way around the map, was able to delay it. 4G did not decisively collapse on the Caitlyn and allowed her to escape while they fought G2V, and man, that was a weird set of events that happened. Trying to chase a Caitlyn, starting Baron at the same time.
Yeah. What a bizarre game.
Not crisp on the decision making.
Well, let's take a look at that last replay, and this is the indecision following into just 4G getting chased down.
So Inkos already chunks the tanks out from 4G from here. Taiki has lost a little bit of his health and ultimately will lose more, but it's Inkos that overextends here, has to flash away and then go over the wall. Yeah, great pillar out coming from the top laner of Mimic right there. So Inkos takes up more time though. Again, it's soaking time from 4G, buys the time for the TP to come in from Mini Duke, who can come in and start to even up a little bit more of this fight. Sendu barely manages to get himself involved in that mix and ends up falling from it. As we said, very squishy Irelia. Has damage, but can't really afford to stick around for too long in these fights. And from there, Lucian had to pull back away. We're straight into another fight.
Well, Taiki's going to jump over the wall. Inkos is following after. Sendo's coming in there, and that's just a kill onto Taiki. He goes down, a 1-0. Jizuki and Gap also in full retreat. Hiva was forced to the top side and will also look for the recall. He's got a ward into the Baron pit as G2V are looking to push down the mid lane. This is looking to be a little bit precarious from G2V, or from 4G rather, because G2V are pushing into the base and just going to take the inhibitor tower and the inhibitor itself. This is rapidly going up a creek that 4G do not want it to.
There's no paddles.
There's no paddles. There's nothing.
And what even makes this more difficult at this point is this Caitlyn, who really should be behind from how this game started. Laning phase put so far out. Now is at a very comfortable situation. Has the Lord Dominic's regards, can deal with the tanks very effectively. On top of that, Falco, playing selfless, has gone, okay, Zeke's Harbinger, you've got this. Just crit everything all the time. You're going to have the damage. Oh, Inkos, that's not good.
Good combo from Hiva. Inkos may get away, actually. He's got the ultimate.
Nah.
Okay, never mind.
Nah, mate. That was optimism if ever I've heard it. False. Surrounded. Oh, damage comes out from Mini Duke.
Oh, Mini Duke is absolutely dead. Falco is going to try and get away from that storm, which is still surging away. 4G now onto the Baron. Going to lock and load. Taiki's going to block on this ace in the hole. Sendu, it's up to the side. They'll maybe try and get a steal. It's going to have to be from a blade coming out from Sendo. Mimic now chasing down Falco, and So is taking down the blue buff. He should be able to get it in time. Got those crits coming out. But that was 2 kills and the Baron, so 4G regaining control over this game.
Pings onto the Elder Drake that is about to spawn. We just crested the 35-minute mark, giving us the first spawn of an incredibly large dragon. We need the Dovahkiin in here to deal with this. That is going over to 4G, no real chance of a steal. Oh, this is what Aurelias do at this point in the game. It's like, hey guys, I can't really affect teamfights anymore. I'm just going to try and split push and try and get anything I can.
Enhanced recalls, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have been great. An extra 4 seconds probably would have resulted in most of that turret going down.
Pop that Ghost Blade, just start whacking away.
Yeah, the Ghost Blade will take down towers very quickly, especially when you activate hit and style for the Sheen proc as well onto towers. Lots of damage, but
got that armor pen built in there as
also
well.
true. Onto the towers. Wow,
shred them down.
Yeah, tower destroying mechanics out from Sender. If only you could hit it. But for 4G with that Elder Dragon and the Baron, and the one-team fight are in a much better position now. G2V were creeping up on them for a good, like, 15 minutes. But
finally got extra damage on the Lucian.
they
Infinity
do.
Edge.
Okay, perfect. Now it's all starting to multiply. G2V are pretty well built themselves. And Mini Duke, yeah, that's a bit wonky. Taiki's going to jump onto Inkos. He's going to pop his ultimate. Jizuki's also low, so is Gap. Seno really wants him. He's going to pop the ultimate there. Hiva is into the back lines, looking for this combo onto So. Mimic is trying to wander around in circles, looking for someone to hit. Mini Duke is going to jump away with Flash. Mimic's going to come in there, doesn't quite pick up the kill. Taiki jumping onto Sendo. Sendo now into his Guardian Angel. That's all the tank as he needs. He's going to get slowed down. 3 for 1. G2V getting ahead.
The Caitlyn damage and the ability of G2V to burst down with the LeBlanc. They've got the Aurelia that chased Gap the entirety out of that fight. I mean, there was a massive set of damage that started right at the beginning of that fight. Burst down Gap. Burst down, I believe it was Jizuki at the same time, right in the middle of that lane. And, I mean, we've still got 35 seconds on the Victor death timers. Taiki and Gap are up. I don't think they can close here. Is there still a push back on the Baron minions? The solo laners have gone to the side lanes right now. There's no objective for G2V to really take.
Do you think maybe they could have committed harder? Because they had super minions and TP on Mini Duke and Sendo, who were the 2 people coming from base. And they had the push already set up from the team. With 35 seconds left on the Victor and Mimic.
I mean, that's a precarious moment just because the minion wave wasn't already in the base, if that makes sense, because the fight happens here around the middle lane. You can see Jizuki gets burst down and Gap there. Inkos is the one that does most of that damage to start things off. From here, So is kind of distracted by Hiva, so it's actually not so much the Caitlyn damage for the majority. We didn't catch Sendu chasing Gap, but Sendu can't quite get onto his target, but is enough to deal with the remaining members in the middle lane here. Taiki forced to back away. He knows that even with the Guardian Angel, even with the parallel convergence there, the Guardian Angel gives Sendu enough help that he can't burst him down. 4G, we said they had come back in the game with the Baron play. May very well have just got stalled out once again, and we've seen the damage that can come from this G2V lineup.
Was not expecting a back and forth game this much coming in from these 2 teams. G2V have turned up in a big way in this game. Also, Sendo has got the Aurelia mechanics. He's clearly played a lot of that champion because he jumped to like 2 minions, then jumped onto the Victor with his Q there. So
the thing is, we are at the point where Aurelia like Qs a minion and it dies anyway.
True.
I give you the credit. Just, she's looking for the path. That's true. That's
but it wasn't cast a minion, so it doesn't benefit. But still, yes, he does one-shot minions pretty much.
It's always funny because that's when you feel powerful and then you run out of mana. It's like, I jumped to 7 minions and now I've run out. I can't
just
jump
all of it up. But yeah, really actually still does have mana issues later on into the game. But 15 kills to 18 in this game. Whoop.
It's been a...
Ooh, Gap's going to take a lot of that damage. Mimic wasn't able to get in range as quickly, but now
he's gone.
Absolutely destroyed from G2V. 57 seconds.
I mean, this is the thing. If G2V touch one person with all of their damage, if they just get it on one person, they blow up, and then suddenly they have the numbers advantage. Inhibitor goes down. Are they actually pushing to end here? I mean, Caitlyn's looking for it. A long range here.
They have no minions.
Yeah, that's the problem here, is without mid lane pushing in, they've got to wait another 30 seconds. They do not really have a tank to push through on their own. Look at where the minion waves are, top and bottom. It's mid lane. This is somewhat risky. 4G are only 4.
They're going to go for the re-engage. Taiki, he's just dead. He didn't use the Chrono Break. He still had it available. Big ultimate out from the Victor onto 4 players. He's going to be chasing them down, so majors fall here. But Inkos keeps him alive with a Lantris bite. And with Hiva, he's looking for another combo, but they also lost their jungler.
But it's just G2V trying to force this issue when they don't really have to. Yes, they had the numbers advantage, but you've got to be careful of a Victor ult late game. It was tried to... Falco tried to even it up with the Monsoon. He's just like, I can heal you faster.
I'll heal.
I can try. There's just lasers raining down from the sky. Just a gust of wind. Don't really think Janna quite knows how physics works in that.
Laser greater than wind.
But at that point, G2V, they had no real options. Keep in mind, Baron's still not up. Elder Dragon is on a 10-minute respawn timer. No chance of that coming up anytime soon. So G2V have won like 2 trades now. 2 late game fights, and because of their side lanes being pushed in towards them, have not been able to capitalize in any meaningful way. That time they got the inhibitor down once again, but for G2V and 4G, they are just slugging it out right now.
So many kills going back and forth, and that's just like accelerated the goal totals. You can see people actually looking at 6 items right now. Most people have like a big component of their final big item, and we're rapidly getting to that point where it's going to be full builds. 41 minutes in,
Mimic.
looking for another pick onto Mimic. He's not going to die this time. Gap's coming in from the side. Mini Duke's going to drop. This is a good fight coming in from 4G. Incos as well on the retreat. So in from the side, landing big crit. Jizuki's going to have to back away. Sendo's looking for the same, trying to get onto the back line. Falco's coming out there, getting chased out by Taiki. Gets the slow down, coming in from the Time Winder, and has set up a perfect parallel conversion. Good flash from Falco. And so, we'll return with the damage. The Q's coming in, Chrono Break back to the relative safety of his team. 3 for 1, Baron is live.
4G were pulling back for the Baron. So was trying to distract Taiki, nearly got the kill on it. Somebody's probably going to have to recall for that mid wave if So forces them to take too long to do this. So has so much damage right now, and he's boxing them in, forcing the recalls in the pit.
He's already used his E, however, now Mimic's on top of his face after using the flash. So he's got a lot of return damage. He was going to come out there with a great combo of the headbutt pulverize. 4 and 1, totally total in this game. G2V, Falco's just remaining. That Falco's that's not gonna happen. He's gonna try his damnedest to get the steal off, but he's just a Janna.
TP coming in. If they can stop the recalls, there's super minions in the base, but G2V, to do this, they have to commit, and it would be win or lose the game on this play alone.
Gap is defending though. It's fine. They don't need to. Minidu's still going to try, but it doesn't matter as much anymore. However, they have stopped the recall from Taiki, who is low, but he's got the Chrono Break. So if he does manage to separate Falco from the pack, he might be able to pick up the kill. He was trying it, but Falco was avoiding the trail coming out, so Mini Duke will pick up the kill there. But that's 62 seconds. Death time is a real long.
I'm gonna settle down a little bit. It's very hype here. I didn't notice Gap had recalled. So from here, So can't quite get himself into the fight after the first kill. Minidu drops instantly, does almost get Gap, and Gap ends up falling to the Caitlyn shot that follows through. It's actually Aurelia that manages to take it out. So from here, G2V is starting to run out of damage. Aurelia is gone. We talked about how she cannot survive against multiple people in team fights like this. Taiki getting distracted here. G2V actually think maybe this is a godsend for them. Maybe this is what can hold them in this game, but Taiki very smartly hits his ult, goes back, decides, okay, no, we need the Baron. What followed that was the nice attempt at the trap play from So. Problem is, didn't get the bit that you can flash out of the pit. Mimic goes over, and Caitlyn's like, oh, nuts. There's a Trundle hitting me with this ice club. How
Honestly,
do I get away
point,
from this?
if you place 3 traps around the pit and then like 1 on top of yourself,
The little,
yeah, and then like around that thing as well, so you get
can't
trapped
flash.
behind, and then you get trapped when you jump over as well. But yeah, we're getting down into crit trap mechanics now.
Gap just...
Yeah, he just wrecked that red buff.
Pretty high attack speed.
Yeah. 5, 3, and 5. And you know, we were saying earlier into the game, it's like, oh, he's going for a crit build. Huh, interesting. Maybe you should go for that mid-game build with the Black Cleaver and the Ghostblade. Well, it's late game now, so
yeah, now
it
it's
actually works out really well.
And by the way, we're actually seeing, I think it was a game earlier today, the FLICKR game, where Lucian did go the Black Cleaver build. We saw the game go 50 minutes.
Was that the Veigar game?
Lucian went, no, it was the previous series.
Okay.
So Lucian just sold his Ghostblade and sold the Black Cleaver and was just like, screw it, I'm going Infinity Edge, I'm getting like Rapid Fire Cannon, I don't care what you're doing here.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm late game now.
Yeah, we're like, well, when you have enough gold to do that, then it's...
Yeah, as long as you keep farming, it's fine. Like, it's actually fine.
Just swap them back and forth.
Yeah, well, maybe not that. I wouldn't then go, late game, what's good for that? Early game. Pick up Doran's blades, just like, I got it.
I got it, it's fine. Don't worry, guys. I know what I'm doing. But 19 to 22 kills. This is an example of a long late game where it's actually very interesting to watch and high intensity because we've had long games before.
10 minutes is up. Here we
go. Oh,
or not.
Okay.
So
everyone's kind of split here from Forge.
Trapping the small entrances when you can't quite trap over the bottom river bit.
I feel a storm brewing. Calling.
Oh, that didn't do much.
No, maybe I was wrong. Everyone's closing in
Takes
from
a long
Forge.
time to kill.
Taiki's coming in. Inkos is under attack. Mini Duke off to the side. He's back to his team. Hiva is getting burnt out even through his ultimate. Inkos is getting chased down. Falco of the ultimate. Seno coming out there. So is on the front lines, but that's precarious as the Caitlyn gets hit by the aftershock damage. And the Dragon's still alive. 4G turn her attention to it. Falco coming out here with Mini Duke. Baron, or rather Dragon, goes down to Team Forge.
Ooh.
Mimic gets shot down into Guardian Angel. Mini Duke looking to head back into this fight. They're trying to dip and dive. Another Q comes out,
Flash
so jumps
forward.
after, picks up the kill onto Mimic. Big headshot, looking to turn onto Taiki. So still ticking.
They got so.
And Taiki will not be falling quite here, but now into the Guardian Angel. Sendo is going to go down for the count. Mini Duke is looking to head onto Gap, but Gap returns fire. Taiki coming out here as well. 3 for 3. Very messy fight.
The death timers are long enough, though, that they can do a lot of damage to the base right now. Elder Drake went over to 4G, and
Look at the
now
carnage.
Lucian is wanting to push the bottom side. He's got the GA that gives him a little bit of safety. LeBlanc actually ran to the top lane to stop him pushing in a second inhibitor turret and inhibitor. Now Mini Duke has to recall. It's going to be the first inhib going over on the bottom side. Gap is going to have so much damage on this, it should just fall over. Doesn't matter about the Janna shield. Can they take further, though? They can't actually get it.
But the
Mini
minions,
Duke's here in
there's a
time.
lot of minions. 317 gold over to Mini Duke. That's actually a kill's worth he just picked up.
And Inkos was up. That's the other key factor. It wasn't quite enough time for 4G to be able to get it. Even though there's a GA on Gap, he doesn't want to die here. Otherwise, it just pretty much gives G2V the ample opportunity to run up the mid lane and maybe look to end the game.
Man, still haven't cracked that base of G2V while the middle inhibitor has gone down for Team Forge. We're at 47 minutes into this game and 90,000 gold for Team Forge. Got those 5 towers up to 7. And Dragons have kind of gone back and forth in this game, and even though the Elder Dragon went over to 4G, they probably won't be able to squeeze another push out of that one. 1,800 damage crit in from So onto that Wolf. He's hurting quite a lot. Welcome to late game Caitlyn, who just sold their boots and now has a full damage build.
Yeah, Phantom Dancer on top of it. So if Taiki gets onto him, will reduce a lot of that damage if the Trundle gets there as well. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, Pulse, day 1 of CSQ group stage, you and Vedius casted a 63-minute game. It was between 4G and ESG, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
4G wanting to go out the same way they came into this, saying, hey, I'm going to make you wait.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. They went from like a late game slow team to a late game fast team who likes to go for fights. So they still like the late game, which I'm fine with. So is on a 380 movement speed, so he's a little slower now that he's got all of his items, but 100% crit chance. So.
But the thing is, all he's got to do in a team fight is just sit there and be like an artillery cannon. And
That's true.
Just like fire just massive
Fires
shots.
missiles.
If you can get, like, the most fun thing is hearing a trap go off.
Yeah.
In a team fight, if you've been playing Caitlyn,
And you know someone's dead.
Mini Duke.
Someone's gonna get bopped.
Yeah, I mean, nowhere near this level, but I've been playing a whole bunch of Caitlyn lately, and just hearing the trap go off is a nice satisfying
Like the
thing.
crunch.
Because you know you just get like a right click on somebody, and they lose 1,000 health, and the 2 people next to them get hit huge as well. So it's a very satisfying thing if you can actually manage to get that down. So has been doing a decent job in the last, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes of getting his damage out in team fights.
I mean, when you have 100% crit chance as well, because your passive scales from crit chance, it does a lot of damage.
Oh,
Mini Duke coming out. Hiva gets hit up there. He's got the healing, of course, from Triumphant Roar.
4G are trying to 50-50 this. They're like, are they going to stop us going for the base? Probably
Indecision.
not.
Baron's going to go down to G2V. There's the Monsoon coming out. Taiki is going to be backing away. Falco is looking for something to do in this fight. Hiva's onto the backlines, onto Inkos, and so Taiki is trying to take down Falco himself, and everyone is just in this scrum in the middle of the fight. Mini Duke's going to go down. Mid lane is exchange. So is going to drop the big damage dealer out for G2V, and Taiki now onto Falco as well. That's just been his quarry through the entire team fight, and Gap's going to help him finish it off. 4 kills for 1, and Inkos is the only one alive. This could be the end of the game here, coming out for G2V.
Inkos is going to get chased around. 4G are going to look to end here. Inkos on his own should not be enough to save this. He does have Baron on him, though, and would be the only person left. 4G need to commit to something, but Inkos is cutting the wave right now. If Inkos runs to the bottom lane, he can't do enough. No, this is going to be 4G surely pushing it in. They've got Alistair, they've got Echo, they've got Trundle backing now. Inkos recalls as well. 4G will take the bottom inhibitor. Miniduke is still not up for 20 seconds here. Inkos, don't die here.
Hiva may have found the pick. Taiki and Gap trying to chase after. They want the inhibitor to go down. Inkos is a little tanky here. He actually doesn't have the lamps respite. He's got it careful. Taiki's on top of him. Chrono break back to safety. And Gap and Hiva will be backing off out of the base. Miniduke and Senno are back alive, and no way does G2V hold.
G2V barely hold. They rushed down the Baron. Did not seem interested in 4G looking for the mid lane. Sendu dies so early in a fight once again. So incredibly squishy. Miniduke as well. And so cannot kite against these three champions right here. It's an Echo, an Alistair. I mean, what are you going to do there? You're going to try and kite back, and ultimately the Trundle's just going to wail on you. We're into another fight, though, as G2 are in the middle lane. They're going to group around Inkos now as the only Baron wearer that remains in this game.
Wow, 51 minutes into this, and I thought like one team fight was going to end it. Apparently not. You kill 4 people, and somehow Inkos holds, clearing out the minion wave, pressuring the bottom side. The inhibitor is still exposed in the mid lane. G2V going to take the initiative. And this will be the opening of a fight. Mimic going to try and come in here. He's going to have to immediately head back to base. Taiki has to chrono shift down. And Sendo, he's knocked into the Nexus turrets. He's going to take so much damage into the Guardian Angel. The rest of the team take the time to take down the inhibitor. Victor, he's good to go. Sendo, he's out of the rip for 74 seconds.
Bot lane is pushing in for 4G. They nearly got the kill onto Caitlyn. That may have been the game-winning play. Trades the flash for flash pretty much on Caitlyn's flash cooldown, so stays alive. Forced to use the heal. Even sold that Phantom Dancer for a Triforce. I mean, was not content with what she was getting from the PD in keeping herself alive. Wanted a little bit more of that, you know, extra damage on the auto attack, plus a little bit of movement speed, plus a little bit of everything.
That's crazy. Hey, you got any more of that damage? Apparently, just a little bit more. Oh, Hiva found an engage onto Miniduke. He's going to back off. He's still alive, and so is the mid lane. And no way did both of them survive. Taiki, he's going to head onto Inkos here. He's going to drop down, and he's also going to trade his life for Gap's Guardian Angel. Miniduke is going to be right on top of him. He comes up, the traps were there. He takes him out with a headshot real quick. 2 and 1. Remember, Sendo's still dead, but 70 seconds on the bot lane for 4G.
And so is completely full health at this point, looking to run up. Ace in the Hole comes out. It's not going to be enough to kill them. It's just going to slow Mimic down, stops the recall, allows them to push up. Now they'll look for the top inhibitor from this. They have Victor available on the side of 4G to try and clear the wave. The problem is Victor is no flash from trading his with the Caitlyn, so if he steps too far forward, Miniduke will look for the kill. There is a Guardian Angel on him at the same time, though. Taiki will clear with his Q, and 4G still have to be careful in front of this inhibitor. It's going to be a slow process. So needs to start setting up traps here. He needs to add the additional attack damage. They're all still on the inner turret on the inhibitor.
They may lose
for G2V.
They may lose the Nexus turrets here. Miniduke, he's going to jump back to safety. Parallel Convergence came out. That was one of the towers dying, but so does the same in 4G's base. Inhibitor is going to be dropping low here. Mimic, Taiki, and Jizuki are going to be holding strong, but the inhibitor goes down. Dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes here, Stress.
Man, I'd really like to see So actually placing the traps more actively. I believe the ones in front of the mid tower have just expired from the time duration timing out on them. What you want to do when you're sieging a turret like that, no matter whether you've got the numbers advantage or not, is at least set a line of traps around it so that it forces 4G from not being able to move forward. If they step forward into the trap, you smack them in the face with a massive, like a crit that comes out, and you chunk all of their health down, and it provides a defensive line while sieging. Watch any Caitlyn play and they'll do that. They'll step up to an inhibitor turret and just line it up, because you only need all 5 and you cover the entire
entrance.
The entrance, the distance between the walls and the turret.
And yeah, So's trap placement can be a little bit wonky this game. They're never like straight lines. They're kind of like jagged.
It's a good point. I forgot about like the dog leg one that he did in the mid lane. I'm like, just put him flat now.
Yeah, God, yeah. It like part of my OCD gets like triggered, but they'll always find that way, that one way to like squeeze around the trap line. 55 minutes in now. Everyone is alive from both teams. Dragon is going to be up in 30 seconds. 1 minute on that Baron as well. And there's going to be some fights around those objectives. There's 2 inhibitors dead for 4G. G2V, this could be the win on the board. And remember, 4G, if they win this game, they'll be first seed in this group. If G2V win, it blows the group wide open.
Blows it wide open doesn't quite summarize the possibilities if there is a 4-team tie at least in Group B. And depending on the rest of the results today, there is not really any way to decide them without playing further games if we end up in the nightmare scenario. But it's on 4G or G2V. This last fight is going to decide the game. The traps have come out.
They're still trying to come through with this one. Taiki, he's starting off the fight, but he gets chunked out by So. Hiva is going to knock away Inkos from the start of this one. Sendo's trying to reconvert the rest of the team. Hiva gets caught back as he's going through the bottleneck. Taiki goes in, he goes out. He's dropped into his Guardian Angel. Falco is going to come for the mid-fight healing. Hiva with a combo onto Sendo. Inkos back into his ultimate, and Hiva's going to find the same. Everyone is going to come out of the Lamzer's bite. Shut down.
Caitlin's got it.
So. He's still alive. No one can quite get to him. And this is going to be the retreat in from Forge. They'll turn around and they'll take down the Dragon.
TP into the base.
2 kills there. TP in from Minijuke. He's going to try and pressure the base.
He's going to try. In comes the TP from Sendu. It's 2 people cutting 4G off right now. They don't have Caitlyn with them. They've still got to be a little careful. Sendu can take on the support, no problem. Miniduke, though, on the other side. This looks like G2V's victory here as they're pushing towards it, but they just have to edge this out carefully. As soon as that Nexus turret dies, pretty much so do 4G's hopes of taking a clean first place in this.
Minijuke coming in here. So is Sendo. They take down Cap. They're onto the Nexus itself. And G2V, and it's 1 hour epic. Take down 4G.
Wow, what a crazy set of last 20 minutes in that game.
What even was that?
That game should really have been kind of done by the advantage that was the 4G had accrued. I need a minute. I'm just going to kind of settle myself.
Yeah, I'm still like hyperventilating over here. That was 1 hour of just like constant kills, constant action. And you're right, Team Forge had a massive advantage in the early game. It was just like, yeah, this game's done. They're going to take first place. No worries. Then G2V, after fight after fight after fight, keep getting these small advantages in those skirmishes, no less, that Team Forge didn't play around. And then we got into this slugfest where we have these AD carries who were just like got 100% crit chance, just hitting everyone for like 2,000 damage. And in the end, yeah, G2V won at the Dragon and just closed out the game. It was nuts.
Crazy, absolutely crazy set of games. And the important thing is, how does that game affect the standings?
Yeah.
That was game 1 of Group B for the day.
A lot of implications.
There's a lot of implications to come up. So if we can take a look at the current standings after this game, of course, the ones with the asterisks, as you mentioned earlier, have not been played out. 4G sit for now at the top, only because they own the head-to-head over Kick. From there, ESG and G2V, Chev6, and potentially Mouse could, all swap around in different places. Right now, they are listed alphabetically within ties as well.
Yeah.
So you can see G2V right there, right in the middle of the pack. I'm pretty sure they're done. Yes, they are, because 2 teams will be above them with 3 wins. So it's all reliant on the remaining games. Mouse as well can't achieve 3 wins and are out as well.
Indeed. And wow. That was crazy. That was a crazy, not only end to that game, but like basically the whole hour. But yeah, great to see from G2V. It's been weird. The teams at like kind of the bottom of the pack have been the ones who have been performing and just blue shelling everyone like at the top of the table. Like Melty turned up.
Where were these teams?
G2V turned up.
Days 1 to 3.
I know. It's crazy.
If they had done that, we could have had some crazy games.
Exactly, and had like a 6-way tie. I don't know, something insane.
Just the whole group's tie.
Yeah, we're just like, let's play the whole thing again. But I don't know. I don't know what happened to these teams in that like 1 day off they had, and then they just came back and just got good.
Got good.
So I'm not really sure.
Well, I mean, G2V got to the late game with a Caitlyn that got full build.
They did. With Trinity Force, they even sold the Phantom Dancer to get a little bit extra damage.
Tends to help, I guess. But it was stalling 4G out, stalling Forge out. Those fights in the mid lane, man, slowed him down. Forge just couldn't quite push in after it, couldn't get the objectives. What's going to happen for the rest of the day? I can't yet tell who's getting out of Group B.
I don't either. Well, at the very least, that's it from me because Sifu will be taking over the desk after this one. So that's game 4 done. That was a crazy end to at least my set. So we're going to be taking a quick break before we head on to our last 2 games of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final stretch of group stages here, and for many teams, it could be the last they see of Challenger. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm Daniel Cifadracos. I said that
Some
twice
hype.
now. I'm a little excited.
It's fine.
You're James Stress O'Leary. They know you.
It's fine. Sifa's come in. Pulse's watch has ended. I hope you remember to hold the door on the way out for him. But let's get into
just
our
sneak it.
fifth game of the day.
Of course, it's Chef 6 versus Mouse Sports, and let's jump right into the starting lineups. On the side of Chef 6, it's NIQ in the top lane, Syncroft in the jungle, Godbro in mid, Nardius on AD carry, and Super A's on support.
So about this lineup, I, coming into this, was like, man, this lineup's going to be great. They've got so many carries. It's going to look great. Synkrov has been one of the standout players, I think. And when you look at his Nidalee performance, he has been dominating a little bit more. But I was glad to see Godbro back yesterday in yesterday's games. Actually played aggressive, finally.
That was good. I remember when he picked Zilean, we were all like, what is he doing? Like, what is this? And then, like, yeah, he's landing great bombs, but it's like, this isn't, you're not killing people, man. This is not, we know you, and you're really all about killing people, and this is not your style of pick, and he's bringing it out again.
Yeah.
It seems to be working out well for him, and additionally, Synkrov, as you said, doing incredibly well on Nidalee. I think we were mostly skeptical about him. We didn't know a whole lot, but things are working out really well for him overall.
Yeah, really, really well. So I'm excited to see exactly how he can match up today, because on the other side is a team that have struggled out of the jungle somewhat with some of their unorthodox picks, and that is on the red side, the opponents for this game. It's going to be mousesports with Wardane in the top lane, Dan in the jungle, Caps in the middle lane, Upset and Norscaren as AD carry and support.
Yeah, of course, Mouse losing out to ESG yesterday. Aurelion Soul pick, that was pretty hype. I was excited about that, but an incredibly bloody game, and I would say a little bit messy on both sides, honestly.
Yeah, messy. I mean, we did finally, however, see Dan go back to a meta jungler. I was like, yes, he's playing Elise. It's so good. It's exactly what we need.
It started so good, too. The man, like, flashes over the wall to deny the Maokai gank. It's like flash cleanse from Aurelion Soul to stop the CC, flash over the wall from Elise to lock the tree under the tower. Gets him, burns him down, first blood. We're like, wow, amazing start. And then it was just immediately downhill from there.
Yeah, the other side of that is he then got pushed around a whole bunch by Obvious. Obvious went huge in that game. So the jungle wasn't really anything to write home about in the end of all things for Maus, unfortunately, once again.
So exciting. Pick bans were like, great pick. Early game, we're like, wow, great kill. And then, as you said, just immediately kind of just did not work out.
I did like Caps, however. You mentioned the Aurelion Sol, that play in the mid lane where he stopped the Maokai coming in and then ended up with like 6 kills.
And the crazy thing is that the game, I feel like he played the game so well, but he played the level 1 in the most bizarre way ever.
Right.
Obviously, on Aurelion Sol, for those of you who aren't familiar, you start the W and you're going to max it first because it gives you more damage. But we just watched him take a point in that level 1 and then just walk at Lissandra. Like, please fight me. And just continue to walk at Lissandra. Like, there's creeps. Creeps are hitting people. Lissandra's hitting Aurelion Sol, and Aurelion Sol is just slowly marching towards her.
I would have liked to see Maus do more of what CLG were doing at MSI with the Aurelion Sol, though, and that's stack it in the base and just run out with, like, the the star that's, like, over mid lane, and you just use Aurelion Sol to engage. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of Maus doing that. But
I remember that spot in MSI where the star was, like, as big as the lane, and SK are like, or SKT are just like, no. Please, we don't want this. Like, please leave immediately. Well, we'll have to see if Aurelion Sol comes out here again today for Caps. It did work out pretty well despite their loss. Maybe looking to take it once again, but the Lucian already going to be banned out, as well as the Quinn, taking that one away from Grodborough, one of his more successful aggressive picks.
Yeah, blast from the past from him. We're not expecting it as a mid lane pick. He pulled it out, I think, day 2 or day 3. Did really well on it. Actually fixed a lot of Chef 6 problems where they were like, oh, we don't really know how to win a game. Put Godbro in a side lane on Quinn and see if he can duel people out.
And I mean, to be fair, that game too, I mean, a lot of pressure coming in from the AD carry position. Nardius did it incredibly well as well on the Lucian that time around. So, but Lucian and Quinn are both off the table, so I'm wondering how exactly Chef 6 are going to adapt these strategies. Nidalee taken away, Ryze taken away, both of these kind of power picks. And no surprise to see Dan taking the Nidalee away. He was bullied out by the Kindred. We can only imagine how tough that Nidalee matchup would be.
Yeah, it's... to be honest, I don't know what Dan's going to really run. I never really know anymore. It's like, well, is he going to play the Nunu? Is he going to play the Rek'Sai?
The Nunu.
The Nunu.
Delicious.
Sorry for reminding you.
Yeah, a little traumatic. Of course, Trundle going to be the final ban on the side of Chef 6. And we have to remember a lot of pressure on Chef to pull out the win here. Mouse, they're free and clear. They may be out of contention, so the pressure's off them in terms of performance, and we've seen a lot of teams, Melty especially, come out of nowhere when that pressure is off. They go their level to take down low priority, like, insane. They played like gods, and I'm wondering if we can see the same from Mouse today as the final Asir ban does come out.
The way you say that, Mouse actually have a history of doing it as well. They were the team that played like the Teemo Gangplank and beat like an undefeated team in Challenger. It was ridiculous. So for Chev, with Nidalee gone, I think that's probably the best pickup right now, looking at it.
Kindred lock-in going to be first. Mouse maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable. That is exactly what shut down yesterday.
And I like it. It's strong for Chev 6. On the other side now, would expect, I was going to say the Lucian, but it's already banned away from this game. So now we get to see what Mouse are going to prioritize fairly highly. Will they go for an AD carry here? Will it be all supports? Honestly, nothing really stands out for me that Mouse have particularly played themselves that I'm like, they should get this here.
It's really all over the place, right? I felt like we were pretty happy with Caps on a number of different picks, but the rest of the team, I feel like we just weren't blown away. Never at any point where we're like, why aren't they picking this every game? This is the pick that's making things happen. So really curious to see what they do lock in here, of course. A lot of power left on the table. Potentially strong picks left open. Of course, Alistair taken off, or Alistair going to be picked up here, in addition to the Echo as the final picks come through. So I would guess most likely that Echo top lane for Wardane, although we could see it flexed.
All about that engage right now with these two. On the other side of things, looking at it, Victor, if they want to blind pick it for Chev 6, Godbro can play it, so it wouldn't be too much of a surprise to see it. Nick as well in the top lane in this situation normally picks Maokai. It's just like, I don't really know what I'm going up against. I can assume it'll be Echo.
Yeah. He's so good on it, though, which is the thing. I feel like he always is a good role player, and even if he falls behind or suffers a little bit in lane, he's always where he needs to be in those coming fights. And so it feels like you want a safe pick, you want to maybe save time to pick that mid lane role, or you know, the rest of your bot lane out. You can do whatever.
That Caitlyn is locked in. I've been sat back here with the lights on it thinking, are they actually going to lock that? Turns out it's been locked for a while, Sifa, so...
And Caitlyn, I say this a lot. Breakout pick for the tournament. Need to find a new keyword to describe champions becoming popular again. But
I feel like, you know, we saw a lot of Caitlyn, or a couple of games of Caitlyn at MSI. So I don't know whether it's breakout in just this tournament alone. Certainly has risen in popularity over the last few months spectacularly. So excited to see it in this setup with a Braum now. That's not a lane we normally see. We normally would see like Janna Caitlyn. Or range support Caitlyn.
And it feels like Caitlyn isn't really going to use the strengths of Braum too well. She's not going to very rapidly proc those stacks. But if someone ever does tank a trap, they're guaranteed pretty much to get the stun follow-up from Braum. And additionally, maybe not the best pick for lane, but potentially more for the team fight.
Potentially. I mean, looking forward to seeing Nadius playing it, and you mentioned that as well. If you also get the Braum passive and then put the trap underneath, it's the same kind of like 1-2 combination. Nice little tricky play. Don't do the Nunu. Don't do the Evelynn. Oh, they're trolling us.
Okay, all right. We got excited. We always do with Dan. You never know what he's going to do, but it is going to be the Ezreal coming in for the bottom lane. Safer AD carry, and of course, once again, the Elise coming out from Dan. Good start on it yesterday. Just has to make sure that he can keep that running as the game moves forward.
So, Alistair, Ezreal for the bottom lane, basically the never die lane at that point. It's like, how are you ever going to get to him?
Yeah, it's kind of this, we're ready to farm lane.
Yeah,
we're going to get the tier. You're going to be unhappy about this laning phase. But Caitlyn, I think, you know, pretty content to just trade farm there.
Yep, can obviously get some sense of poke down, but Caitlyn also is really frustrating to play against as an Ezreal sometimes, because Ezreal obviously somewhat reliant on poking down from afar if you're trying to at least be in any sense aggressive, and then Caitlyn's like, yeah, I've got all the minions in front of me because I'm super far range, so it's just like, good luck getting a Mystic shot through. This would be a 1-2 that Chev 6 pretty much you could have...
This is by the book, I think.
It's like you could have done that Magician's trick and put it in an envelope and then like written it before the picks and bans and been like, for their solo laners, they'll pick
Maokai LeBlanc. And then indeed, of course, it is going to be the Maokai LeBlanc God Bro. I feel like it's his signature pick at this stage. An incredibly aggressive champion. Works wonders for him. And NIQ on the top side.
It's fairly reminiscent of that first day where LeBlanc was the mid lane pick for Godbro. Well, he went huge, got like 4-0.
We have to hope for their sake it's not reminiscent of the first day, because it started so good.
So good.
So good. But
so
then,
good.
I mean, you jump into that Baron pit and you just die. When you're the super fed LeBlanc, things tend to turn against you pretty quickly.
And then it went so bad.
so bad.
Really just... not a great game in that first time for Godbro. They've bounced back since then.
Exactly.
That is a Victor locked in as kind of, you know, Victor has been a very safe mid laner in this tournament. You know, wave clears, same strength Victor always had. The change just gave him a little bit more damage on that ultimate, and he really hurts.
Very scary in those late game scenarios. And of course, Death Ray, hard to hit, but if you ever do, incredibly powerful. But I feel like You know, a lot of magic damage, a lot of engage coming out from the side of Mouse, and I really like this composition from them. They haven't had the strongest showings, but I like that they've built a comp that really lets them force fights.
But it's the first time we're seeing, apart from maybe yesterday, Mouse actually play a regular comp. But
True.
like, it's like, hey, they picked meta picks.
Nuno Callista wasn't doing it for you.
Yeah, we saw a Callista game before, and that wasn't so great either. I mean,
Yeah, it was rough.
Yeah.
For sure. I think the question is Mouse going to be that super form Mouse where they're playing Teemo, they're playing weird picks, and they're making things happen? Obviously, more standard picks this time around. What exactly are they going to bring to the table? Because Chef 6, I mean, by all accounts, seem to have gotten a team comp that works perfectly with how we know they play, and we don't really know what Mouse's best way of playing is. Like, we haven't seen them consistently stick to like split push or team fighting or playing around objectives. They've been all over the place, and it just has not been consistent.
The frustrating thing is Mouse on day one came out the gates swinging and actually had a really good game, and they got a lead, they managed to compound it into a win, and we were like, yeah, Mouse are back, they're great, and then they kind of dishearteningly lose 2 games that follow, and it was a little sad. But
and I completely agree. I mean, Mouse, such a storied team here. And, you know, when they came out with that, we're like, who is this team? This is amazing. Like, look at this play. Look at the way they're working as a team. And then it was immediately downhill. And I think just the instant change, because it's literally the next day.
Yeah.
Everything seemed to have fallen apart. And you have to wonder, is something going on in the team? Or was it, you know, did they just happen to just come together in that instance on day one?
Haha, Thunderlord's Alistair again.
Exactly. And you got to get excited. In for a stormy game. Chef 6 on the blue side, Mouse on the red. Caps, he loves the level 1 aggression, and apparently it doesn't matter what he plays. Last time was Reliant Soul, this time it's Victor, and he is making moves to run up.
Already got the 2 autos there. I don't think he's actually going to get that passive proc.
He should just start Spell Thieves every game. Get the extra gold. Oh, damage going down. That's the Thunderlords.
Hang on.
But, oh no, Norskarin, you're getting stunned up here. You got to respect the Braum. Level 1. Exhaust comes out. Flash is going to have to come out too. Ignite. Auto. One more. Godbro. He wants it. The flash forward. The auto. The last tick down. Oh my god. That one's actually going to go over to LeBlanc. Upset is next. Dude, Braum level 1 is so strong. Oh my gosh. Upset flashing for his life. Super A's waiting on that Winter's Bite cooldown. Flash forward. They want to get it. Yes, one auto. Whoa! Cancels the Q animation with the flash. Gets the auto. Super A's. First blood, Caitlyn with the double, or sorry, second blood. Godbro with first blood, Caitlyn with the double assist, and Mouse, they needed to find a way to fight back, and this is not the start that they needed.
That's all summoners used by the Mouse bot lane. Still have heal for Nadius. Godbro got a kill, exchange it for both of his summoners. Has to play a little bit more carefully, but that is a big win right now for Shep 6 when you look at how they needed to start this game to stamp their mark on this this best of 1 series. So I mean, the group is still wide open. Chef 6 here still have the opportunity to climb a little bit in the standings here. A win over Mouse coming from a start like this could go a long way.
Absolutely. You can see Nardius already level 2 as well, courtesy of those early creeps. Picking up the Krugs into mid lane. Victor, we can expect him to struggle here because that LeBlanc just manages to go back, buy an extra pair of boots, and it's going to be that much harder to hit the death ray in these trades.
Godbro wants to go in.
Quick level 2. Caps trading back though. So proactive play. Caps not letting that first blood scare him. Making sure to punish Godbro's aggressive play.
Yeah, I mean, Caps knows he's got the barrier available here, and there's no ignite on the side of Godbro. Top lane.
Warden getting aggressive. Nick actually very low. However, Echo, without the parallel convergence, isn't going to be able to punish the low health bar quite yet.
Still no barrier used by Caps. Holding his nerve mid lane. Oh, here comes Kindred.
Syncroft, he's going to need to use something. Moving in. Mounting Dread goes down. 2 stacks. Looking for the third. Caps. Barrier comes out. One more auto. Flash. Auto. Gonna get it. Stack goes down as well
he
for
stays
Syncroft.
alive.
Actually, no stack for Syncroft. Just a few seconds away from getting that one to proc.
Still gets the kill, though, in the middle lane. Even gives the assist over, I believe, to Godbro in that situation again. Man, this is a tough game for Mouse to start on. This is exactly how Chef 6 started their day 1, game 1, matchup. And as long as this one has a better ending for Chef 6, you got to think that they're happy about this start.
Absolutely. 3-0 the start. So strong in each of the individual lanes. Jungle moving in as well. And you can see Dan getting something back. He is going to snag that red buff for himself. So good proactive counter jungling. Going to shut down any kind of or any other early aggression coming in from the Kindred. I feel like she may need that red buff, but Victor, of course, still marked out here, and Syncroft maybe hungry for another gank.
Syncroft just found himself a ward. Early pink ward, places it in the one place in the lower jungle that there is a ward there from Dan, so they know where he is at least. Wardane stuck around top.
Moving forward, Wardane may have to run his way out of this one. Parallel convergence comes down. NIQ not going to get hit. Moving through, using that movement speed to take him to safety. Arcane Smash. Not going to back it up, but a quick trade of blows. Wardane, of course, still has the TP, and we can imagine that it's not going to be too effective at this stage.
Yeah, Wardane may choose to TP back, may choose to just walk it. I mean, Maokai at that point did take a fair amount of damage in exchange from Echo. Wardane starts walking, then TPs.
Syncroft is going to get smite before Dan in this exchange, but Dan does have the level advantage. Victor's moving up. Syncroft, he wants that stack. Cocoon not quite going to land. Caps! That's a lot of damage, but Chain doesn't land, and the trade goes back to Godbro.
Yeah, Godbro thought that he would get somebody kiting backwards, or at least trying to run back out of that fight. Did not quite get the angle right on that. Was banking on somebody running away. Couldn't quite get the combo down, and despite having a lead bottom lane.
Good block coming out from Super Ace. You see the farm just about even, but Chef 6 eager to kind of try to punish out here. Mouse looking surprisingly comfortable. No tier for the Ezreal quite yet. And across the map, the biggest surprising thing here is that Godbro is really struggling in farm in this mid lane.
Yeah, he's getting pushed in constantly. Does have his Ignite available now. Cap's not quite with the barrier, but Godbro being pushed back so much, it's kind of a race for 6 right now. Godbro is over half the level there. Caps is not quite level 5, so Godbro does have a small window where he may be able to kill Caps if he gets the right opportunity.
Yeah, Ignite up for LeBlanc. Barrier still a few seconds away from the Victor, so if he can hit that soon, may be able to go in. Top lane, it's the nerf fight.
Yeah, it's
no sharp tools up there.
It's Echo and it's Maokai.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen that a lot.
Yeah, no doubt. Moving forward, what do you think the big break point is here? I mean, are we just waiting for the jungle pressure to pay off? We talked about level 6. Godbro's there. Do you think this is it?
Not sure about under the turret, but look at the damage already onto Caps.
He's just so close to hitting those chains every time, but he just does not quite land them, and that's a huge difference for those Sigils of Silence.
Watch out, Dan coming bottom lane. Here's the engage by Mouse.
But pulverized. Nardius trying to make it to safety. Ezreal going to arcane shift in. Mounting Dread goes forward. Syncroft getting stunned up, but Alistar's stunned. Nardius getting blocked out. Great use of the concussive blows. Elise goes up, comes down, flashes out. Heal used to take her to safety. Fight is going to back off. Aggression briefly stopped.
Nardius looked to be in a lot of trouble there as the Alistar engaged. Godbro mid lane onto Caps, goes in.
Two finally landing the chains. Caps
he
locked
locks.
up. He's going to back off here though. LeBlanc low on mana, low on health. Barrier available for the Victor as well.
Got baited by our observers mid lane. Thought we were about to get another kill on this game. Nardius looked to be in trouble. Did have his flash available in that bottom lane when Alistar engaged. Mouse actually did not know that Syncroft was bot lane. They thought they had a 3 versus 2 advantage. And that's why it looked a little bit more precarious for Dan. Ooh, Godbro got chunked down very hard before that little exchange.
God, Chaos Storm comes out there. You could just get popped in an instant. Moving in, though, Dan and Cap's going to throw down some pressure. They know LeBlanc has to back here. And pressure really in every lane as Echo continues to bully out on the top side. And believe it or not, Alistar and Ezreal just doing a really good job of pushing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's been difficult for Nardius actually to harass down. A little bit more sustain on the side of Mouse with that Alistar. Ooh, top lane.
A lot of damage, forcing the ult out from Echo. Good play from an IQ. He's still going to have his own, but running relatively low on mana. Syncroft now headed up to the top side. Dan not actually going to mirror him. Ping's coming in. Pink ward coming down. Echo is just to the bush there. Ooh, he looks like he took the bait. The juicy, juicy bait. Moving in, though, NIQ, he might drop down as well. Flash comes forward. It's going to get locked up. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade in the end. Great pickup from Wardane.
Nick thought he was flashing just to get distance away from the
Godbro.
Echo. Oh, the damage.
Oh, the comedy of errors. Godbro missing his shots, but Caps having no issues. Gravity field ticking down. Godbro potentially in trouble. The flash forward. The tower just outside of tower range. Godbro moving forward. He has the Ignite.
No distortion yet. Barrier is available for Caps.
Has it now. Move forward. Ignite. Shield comes back to the Victor. He should be safe, but Syncroft is looking for a fight too. Dan is going to take a single shower shot. Moving in. Dan getting burned down. Victor moving forward. Move forward. Invulnerable Lamb's Respite drops
Everyone's
as well.
so
Godbro,
low.
he wants to go in. Who's going to go down? It looks like Mouse coming out on top. Dangerous game, saving the day as they walk out of that play.
Oh man, Godbro could not quite get the ultimate distortion after he went over the wall. Didn't want to risk going in 1 versus 2 and dying. And that was Syncroft. Oh, everybody was so low in that Kindred ultimate available, couldn't quite stay alive. Nick TP'd into the middle lane, though, at the end of it. Can't really capitalize on that, so Nick, a little bit unfortunate in his plays the last couple of moments. Tried to flash away from the damage in the top side. Now teleporting in the mid lane for nothing is going to lose a lot of lane advantage. Look at that big wave being pushed under the turret. That's going to fall before Nick can ever get there.
Yeah, and look at Caps still has barrier after all that. What confidence to not use that summoner spell overall. So we got to say, great execution coming in from Mouse on the response to that play, and we'll take a look at it one more time. These health bars, they may be low, but it just doesn't feel like it matters in this fight.
That shield from the Q, just, it was still plenty of health left for Caps, but this is not what you like to see as a Kindred. When everybody is low and you're this early on into the game and it's just like, I'm as low as they are, and they just have more damage from having 2 people.
You got to really feel for Syncroft there. I think he accidentally stepped forward instead of auto-attacking the Elise, and it was literally the difference between one auto-attack. Elise goes up in the air. She comes down perfectly into Lamb's Respite, but now perfectly into the bottom lane as Super Ace has to try to run to safety. Exhaust comes out. Elise has the red buff. Nardia's actually going to get picked up here by Wardane. Great teleport. Braum is up next, and Mouse, they're making moves on the map.
Yeah, they're getting it all bottom side as well right here, bringing the Echo down from Wardane. Godbro from the mid lane is still trying to go aggressive, but has to deal with this Victor damage. Syncroft even just showed himself. Despite this being a difficult Drake to take, Dan's going to try on his own. Mountain Drake does have the lowest DPS of all the Drakes, but it has the highest resistances, so it takes a long time, even with Spiderlings.
Slowly working through that health bar, as you said. The most resistances, Dan trying to get the Spiderlings to take a little bit of this damage. They're not quite so willing, as Syncroft has now gotten into a little bit of a brawl here with Wardane, and that's actually a lot of damage coming in from the Echo. Syncroft, though, determined to pick up that camp, will use the smite in the end. And Godbro taking a lot of poke here. Ezreal packing up the Elise take, and they will grab that Earth Drake Infernal next on the menu. Speaking
of Ezreal, something we were kind of pondering after 6.8 changes was exactly how Ezreals were going to build, because, you know, for a very long time it had been blue build, where you get the tier, you stack it up, and, you know, you got to wait a little bit later in the game. Upset, going for what we were starting to be a little, we were starting to think would come back in, which is you go the Infinity Edge route, and actually, sorry, not Infinity Edge, Triforce route,
yeah.
And then you can go Infinity Edge, you can go other items as you go on. It's to do with the nerfs that Iceborne Gauntlet got in 6.8 was why we were expecting it, but never really saw it follow on. Had a base attack damage reduction from 125% of your base AD to 100. However, didn't really commonly see it. It's kind of a playstyle thing right now. Obviously, will reduce the ability to kind of kite back without having that Iceborne Gauntlet proc, but is going to increase the damage ever so slightly earlier on in the game, at least.
And makes it difficult for your team to really catch out targets. But Ezreal, of course, with the Rage passive from the why am I blanking on the Phage? Thank you. Will still have a little bit more mobility, but it just really doesn't compare to that Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, but at this point, you look at it from Mouse. They've got the parallel conversions. You've got the Elise Cocoon. You've got Alistair as well. They feel like they've got enough to cover for that, and they just want a little bit more damage earlier on in the game when you look at it with this Triforce. So Upset is looking for that route. They've got caps for damage later. We've seen what Victor can do.
Yeah, and we gotta think that maybe they're feeling like they're doing good in lane. They don't want to give it up by building that tier.
Yeah.
You know, you're just throwing away 700 gold in the early game. Yeah, it pays off much later, but the immediate payoff of Sheen and Phage is probably feeling pretty good in these bottom lane trades.
And that's the thing, right, is Caitlyn overall is going to have more better scaling anyway.
Yeah.
When you get there, she'll like one-shot you.
Yeah, just late game,
point.
you're not going to match the range.
Yeah.
Right? At the end of the day, the range are the guaranteed headshots at a certain point. Moving back, though, you can see mid lane pretty even in farm, but Victor actually doing insanely well in these trades, and Godbro feels like he went from being the aggressive player to kind of just having to play on the back foot. Caps tanks the tower shot, but he just doesn't even mind. He's got so much wave clear, and that Negatron cloak really just blocking out most of what Godbro has to offer.
Caps, as you said, he's just kind of just sitting there. Says, okay, try and engage. I'll Q you every time I get a shield.
Oh my gosh.
Pops his ult to get the
Instant
passive.
Chaos Storm. Just trying to bully LeBlanc out of this lane, wants to get a bigger CS advantage, but Dan is moving up into the top side. NIQ has overstayed his welcome. He's going to flash out in addition to the twist advance. Will dodge the Cocoon. Nice footwork. Moving in, though, starting to get burned down lower and lower. Has hit that 30% health threshold. Wardane not going to grab the kill, but Dan will pick it up. A killing spree for the man in the jungle for Mouse.
And it's working a lot better for Mouse now. Dan's actually had some sense of presence. This was our big criticism on what was the problem with Mouse when they were running weird jungle picks, is Dan couldn't get involved in the game. Now he's running the Elise. He's had a better early game. That's an engaged bot.
Coming in. Nardius could be in trouble, but Upset's gonna go down first. Norskaren next on the menu. Unbreakable Will is coming in, but is it too late? Caps not gonna drop. Godbro wants to kill. Move forward. Barrier. Great bait. Snaps
Caps
back.
alive.
Oh, Dan. The proc coming in from the Runic Echoes. The auto over the wall from Syncroft. An absolute bloodbath.
Alice is still running. Norskare and Ace in the hole.
Exactly.
He got him.
Living up to its name.
Got him.
Not
So,
quite the ace, but 3 kills across the map in
Yeah,
favor of Chef 6.
it was looking so good for Mouse, and then bottom lane, man, Nardius and Super A's, they managed to balance the traps and the Braum passive. So Nardius hit Upset with the Braum passive, then he stepped on a trap, got the added auto, and just from there, just chain locked.
And it felt like bot lane was going so well for the Ezreal. They had the CS advantage, they still do, but now the 2-1 and 2 Caitlyn, finishing up their Runance, has the additional BF sword. Kindred is getting these stacks as well, and Godbro really hurting in this game, but the rest of the team is doing quite well.
Yeah, the problem is for Mouse on the other side, all of the kills have gone pretty much to Dan. There's 2 on Wardane, which will be a nice little, you know, prize for Mouse to keep in mind. So that is going to allow their tank to be a little bit stronger. But for Dan right now, having all of their kills tends to be a problem on an Elise. Unless you're building full damage, which Dan's going for that Rallies next, so is going towards damage. Really, it's now on Dan to kind of try and carry a little bit harder in this game.
I would agree. I think a lot more pressure on him than we normally see. You know, at least not always a carry-oriented style pick, but if you're going to grab those early kills, Syncroft getting aggressive, jumping right into that gravity field.
I was going to say, that's ambitious. He's just banking on nobody being past that gravity field.
Moving out, zoning out. He's going to be able to walk away with his life there, but gotta say, we're going to keep watching this top lane, seeing these fights, seeing these trades, although bot lane...
There's the Triforce damage coming out on that Q.
Unbreakable moving in. Norskaren wants this kill, is going to get slowed up. Winner's bite, but Norskaren actually dishing out a decent amount of damage. Nardia's coming in. Dan, who wants to make the plays. That's a lot of damage from the Elise. All comes over the wall. Dan looking for the Cocoon, not going to land it. Chef 6 making it out with their lives. Tower not going to drop quite yet. Wave is on the way.
They get the flash from Nardius and get him low there. You can see Upset, as soon as he got that Trinity Force, wanted to fight. They know Caitlyn is not quite on the Infinity Edge herself, and that meant Mouse had that advantage. Now they can look to push through the turret. Dan is taking away that crab. It did have the Kindred mark on it, and now grants them vision of the next dragon in the game. You can see, though, Chef 6 are looking to kind of group in the rest of Mouse, box them in bottom lane, but they aren't there in time. LeBlanc backs himself away.
This is, I would say Mouse are still doing quite well. I mean, we got excited about all those kills going over, but they haven't really balanced that much out, and Mouse are going to move to take their second tower. They've already got the Earth Dragon.
Infernal is up as well.
Potentially on the way for Mouse as well. You can see 4 members on the bottom side. TP coming in. Here is the flank. Trap goes down as well. Wardane not going to get locked up. Looking to get the stun, but Nardius isn't falling for the trap. Wardane locked up. Can they kill him before he ults back? Tries to predict from Super Ace, but Nardius is all alone. Super Ace is next to fall as well, and things are going so south so quickly on the side of Chef 6. Lamb's Respite drops, but it's more a heal for Mouse than anything else at this stage of the game, and now they're going to be able to move to take that Infernal Drake.
Yeah, just delaying, and Mouse have decided that it wasn't enough for G2 Vodafone to pick up a win after already pretty much being eliminated. They want to pick up a win for themselves here on top of it and really disrupt Group B. Godbro caught.
You bit off more than you could chew. Upset moving in. Oh, they're going to actually turn this one around. Great surprise play coming in from NIQ to give that kill over, but Dan is still here. Godbro potentially in trouble. Cocoon from the bush. Oh, this is a quick pickup. Dan dominating as he just hops on out of that one.
Oh man, this game has started to go a little bit crazy as Mouse has taken a lead. Dan should be able to take this dragon on his own. There is a ward in the back of the pit. Infernal is the most similar to the previous Drake. Obviously, no real added power to the Infernal Drake when you're taking it.
Nope.
Just
looking for the
standard
steal here.
attack.
Dan taking a decent amount of damage. Is he going to be able to smite this one out? Maokai moving in, though. Alistair trying to make sure they can get it to safety. Ooh, good stun to stop any further advance. Is going to make it out from the winner's bite. And like you said, very similar to the old Drake. 8% instead of that 6%. And when you're ahead, that just feels so good. But let's watch this one more time. Great play coming in here from Mouse.
And this becomes very frustrating to watch when you take into account how Mouse are playing. It's scrappy right now, but it's still better than what they've been showing us the last couple of days. Upset just has Nadia's number here. There's no real way of Nadia's actually staying alive. Even gets Super A's through the fight. I mean, Dan is 6-0 right now.
Wow.
And I just feel like this is a different Dan than what we've seen in the last couple of games from them.
And of course, in addition to Dan doing well, Mouse is continuing to grab these big advantages. Victor did, during that course of that replay, take down the top tier 1 tower.
Yeah.
And the gold lead's now extended. 5K for Mouse. The Nunu picking, Rek'Sai picking Mouse are absolutely crushing this game, and we have to praise them for it. Dan has been where he's needed to be, and Mouse seemed to be ready to punish Chef 6 anytime they overstep.
The frustrating thing is it's too little too late. I mean, Mouse are already out.
Yeah.
This is not the time to be
maybe, you know, when they're playing for their own dreams, they're maybe not on point, but when they're playing to crush someone else's, man, do they look good.
Maybe. I mean, I guess there's no pressure on them to actually perform, but it's just very disheartening. Maybe I'm being a little too harsh.
Yeah. Well, it's a team you've known and casted for a long time, so hard to let go.
Well, we'll see if Chef 6 let go of some of their hopes of staying in the group if this game keeps going like this.
Yep.
But Mouse right now don't have Victor with them.
Victor headed down. LeBlanc maybe looking for the flank. Ult comes out. Not going to hit anybody. Not going to get blocked either. A lot of pressure being laid down from Mouse. Cap's going to take his time in this middle lane. Not feeling so scared of Godbro quite yet. Godbro jumps forward, gets some damage, misses the chain once again, though. It's been a rough game for him in terms of accuracy here.
Yeah, it has. I mean, we spoke about, and jokingly spoke about, how if this was like game 1 that Chef 6 played, where Godbro got ahead on LeBlanc, and it looked so good, and then they were being over-aggressive and couldn't really find any kind of fights and got counter-engaged on, that it would be super bad for Chef 6. And I mean, it's basically played out. Yeah, here we are.
Dash forward, looking for the chains. Caps with these sidesteps. This man just does not care.
And now Godbro,
he's actually out of time to hop backwards. Cap's just going to take the 25 gold consolation prize from that exchange. But with all that pressure in the mid lane, Mouse are feeling pretty good to push in here.
Yeah.
Tower shots moving down. Dan pressuring the sides. This is going to be the 4th tower of the game for Mouse. 38.9 to 32.5, approaching a 7K gold lead. We're only 20 minutes in. God, bro!
Gone, bro.
Exactly. I couldn't have said it better. The Caps just obliterates the mid laner on the side of Chef 6. And Mouse, the map is theirs. They don't even have vision. They don't even care. They don't even need it. The gold lead is so massive, 7K.
What is the damage coming out from Caps right now? I think Godbro was still quite low after the initial trade that happened previously that we saw, but man, Caps has been on point in reading Godbro. Every time he tries to dash into him, gets hit by a laser.
That's the worst feeling as LeBlanc.
Yeah.
You like hop back, you think you're dodging the skill, but you definitely got hit by the death ray, and there's definitely a siphon power on its way to hit you in the face. This has not been the greatest game for skill shot accuracy.
You are correct.
Yeah, a little unfortunate.
It looks like one of my games. Really.
I've seen your games.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think you've hit a few more LeBlanc chains than Godbro, unfortunately, for him this time around. I know that's harsh, but the man needs to hit these shots.
Harsh, man.
He's good at this LeBlanc, and I don't know if it's just Caps reading him and knowing, hey, you're going to throw it left, you always throw it left, you're going to throw it right at me, or predicting these patterns, or if Godbro's just hesitating here and second-guessing himself. But it's not happening, and it feels like there were so many trades that Godbro could have won out on if he had just landed that skill shot.
Well, Mouse are looking on the top side now, clearing out top side jungle, want to get the vision control for themselves, look for top inner. They've been actually fairly diligent about the way they've been pushing in. Not really leaving flank paths available. This time, however, there are a whole bunch of wards for Chev 6 on the top side that have not been cleared out yet by North Skaren. Mouse are pushing up, though. Here comes the flank. This is the problem. They haven't dewarded.
Ooh, Syncroft is going to get the damage blocked by Super A's. They're moving forward. Bromall to try to disengage. Godbro finally landing some shots. Hops over the wall. Caps taking a lot of damage, but still they're going to go down here. Brom dishing out so much, or rather Victor dishing out so much. Dan's gonna grab another kill. He moves up to Godlike. Ezreal with the ult from nowhere. Dan over the wall, the double kill. The Elise absolutely crushing the map. That is an insane performance here coming in from Mouse.
8-0-4 on Elise right now, and it didn't even matter that there was a TP coming in from Nick all the way in the flank. Nick wasn't even hardly in that fight.
Mouse
Neither
are
was
taking
Warden.
everything.
Mouse are basically giving themselves a game-winning difference now. This
Elise,
is like an advantage that wins you the game.
this is 10,000 gold. This is 3 completed items on any one character on your team. This is insanity. I mean,
Mouse.
Dragon up in 15 seconds. Mouse take everything. They're pushing in the inhibitor towers. All of the inner and outer towers are already gone. Yeah, 8-14 is the kill score, but that 10k gold lead, and we can watch this one more time.
I mean, this fight setup here, Maokai coming in. Where does Maokai go? I think Maokai goes on to upset here. Tries to go for the Ezreal. Yeah, dashes over the wall. I watched it on the minimap. At this point, the rest of Chef 6 is just dying from here. I don't even know whether Nick would have been enough here. And then Dan comes in, gets that kill, goes back. We saw how this one ended.
Yep. Oh, look, there's the beautiful
Flash,
bam.
yeah.
Flash Q. That animation felt instant, and that's the second
Second
Infernal Dragon.
Infernal. Oh my god.
This is the best time it feels like to have Infernal Dragon. You're already 1 item ahead. You already have 100 more AP than anyone else on the enemy team.
And a Mountain Drake. So as soon as you start hitting the objectives, they're going to win you the game. You're getting that extra damage on top of it. Like, realistically, Mouse should not lose this game.
No.
With this advantage.
No, there's no way. I mean, this is the moment where if I just can't fathom a loss here for Mouse. I mean, Mouse, you gotta understand, this is the team that has made mistakes. This is the team that has been inconsistent.
Yeah.
But I feel like even with their past failings, a 10k gold lead, Mouse has to come out on top.
Baron Throw would do it.
Yeah, we got
Not wanting to
you're
be
just
too
so,
glass half empty.
I know. But it's
like,
so hard to just. This came from nowhere. I can't even
watching-
cast the team fights correctly because I'm like, how is anyone doing this much damage?
It's just very frustrating to watch Mouse have a performance like this on day 1. And then days 2, 3, and 4 give themselves so many problems in their draft.
Yep. And we have
Too many problems to overcome.
We have to hope that coming into next season, wherever Mouse decide to play, if they decide to stay together as a unit, they can keep this level of performance up. Because this level of performance is challenger worthy, no doubt. But
Yeah.
if they could do this consistently, they would have a spot in the league. And as they move to take down Baron here, just about completely uncontested, we just have to wonder what's next for these guys, because right now they're showing us great moves. Oh, headbutt, Pulverize not going to land. Nardius, no hope. Wardane, he's not going to stop. He's chasing down here. Victor, he just flashes. He doesn't even care about the Maokai. He's going to pick up the kill onto Kindred. Mouse crushing the map, individual members. It's just different little hunting parties, making sure there's no life left on the side of Chef 6. Godbro dashing out to safety, but with the Baron buff up, with Super A's running for his life and 2 members dropping, we have to know that Mouse are going to be coming out on top here.
Super is just going to execute in the base. I mean, Maus have got everything in this game. Now they're pushing on for the bottom inhibitor. I mean, Dan is there. Godbro... I mean, Dan's 8-0-6 right now, so I don't know whether I want to go for that higher level than Godbro. Probably has more AP.
Unfortunate case, but he definitely has more items. I don't even know what to say. I'm almost
lost
like
for
I'm
words.
literally I'm lost for words.
Good job you're not your job's not to talk.
Good thing I'm not a play-by-play caster, right? Here's what's happening. Mouse are crushing Chef 6.
I mean,
Mouse have obliterated Chef 6. This is a 15k gold lead, and Mouse are the lowest placed team in the standings. This is the definition of an upset. They literally have a member named Upset on their team.
I mean, at the same time, then we've got to try and explain how Maus, who are looking this good against one of the teams that realistically still had a shot to make it through the Challenger Series qualifiers, an outside chance, be as it may, they're crushing them.
And things don't even make sense. There's a mana immune on the Ezreal. Is this third mana?
I'm actually, like, this game is messing with my brain because it just reinforces, like, we didn't really think that MOUZ were going to do amazingly well coming into CSQ. Like, my expectation was not for them to be top of this group, potentially looking to take second. But when you see a performance like this from MOUZ, it's like, if they had not gone for weird, funky drafts in multiple games, maybe they would even be top of the group with a performance like this. And yes, Chef 6 have made mistakes as well, but here's the last fight.
Engage coming in. Chef 6 is the last chance, but members are burning down too quickly. The gold lead is almost insurmountable. There's almost no damage on these MOUZ members. They're moving to take the third inhibitor. That's the triple kill for Victor. Godbro running for his life, just trying to buff those damage stats, and is going to have to walk away from this one. MOUZ icing on the cake here as Caps is now getting what is the late Quadra. Moving in is Dan. What? Is he going to ruin the perfect record? He is!
That's the game, though.
9-1-9. MOUZ finishing out the group stage at 2-3 alongside Chef 6. And what is the most one-sided game we have seen this tournament? What do you...
Why? Why was there a Nunu pick and a Rek'Sai pick when you could have picked Elise and done that in more games? Sifa, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. League of Legends, professionalism. Great win from MOUZ.
Yeah.
That was insane.
So good. Really nice
Absolutely
game.
stunning. Now, ESG... Sorry, not ESG. Chef 6 are now out alongside MOUZ. We have to remember that. But let's look at the rest of the standings. If Kick win out, they get first with 4-1. Keep in mind they have yet to play their game against ESG. 4G would then get second at 3-2 with the rest of the teams at 2-3. However, if ESG win, this is where things get complicated. It is a three-way tie between 4G, Kick, and ESG.
That means 4G would then have the head-to-head over Kick, meaning ESG secure first place, and then ESG have the head-to-head over. ESG have the head-to-head over Kick, and then secure second. So it's a little bit weird. So Kick would secure second in that kind of situation. Can you TLDR me for it?
Okay. So 4G is in for sure. Kick and ESG are fighting for second place. Is essentially what's happening.
That's
here.
all we needed to hear. Okay, thank you, Sifa. I made a bit of a hash of my words.
It's a little bit complicated. This is oh my god.
So
so that game was stunning, and we got to praise MOUZ at the end of the day. Good performance. I hope that this team can stick together and keep that up, because that was stunning. And Chef 6, obviously rough road, but same thing, you know. Obviously very strong potential from this Polish lineup, but when the pressure's on, you got to get those wins, and MOUZ clearly not worried about the pressure whatsoever. It's non-existent for them. Decided to turn that one right on its head, and really we just have to look ahead to our next game, because this is it. This is the decider. This will show us which teams are in the final. This will show us the matchups for the finals and put us down to 4 teams. We're going to go from 12 teams to 4 teams in just one game.
Yeah, and then it's all on to best ofs on the Friday. So lots still to play, man. That game is one that is I'm just gonna scratch my head at for a very long time as to why did it take so long for MOUZ to pick a real jungler. The last 2 days of even with a loss yesterday, still it was a good start for MOUZ.
And I gotta say, Caps crushed it that game.
Yeah.
He sidestepped just about every chain. He consistently traded with LeBlanc. Like, LeBlanc would go in for the combo, he'd take 300 damage, and he knew that those cooldowns were gone, and would just immediately run in. He's like, I'm going to balance out this trade. I don't care. I'm going to make this happen. And that kind of confidence in an assassin matchup is honestly crazy.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty insane,
crazy.
especially against Godbro's LeBlanc, too, to just consistently sidestep those chains. A man who's, crushes most of his lane opposition, honestly, especially in CSQ.
Yeah, I mean, man, it just makes me super hyped for our last game, though. Like, having a bit of a weird, crazy upset, or 2 upsets in a row.
We saw an Annie today. Like, things are getting real.
Got a Swain in there as well. Like, man, there has been so much craziness in this. Man, there is still so much left to play. There's only one game. One game, Sifa. That's all we got left.
That's it.
That is it. But, man, I mean... So you look back, we're 29 games down now. I feel like 6-10 seems to...
I forgot that we've been doing this for a while now. 29 games.
6-10 seems to be somewhat figured out for this mini meta that we've got. So unless there are some weird curveballs, I think we should be able to, like, during the break, just write down a pick and ban phase
And just predict it.
just predict. I'm not going to. Just
we'll see. We'll see. I'll see what. I'll let people know if you start writing stuff down. You start predicting. I feel like one of the big things that we thought would be that there'd be this top lane and this mid lane priority, but we're really going to have to see if it's changed at all in our next coming match, because before we get into that final game of the match, our final game of the day, we are going to take one last break, and we'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. I really want to shout really loud, but I totally destroyed people's ears last time I did it. But we'll give it a woo! This is it, dude. We're back. I just want to do a little one. I don't want to ruin headphone users. I'm sorry in advance for when I did that like 2 or 3 days ago. This is it, though. We are back. This is the last game of the day, the last game of the group stage. And no better way to end our group stage than with a match between Euronics Gaming and Kick Esports Club. Jump right into that lineup. Euronics Gaming on the blue side. It's going to be Phones in the top lane, Obvious in the jungle, Meja Felix in the mid lane, and then Cedrian and Haddow rounding it out with AD carry and support respectively.
And I think the most important thing we got to talk about is the progression and consistency of Obvious. Honestly, for me, he feels like the most consistent player on this lineup. And, you know, he's been playing a lot of Kindred, has actually been carrying games finally.
I think the definition of the Kindred carry. This looked like the solo queue terror Kindred that I think we've all experienced. And even after some of her early game nerfs and adjustments to her early game clear, still making this pick work. And I really feel like there's no way that this pick is going to get through Champions League. I cannot imagine this getting into the hands of Obvious once again.
Surely not. I mean, I'm right there with you on that. Super consistent for the team. Has really been the member that they've all used as their bastion of hope to keep ESG going through it. So there is still an outside chance for ESG to get through, but they're going to have to get past their opponents. On the red side, it is going to be Kick Esports Club. In the top lane, it is Trucklax, LeChase in the jungle, Shiko in the mid lane with Kepe and Rux as AD carry and support.
And of course, Kick losing out yesterday to 4G, making these standings pretty rough for them. They really need to pull out the win here. They can be definitive first place. All it's going to take is one last win.
I mean, they ran that comp, I think it was the Victor, the Ezreal. They needed a little bit more time, and unfortunately, the Vladimir just kind of went huge on the other side.
That game was legitimately insane. I mean, I did not expect to see the Vlad do so well, and it just really worked out.
Well, the good thing for the Vlad was he had like the Alistair, he had everybody that was just diving in on mid lane and just jumping into fights, making sure they got the engage. And from there, Vlad was just like, hey, we can team fight. Great. That's what I want.
That's perfect. Yeah, tides of blood everywhere. Hemo Plague. Let's all do some bonus damage. Like, yeah, definitely an incredibly strong team fighter. The changes to him, I can't tell if he feels like he has retained the same identity, and I really can't tell if he's stronger or weaker, but he is doing work in a lot of the games where he can find those big team fights.
Well, what we did find out, though, was that Kick weren't really able to deal with it, and that was the problem in yesterday's game. So I don't think it's going to be banned out, because I don't think it's really just the pick that was a problem for Kick, but certainly, there are issues for ESG when it comes to their champions. When you look at what Kick should ban here, surely it's going to be the Kindred alongside that. I mean, I'm looking at other champions that they've been playing. Everybody's been playing a whole lot of Victor. We're going to have the Rise, the Azir banned out as well.
Trundle, also a pick we can't forget. Nidalee, insanely strong in the jungle. It just feels like there's so many things that are potential must bans, and just not nearly enough to take them off the table, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like something is getting through. We'll see if Obvious can get like maybe a Nidalee in exchange for Kindred if it's not available again.
Well, I mean, we'll see. Who knows?
So
maybe they don't ban it, right?
For the 30th time in the 30th CSQs.
And final champion select.
In fact, it's not 30. I think it's... No, it is. It's 5 times 6.
Yeah. Got it.
I thought 6 days. I was like, nope, I'm easy maths.
5 days, 6 games.
This is what happens.
Our final champion select, Azir and Lucian taken off the table. Victor as well. Lucian, one of the picks we did not talk about quite as much, but has been the frequent ban, and so far we're on point with our predictions. Lissandra, though, I would say almost out of left field here. Felix, of course, has shown us good performances on it, but this is a ban that's been, I feel like, on and off throughout the course of the tournament.
I like it because Kick struggled yesterday against team fighting, and now you've just taken out one of the biggest engaged champions. When you look at a mid laner especially, there's so much potency for team fighting from a Lissandra flank to set up that, there's a lot of good options. Nidalee banned away. That's got to scream first pick Kindred.
Definitely, and I'm wondering if Kick are going to use their final ban here. What else do they take away? There's Rise, there's the Trundle.
Yeah.
I don't know if Echo is still ban-worthy, although we have seen some really good performances today.
Bard. So, they ban Haddo's Bard. So what this does is now give Rise over to Kick, should they want it.
Yeah.
They could also take the Trundle if they wanted it. Rise Braum would be another combination here of first picks that we would normally expect.
I think additionally, of course, no surprises. If you're just joining us, Obvious once again going to get his hands on that Kindred. He has been blowing us away with some of those performances. Stunning. But an almost immediate lock-in from Kick here. They took the Bard off the table. They immediately make sure that they can secure the Trundle as well as the Sivir. So really strong cores to a team comp here already.
So Lucian not available. Just go flex the Trundle, pick up the Sivir, one of the other AD carries that really has prominence. Also allows Kick to kind of choose when to engage.
I like the way they adapted here, not putting priority on a jungle pick. Know that because Kindred's already locked in on the obvious side, they can really take their time, see what the comp needs. Maybe Graves if they want more damage. Maybe that Elise coming out. We saw obviously what it can do when it gets ahead in our previous game.
That will remain to be seen as we are waiting on 2 picks from ESG. So what are they going to look for? Will they look for support here for Haddo? He's tried the Alistair a couple of times. Won't have access to his Bard. It could. Oh.
So it's going to get locked in. The silly lights tricking when you're like, oh, Karma got locked in. I'm like, what? No. Well, we can't talk about hoverovers. That's wrong. No, but of course, Ezreal and Karma going to be the lock-ins. We have to assume Karma's gone, I believe, both support and mid in this tournament, so still another flex pick, and Ezreal, of course, in the hands of Cedrion. No stranger to that pick. It's been around for all of competitive League of Legends. Always showing its face once again.
Always, always, always. So now it's on Kick. They've got to show a solo laner at least. Will they go for like the Victor, which we've seen? I would normally say blind pick. There is the potential for Karma to be made here. Victor into Karma is okay.
Yeah.
Victor doesn't have too many very bad matchups in the current setting. The hover over the Vlad. Just
I got excited. And then there was a
tip of the
vibe.
hat.
And then there's an Evelyn. I'm like, all right, clearly these are not serious picks. I said, looking at the camera, really hoping that they would lock them in. Like, let's do it. I don't know what that comp is, but I want to see it. Of course, waiting on these final picks, but already some strong poke elements coming out from the side of Euronics, it feels like. And Obvious getting his hands on this jungler, I think, is still the biggest story here.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wow, okay, they skip over the Elise and go for the team fighter.
Yep, Gragas, like once again, one of the picks that has become more popular on 6-10. However, I feel like it's been in and out of popularity. At the start of the tournament, it was insanely strong, used in a lot of games, and now it kind of fell off when people remember Kindred and Italy were strong, and now it's back again here in our final match.
And in this setup, now the Kick were like, well, you beat us with team fight yesterday. Let's get team fight. So they've gone for the Gragas, they've gone for the Sivir, Trundle from the top lane as well. Gives them a little bit of access to split push if they want it. Dual potential. So it means we're waiting on mid lane for Kick still, which once this Karma gets locked in, or at least locked down, whether it's mid lane, whether it's support, we will have the answer to that question. Still looking for top lane as well.
Yeah, and we have to remember low priority, of course, did bust out that Karma and managed to pull a win out with it in the mid lane. To wait to see those final pick locks in. So it has seen some success here, although it's been back and forth. That is going to be the Gnar going over to the top lane. Alistair for support, and that means that Felix will be taking that Karma into the mid lane. Looking at the team comp build here from ESG, do they just want to go toe-to-toe with Kick?
Looks like it. Victor probably going to be the lock-in here for Kick when you look at what is remaining. Ryze is available should they want it, but I think Victor probably just suits what they're trying to do a little bit more. At least when it comes to flexibility. So for ESG, they've got the Gnar, they've got the Alistair for the engage combo, you've got the Karma for the discount budget Sivir ultimate, where you just like mantra the Defiance,
the mantra the Inspire.
People. Yeah, you just run at people as a team.
Yeah. Also, shout out to the designer of Karma who made sure that the Inspired or the Mantra abilities have different names. That does not make my life difficult.
No, not at all. I'm like, the Mantra E, and people are like, is E the shield or the...
Yeah. Shield, speed up. I think it's called Defiance when it's Mantra. We'll learn in the game.
Defiance or Inspire? It's one of the two.
Inspire is the base, and I think Defiance is the Mantra. But while we're focusing on semantics of ability names, LeBlanc is going to be locked in for Shiko in the mid lane. Shiko. I know.
You're going to get a lot of tweets.
I know. He's trying. I feel bad for the guy because he told us in Champ Select, and clearly we can't read when you're being sarcastic in Champ Select. He's like, no, guys, Zico's great. I love it when people call me the wrong name. So clearly Shiko. We figured it out.
All right,
now we've learned.
Every time you call him Zico, I'm going to call you Chepa.
Shiko in the mid lane has LeBlanc. Interestingly, going for TP. Yeah.
You can thank me, Kick fans. I fixed Sifa saying Shiko.
Oh, man.
So what
Look
the
at
LeBlanc
you, so proactive. Let's talk about the teams.
So what LeBlanc is going to offer them is obviously that assassination potential, a little bit of early game damage. Does make it slightly difficult now if ESG prolong this game particularly long, as apart from the Sivir getting like that massive crit through a team fight, not a whole lot of late game, but good team fighting on the side of Kick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see the comps once again on your screen, and this is a lot of team fighting power from Kick. They've got so many engage tools. I mean, Gragas, Trundle, Braum, all really solid for starting those fights already, and when you back them up with the power of that Sivir, it's just pretty overwhelming to deal with.
Yeah, on the other side, though, we do have a fair amount in response when you look at the Alistair, you got the Kindred, you got Gnar and Mega Gnar as well. Just depends whether you can get the right timing on the TPs. But it's the last game of the group stage.
Last game indeed. Euronics Gaming on the blue side. Kick Esports Club on the red. Germany versus Portugal. Gonna be pretty hype. I think a lot of pressure on both these teams. I blanked. I'm gonna be honest.
I was gonna say, as an American,
Germany.
I'm impressed that you got that. I'm like,
I definitely blanked. I was like, P country. P. Which country starts with P? And
Peru?
No.
Like,
oh my gosh. I wasn't that bad. I wasn't gonna say the wrong one. I apologize.
I'm so glad. I'm so glad
to the Portuguese fans. We're getting it as we go. But of course, we'll focus back in on the game. My blunders, not really the key to what's going to happen here.
I don't know
this
about
is
that.
the deciding match here. We have to remember, if Kick win this, they are first at 4-1.
Yeah. We did make a little bit of a faux pas, walking you through the so-complicated tiebreaker scenarios. But the easy one is if Kick win 4-1 is their scoreline.
Yeah, bottom line, Kick win, they're in. ESG win, then they are in. We will explain the details further in as when we get out of game, but due to tiebreakers, due to the way the standings have worked out, this is pretty much the decider for who will make it out of this group. First and second seed, a little more complicated. But once again, we'll tell you later. We'll explain it later. Understand that everything is on the line here for both these teams because it really is do or die for both these lineups.
Wards have spotted out the standard lanes, and Cedrian gets the first autos on, desperately trying to get some sense of a push, but in comes Sivir and is going to ricochet the wave, and it's just like, oh, how cute. You tried to get a push on.
And it feels like this lane's going to be a little bit tough for Hadao in this level 1, although Ezreal and Alistar are actually doing a pretty good job to push in. You can see Rux just standing on that creep wave, though. If Alistar wants to move forward and proc those stacks, he is going to have to take some stacks of concussive blows.
And that's the frustration of the Sivir and having the Braum alongside her as well to just hit down those low creeps. She just ricochets and does all of the damage to the minions and evens up everything Cedrian was trying to do in that bottom lane. So we'll see how the actual 2v2 ends up going. Level 2 does go to Cedrian in the end of all things anyway. So looking to continue a little bit of dominance down there.
Great place to be. You can see the trading of blows back and forth in the mid lane. But bot lane and top lane are pushing out in the favor of ESG. Gnar, no surprises. When he's in that mini Gnar, he's just so hard to deal with. Throwing out those boomerangs in bot lane. Ezreal and Alistar got the momentum with that level 2, putting it to good use, but no major implications quite yet.
So, first Drake is going to be Ocean. No clouds. No cloud, then Ocean. Just Ocean.
Just Ocean.
Ocean's 11.
Oceans. Is this the 11? That would have been great if you actually tracked.
If I tracked how many oceans.
Honestly, the amount of oceans are probably equivalent. At this point, how many sequels they've made for that movie, I feel like even if we're on Ocean's 18, I wouldn't be surprised if that movie gets made in the future.
I mean, you've got to think. There's Seal Away. If you include 18 people in a heist, there's a lot of weak links in there.
I mean, like, that's the biggest weakness to security, right? Is
Yeah,
people.
I know,
Like,
right?
someone's going to be like, yeah,
Human error.
I'll turn you into the FBI for money.
Remind me never to operate a heist with you, Super, I guess.
Yeah, we would just gotta
Either
hope for
that
the
or
best
just
here.
do that first. I'll sell you out first.
Yeah, clearly we've developed an interesting bond here, and that we know we'll never do a heist because neither one of us can trust the other. It's good. It's a good, solid start to the caster synergy here. Of course, things still relatively calm on the map as we focus back in. You can see everything just about balanced out. Mark on the top side for Kindred. She's not there quite yet, and Gragas already moving to take it away. So obvious not going to get a fat early advantage. Although Felix, nice lockdown there. Minions though making sure to block any follow-up.
I like it. This matchup, the Karma into the LeBlanc. Every time LeBlanc Ws you, you shield yourself, hit the chains and just kind of close the distance between yourself and the distortion pad. We'll see whether that evolves.
Yeah, the chase
throughout this.
going down a little bit slow. Obvious jumping back in. Gonna get a lot of damage down. Doesn't have the strength to follow up.
And this is one of the issues with Gragas in the early game. Pre-6, double knockup, doesn't really matter. Pre-6, and to be honest, just early throughout the game, struggles in any kind of duels in the jungle. Does not want to get found by the enemy jungler, and you can see the damage that Obvious was just able to put down on the chase and chase him out of the jungle himself. Cedrian set
taking
forward.
so much. He's going to get stunned up. Great headbutt pull response coming in from Hadao, but the Boomerang Blade's still going to find home. Hit up those picks. The pressure is actually surprisingly still in the favor of Ezreal, and this is exactly where they want to be. You can see Obvious stealing away some jungle, but Cedrian's trading his life for pressure here. Mana given back to Kepe.
A gift. The top lane now.
Clear the waves a little better.
Has the advantage while Minina up against the Trundle. If we see the Rift Herald get given over this, we saw time and time again, day 1 and day 2, Gnar just dominates that matchup.
Yep, gets very disastrous very quickly, and you can already see that Gnar has a lead. Actually, all of the lanes here
for
have
ESG.
leads for ESG. They're doing incredibly well in this early game. I mean, no surprises from the Karma. This is what you expect as Felix fearlessly runs in there.
Yep.
Is he going to try to do it again?
Well, he's delayed the recall, so much so that Magifelix was able to recall, teleport back into lane. Unfortunately, I think TP's just going to come back out from Shiko, even onto the cannon minions, so holds it and is able to at least absorb some of this experience, even if he doesn't get the CS. Shiko does manage to get the cannon minion off that. So
yeah, but look at the CS differential here in the mid lane already, 55 to 38. This Karma, now with the Catalyst as well, is just, it's so easy for her to just keep trading.
Yeah, it really is, and you know, Shiko doesn't really have kill pressure on the Karma. Once that mantra now is up, Magifelix can just pop the W with a mantra if you choose to, and then basically
Heal
get
right
25% of the health back. And it's just like, oh, okay, I actually can't just burn you.
Yeah, not quite what you want to be doing there in that exchange, and of course,
Shiko's also not taking Ignite, so no real kill pressure anyway.
yeah, this is a really odd, this isn't something we got to move over as much in Champion Select, but how do you think this really affects the map play? It doesn't feel like he's going to be able to do much of anything in terms of 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1, I mean, LeBlanc's still relying on just hitting a full combo and somehow hoping that it's enough to burst through the shields and the healing that Karma has. Obviously, though, you're never really going to have kill pressure on the Karma in this lane. It's a very difficult one, so Shiko's just saying, okay, well, I'm just going to have impact on the rest of the map, try and TP in for an exchange, maybe look at a, you know, a 5-man gank and get down there, get himself into the mix and pick up kills that way. Still not optimal for the lane, but playing for the team.
Yep. I think overall, probably the choice that Kick need to make. They're playing against another strong team-based composition. Want to make sure Shiko is comfortable in this mid lane, and he's still dishing out tons of damage here, despite all the early harass from Magifelix. So, despite the CS differential, still feeling comfortable. Raw power of LeBlanc, and minor CS differentials across the map. Almost a 1k lead as we see another great headbutt pull. Rux, though, no hesitation to burn that Unbreakable, and things considering to be very even on the map. Ocean Drake, we've seen it be more of a priority, but neither team's really wanting to give up any kind of lane advantage or having any kind of lane advantage to take this.
Yeah, bottom lane has been engaging a lot, just trying to chunk him down. I'm actually a little more impressed now with Hado than I have been in the early days of the CS qualifiers. So I've known Hado quite a while, looking at his performances in the UK. He's a UK player. Generally hadn't made waves within Europe, hadn't really branched out onto a European team, but he started to find his feet with Cedrian somewhat. But his top lane, we are going to have a little bit of a trade. So, oh, another double knockup.
Looking for the ult. Oh, great block coming out from Rux. That's exactly what you want from your Brahmin. Pressure now in the favor of Kepe. Not going to move in for that last auto attack. Not going to get the bounce over to Hadao, but looks like bot lane finally starting to shift in the favor of Sivir, and you can look at those items and see exactly why.
You can. The sad part, well, not the sad, but the difficult part now is the lack of sustain in that lane. Shiko locked down.
Ooh, that is a lot of damage, hitting both halves of the Soul Flare there. Mantra Q, all of Karma's damage, but man, it does some work.
Yeah, it does do a lot of work. And yeah, the problem is no pots on the side, whereas you got the heal coming from Hado. Means that Sivir can exert a lot of pressure, a lot of damage down, but if they trade too heavily and Cedrian gets the Qs hitting, gets a lot of damage, then Kepe has to be careful in that. Still summoners available, so honestly I'm not expecting a kill anytime too soon coming out, because ESG aren't going to want to straight up fight all that much. You saw what happened the last time, the Ezreal ult just kind of got blocked.
Yeah, but you got to think, Ezreal must feel pretty content to farm here. He's got the tier, he's slowly stacking it up. It's not the Trinity Force Ezreal this time around. He's just going to take the passive route, wait to get those stacks, wait to move forward. And Obvious actually already with 2 stacks from the Mark of the Kindred, so he's not quite as fast as he has been in some of those other games, but doing pretty well here to keep up, and that scaling damage going to pay off dividends as we move further in.
Yeah, not as fast as our 4-stack Kindred by 8 minutes earlier.
Ugh.
That was insane.
Oh my gosh, that damage.
Oh, that was disgusting.
How do you have 5% of your current health? Here's a free Blade of the Rune King. You know, just take it. Just have the free Blade of the Rune King damage.
Oh, Cedrian, there's the trade onto him. It's the added damage that Civic is going to have if they take just that straight-up trade where Kepe was untouched. Really nice trade in favor of Kick.
Now, overall, works out pretty well. Just trades, though. Nothing quite committed yet. LeBlanc in and out. Doesn't want to stick onto Magifelix whatsoever. Rod of Ages now completed for the Karma, so is going to get that scaling up benefit. backs stop once again. This is the story of Euronics as a team. They're just committed to stopping these backs.
Yeah, that's all they want to do. They'll feel like they've won the game if they stop the backs.
And
That's
we
not
have to
how you
look.
win, but
I mean, this may be the first big showing of aggression here as Phones is gearing up with this Mega Gnar, but maybe Obvious just backs out because they've got the Rod of Ages.
Yep.
They've got the scaling tier on Ezreal. It looks like they're just content to wait.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they truly are content to wait. I mean, we know that LeBlanc without snowballing pretty hard is going to become ineffective the later this game goes. LeBlanc, however, is building towards the Morellonomicon. Typically, we will see Morellos and Abyssal Scepter coming out onto LeBlanc in one combination or the other. Sometimes it's the other way around. Will cut through some of the healing that is going to come out from the Karma, so maybe we'll see the ability for Shiko to duel Magifelix, take him out, but that's something we're going to have to watch as this game continues.
And it's kind of a nice interaction, right? Because the lower health Karma is, the more health she's going to get back, but if she gets too low on the health bar, the healing's going to get cut in half. So that seems like just excellent itemization for LeBlanc in the end. And I mean, despite the fact that that snare can be pretty devastating, looks like it may work out. A little bit of aggression coming in. Maybe now a focus just onto the Scuttle Crab so far, but maybe going to move into that Cloud Drake. Of course, that is going to be Obvious's third stack. So 3.75% max, or current health damage, rather, moving forward.
For ESG, you look at this game and you're like, this is, you know, one where they just have to play a bit of a waiting game. Unless they can get the Rift Herald onto Phones. They're still waiting on Cedrian. Magifelix is just doing a decent job right now. But whenever I look at a Karma, apart from perhaps GBMs, I never really look at it and think, well, this is just going to carry the game. Yeah. If that makes sense. It's way more of that utility pick.
Well, Sneaky Obvious here is going to move over to take that Ocean Drake. First one of the game. Moving in, we'll see that mark change in just a second. Mountain Drake next on the way. Magifelix actually has to burn Flash to make it to safety. No mobility spells on that Karma, but you're right. The nice thing I feel like, however, is that Karma does, kind of like Lulu, transition into that supportive role. We see Kick, of course, pushing in here, throwing down some vision. They know they've given up the Dragon, but they want to make sure they get something back in return. Right now, it's just going to be these Raptors.
Apart from GBM's Karma, somehow has just like more damage. Speaking of more damage, Gnar into Trundle. Gnar, more damage in mini.
Yeah, and it's got to hurt for Trundle, right? You got the armor shred already completed up for the Gnar here. That small CS advantage really paying off. And Trundle is making moves. He's working on that completed Tiamat item.
Oh, that's painful. Oh, Kepe's like, I've dodged it. No, I haven't dodged it. I need Spell Shield. Ah, damn.
Oh, is this the dive coming in? Oh my gosh, Trucklax.
I mean, this damage is so difficult to deal with because so Gnar just dominates the versus melee matchup when you're in mini Gnar. Then you get a Black Cleaver on top of it. And it basically means that you just never go into Mega Gnar to trade with the Trundle. Every time you're building up Rage, you back away. You just chip him down and then take yourself the Rift Herald. And the next time that trade happens, the Rift Herald is going to give you the extra damage to pretty much make that kill.
And I gotta say, this is really, really good play coming from ESG. They're not making any over-aggressive moves. They're taking small advantages and they're turning them into something much greater. Right at first, it was Dragon. They snuck that one out. But now they use the power of Gnar to get a greater advantage for the Gnar once again in the top side. And this is starting to snowball already, and we can only imagine how hard it's going to be. You said it's the difference between getting that kill and not getting that kill in that exchange we just saw. And this could be ESG's chance to put themselves on the map. They don't have a gold lead quite yet, but all the buffs are going in their favor.
And you know, I was speaking to a lot of people, coaches, analysts, other casters for different regions, that kind of thing, about where we place the expected priority on different objectives. And the one thing that a lot of people were saying was that like Rift Herald coming into it without seeing games was like, I don't think it's going to be that strong. I think it's going to be really low priority. It'll be like Cloud Drake will be lowest, then Rift Herald. Turns out if you're playing with like a Gnar, if you have a top laner, like most of them can do, that want to duel, to play that and get the Rift Herald, it really, really increases the ability to just dominate that matchup straight up. It's a 20-minute buff, and you get the damage reduction plus the added damage once it stacks up. Problem is, in this scenario, we've had a lane swap out of Kick, which is very nice to invert this, slow down the Gnar. Now they get top turret.
An adaptation from them coming in. They knew that the Gnar would move to fight that lane, but now it looks like aggression in the mid lane. Shiko getting burned down here. Oh, that's going to be enough damage. First Blood hops on over to Obvious as some more action happens on the top side. Tower still drops in favor of Kick, but the gold is in favor of ESG.
Haddow got blasted away. There could have been better out of Kick. And you know, we talked about how Kick were struggling against a team fight and composition. Well, Kick right now are just struggling in the laning phase in today's game. They are really getting shut down pretty hard. Haddow, however, has to be careful.
In trouble, does not have the ultimate anymore. Gragas looking to chase. Haddow trying to knock him back. Headbutt says nope. Marauder Alistair making his way out.
Oh, Ezreal's pushing up topside. It does have enough vision to spot that Gragas out, but it's bottom side. Mega Gnar got popped, so Phones is just going to push up ever so slightly. He's going to be Mini Gnar once again. Will allow him to take down that turret.
He's going to start hitting it. You can see the corruption stacks procced. Obvious just moving to get more stacks. He's at 3. He wants 4. 5%. Coming out on that current health damage as he hits 4 stacks. And I just want to, you talked about the vision briefly, and you can see how committed Kick were on the top side, whereas I feel like ESG, they're pretty spread across the map.
Yeah, just throughout the river as well. So ESG basically have that halfway point of the map all spotted out for themselves. I like what Kick did, though, is trying to slow down the Gnar, try and punish a little bit of the Rift Herald, because he had to back away. Problem is now they've ended up in a situation where the Gnar and the Trundle are against each other. Phones has to back away as he pops Mega Gnar, doesn't want to give over the added resistances and force a trade. But it's ESG now with a move of their own into the mid lane, got half of the turret health back away, and basically reset the same thing because you know bot lane is going your way.
Ooh, Trucklack's taking a lot of damage. Obviously hungry for blood. Actually, the Ezreal going to help him pick that one up. Great team play from ESG, and they're going to get bot lane as well. Sudden explosion of pressure. Chico moving into the mid lane, hoping for more. Ruck's actually jumping forward, but he may have overstayed. Not going to find the snare. ESG, I mean, they're making moves. They break the tower. They grab the kill.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting a lot out of this, and honestly, you look at the teams coming into today, not that ESG are on the same level in the standings that we were looking at with Mouse and G2V, but certainly Kick would be expected to win this game, and ESG are coming out with a great start to the game. One issue I kind of feel... Whoa! Cedrian gets chunked down. There is still a fair amount of damage on the side of Kick.
Yep, definitely. Going to use that Gragas wave clear as well. Mine was Chico in that distortion.
Speaking of the Gragas wave clear, he's actually opted for the Runic Echoes in this game. He has not opted towards the Cinderhulk route that sometimes we will see a Gragas go, just to make himself super tanky, make himself very difficult to deal with. So we'll have to track exactly LeChase's build path as we go through this. I wonder whether that's going to be an Iceborne or Frozen Heart coming out. I would expect Frozen Heart into Kindred, into Gnar. Ezreal not so much,
yeah,
but
still gives
somewhat
that attack speed steroid over to the other two as well, so maybe important to consider. Of course, Iceborne may let them chase a little bit better. A lot of targets that are going to be hard to nail down on the opposite side.
Attack speed is nice to get a debuff on.
Haddow in trouble is just going to immediately pop the Unbreakable Will, but now Kick just runs straight to the Dragon. They're happy to take that cooldown. Maybe looking to win the fight. You can see Ezreal's on the top side. No TP from him, of course. Now going to have to try to get that tower down as quickly as possible.
The difficulty of taking Mountain Drake.
Oh, the time Gnar coming up.
There's 3 people on this, and it's still taking this long.
We're gonna get it. 1 or 2, maybe now. We're working on it, and gone. Finally gonna grab that one. Of course, Trundle now on the top side to try to stop the Ezreal push, but Kick grabbing a small advantage back. Still down 2K at 20 minutes, but the farm still pretty much in favor of ESG, as we see Megafelix actually having to flash out here, respecting the cask from LeChase.
Yeah, just did not want to get blasted back by that. Meanwhile, topside Obvious is fishing around as Trucklax was trying to deny him another mark of the Kindred. It's Cedrian up there as well. ESG still making moves. TP is coming out on the top side. LeBlanc just TP'd up there to just defend the turret.
But mid lane is in trouble. It's still really low from that earlier push.
TP advantage, plus now the mid tower is exposed. Really weird TP out by Chico. He's now going to have to just run down. That is one of the least effective TPs I think we've seen.
Unfortunate from Chico. Obviously a very strong mechanical player, but maybe not making the best judgment there on that play overall. I want to talk a little bit about itemization, because I'm seeing some stuff that would have made sense on Karma mid a while ago, but with item changes, can we talk on Holy Grail? Why is there an Holy Grail?
We're looking at the Athenes. So, you obviously get that nice seesaw effect on the base mana, base health, which one's regenning faster, depending on what you've got. So I guess for Magifelix, he's like, well, it's going to give me health when I'm...
low health?
You know, low health mana when I'm low mana.
All right.
And obviously his kit's very good at giving him his health back, so it's pretty much always going to give him mana. So I don't know, it's an interesting one. It's not an item that we've seen too much of at all. Does obviously still give him CDR, still gives him MR.
Yeah, and well, maybe not too eager now as we're going to see some tower pressure, but remember that passive, the more damage he takes, the more he's going to be able to heal his allies as well as himself. Moving in though, looks at the fight coming in, TP on the backside, great headbutt, pulverized from Haddow. Ultimate comes in, Bones jumps in, but he doesn't have Meganar. Rage starts to build up, he misses the catch back on the boomerang, an explosion of action, but no one has gone down quite yet. Rux low, LeChase is low as well, full health bars on the side. Chico looking to change that, but he just takes some damage back in exchange. Kindred going to settle for a mark in the meantime, and ESG seem poised to take down this tower.
Yeah, and that was the point that really is one of the key things for this Unholy Grail here. You will get like an up to 205 right now addition on whether it's a heal or a shield or whatever comes out on the allies. So it's that 20% of the damage dealt to champions as blood charges. It's kind of a confusing one. There's a long set of things that Unholy Grail does right now, and we haven't really seen it utilized all that much in pro play.
At all, I would say. This is the first Unholy Grail. Moving in. Oh, Cedric. Oh my god, LeBlanc just chunking out the Ezreal. But courtesy of the blood charges and that karma damage output, Ezreal is going to heal up a decent amount.
Yep.
A little bit of that ruined by the Morellonomicon. We can see a lot of insanity here in the mid lane. The story continues. Pressure now in favor of Kick Esports.
Kick, however, do not have their AD carry with them, so pushing here is kind of difficult. You've got 3 melee champions and LeBlanc, who wants to dive, but the actual push is not amazing.
Over the wall, just knocking the health right out of Cedrion. Reduced healing, of course, in the meantime. They're going to take this opportunity to throw some autos down, but Rux not in position to block the True Shot Barrage.
And this is the problem here, is you've got 3 melee champions that are just going to run up to that turret, hit it once, if you're lucky, and then have to back away, because melee champions do not push towers when there are enemies behind them. That is like one of the fatal flaws that gets you engaged upon and killed. Even though Cedrion was pretty low health, still able to clear it out with his ultimate. So Kick with just a little bit of a weird scenario here where they're like, well, let's push, but we don't have our AD carry. And their engage is kind of still here with the Alistair. So a bit of a strange one for Kick, but it has been a strange game in general. Kick not really playing the same as we've come to expect from them.
I think that's really been the story of the tournament. It's just inconsistency has plagued a lot of these teams. And right now, really working out well in ESG's favor. They are making great plays across the map, utilizing some interesting itemization choices here. And you can see Kindred has now picked up her 6th stack. Additionally, Baron now marked out for the potential 7th. And really everything on track for ESG to continue winning this game. They have the 4K gold lead as well.
Sivir opting for the Phantom Dancer here. So, I mean, there's not going to be too many situations. The Gnar jumping through and Obvious jumping through. I like what I'm looking at from that. Haddow as well. So there are things that she wants to block the damage from.
Oh. Chico making a look to trade. Is actually going to make it out of that one.
Nice.
I like it. The fancy footwork.
Yeah.
Secures the tower for the team.
So we have seen a bunch of Phantom Dance a second on Sivir. I just still prefer the other attack speed items as a second item. You can see where it serves its purpose.
Yeah, against the power of a champion like Kindred, obvious, you know, jumping in there, trying to duel you. Maybe the Ezreal wants to feel comfortable. The Gnar as well. Extra movement speed to get away from those boomerangs. Kind of a damage mitigation item built into that additional attack speed and crit. So clearly a very safe choice coming in from Kepe.
Kepe's like, I don't want to die at all this game.
Can't say I blame him. Gnar, though, quick on the response. He's like, if you want to build more crit, you are going to slow down that attack speed. He is going to grab that Randwins for himself. This guy is near impossible to get away from. Little Gnar just going to hit you with the Black Cleaver, speed himself up. Big Gnar just going to slow you down with the Randwins.
And then just stomp all over you, headbutt you, throw you around, throw clocks at you.
Big old clock towers.
Unlike Zillion, who just throws watches.
Yeah. Little clockwork bombs. Not enough. Throw the whole tower, Zillion. That's what needed to happen. That's why you're not winning games in this tournament. So once again, Chico, target clearly painted on Cedrion's back. In this case, literally, as you see that flower on top of his head, but...
Super. At the risk of having a confusing discussion, where are we at on Drakes right now?
Oh, man.
Is it a cloud?
No. We got Ocean Mountain.
Ocean Mountain? There was no cloud?
Yeah, it was ESG with the sneaky Ocean and then Mountain.
Sneaky Ocean Mountain.
Yeah.
Mountain. Okay. Yes, because it's Mountain next. Okay, that's where we're at.
This is what the people live for, I think, when they tune in. They're like, we want to know what's going down. Oh my god, every time. Chico, he picks the targets, he makes it happen. A lot of damage coming in from the Ezreal. Haddow taking a decent amount back. There's the knock-up just on the Alistar. Obvious waiting in the wings, trying to make something happen, but Gnar and Trundle are duking it out on the top side. Pressure continuing to move forward. Mountain Drake, the next target, ESG, hoping to get one of their own. They ping that one out. Obvious, always hopping into the back of the pit. You can see that percentage health damage really paying off in addition to the Blood Razor. Not going to get a stack from this one, but still content to pick it up.
Big wave bot lane. Gnar was pushing top lane as well. Remember, Gnar still has a third of that cooldown on the Rift Herald buff, so nobody really wants to trade him. Trade against him, should I say.
Whenever you say a third of the cooldown, I always forget that a third of the cooldown is 6 minutes. Moving in though, Haddow taking a lot of damage. We have to remember, no Unbreakable Will. Is going to have to break out the flash, and they're now moving to take down the tower. Kick in a great spot to do this, but if they take too much damage, can they turn it around? Gnar in no position to TP, just continuing to bully out on the top side, and it looks like the tower is going to go down uncontested. Vision additionally dropping for Kick, and things actually very even despite the difference in gold.
6 minutes 40, if my maths is correct.
Nice.
There's a third of the buff on that.
I like that.
Yeah. It's an obscure number, but keep that in mind.
It's a high number. I think that's what matters most for ESG right now.
That's like more than an old Dragon Spawn used to be. Or I guess current Dragon Spawn. I'm thinking of Elder Dragon and we're way too early.
That's a 10-minute buff, but that's 2 Elder Dragons.
Yeah. Oh no, not everything has to be in the way of dragons.
No. We can't communicate numbers anymore. We have to communicate in purely in spawn timers.
Baron, not dragon.
That's 4 whole blue buffs of spawn timers.
Oh, I have lost it.
That's
after
10
today.
first blue buffs.
Numbers
okay,
and maths.
we know we're getting off the track when they show us the Kevin Owl.
It's ocean, mountain, Sifa, okay? That's where we're at right now.
You know what's better than 1 Black Cleaver?
There's 2 in this game.
Yeah, there's 2. Not quite. We're maybe getting the 3rd. We can hope for it. We built our own memes, and now we're going to burn them into the ground. At least make our best effort to. We can see, though, ESG still very much the lead in terms of gold. Haven't been able to transition it into something greater.
I knew it. I knew Lachase was going an Iceborne Gauntlet. I was like, it could be Frozen Heart. It would make sense. But he's gone Runic Echoes.
He wants the deeps.
He wants deeps. We'll see if he goes in deep at this point.
He wants to slow down the Ezreal, too. That man is nigh impossible to catch.
He's like, you've got an Iceborne Gauntlet. I've got an Iceborne Gauntlet.
See, Chico moving in here on the bottom side, and I'm wondering why he's here, because I was under the impression that he could only combo Ezreal.
I don't think he can kill the GA now.
Really?
I'm just going to go out on a limb. He's going to try, apparently.
Not the split-pushing matchup we normally expect, LeBlanc versus Gnar. Phone's trying to hit something.
I mean, Gnar still has the damage. This is Chico.
This is the Dark Souls of matchup. This is the Shadow of the Colossus, and let me tell you, that is not how the game ended. Moving in the fight, looking like it's not quite going to happen.
No,
we're jumping ahead. We're jump back in time. Bear with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, spoiler moments coming out. We're moving in. We're moving forward. There's a fight in the mid lane, and suddenly it's 4-0 in favor of ESG. Of course, Rux going to drop there in the end. And unfortunately, playing a little bit of spoiler to ourselves, we know at least one more kill is on the way here from the side of ESG. This is it. We're back. Not going back to the future, folks. I can safely say that we're staying here right now.
But Chico just went 88 miles per hour into the respawn chamber because
that was
1v1.
It was straight up Dark Souls. Like you're fighting the giant boss, you're like, oh, as long as I keep dodging, I'll be fine. And then you miss one dodge and you immediately die. That's what that felt like.
That was exactly what that was. Like, I don't even know why he thought that was a good idea.
He doesn't have the damage. He doesn't have the mana. He would go through his mana pool before he killed that Gnar.
I don't get it. I don't get it, Sifa. Because I know, okay, so you could say, well, Gnar only has magic resist coming from his GA, which I'd be like, that's fine. He's Mega Gnar. He also gets magic resist from that too.
And health from Randuin's.
And
Black
damage
Cleaver.
reduction from the Rift Herald.
And more health from
And
turning
a GA. And a lot of damage.
A lot of things.
The damage that comes from it as well.
We got excited about the 1v1. We got excited about the time travel. Let's talk Baron. ESG have got it, and they've got a massive gold lead. They're pushing down mid. What do Kick have to do here?
Pray, apparently. At this point, okay, so this was the fight that we had jumped to before we went 88 miles an hour. So we are going to watch it back, this time in completion. So, at this point, big ultimate from the Gregus.
Ooh,
Just blast them
great coming in.
Yeah.
Excellent ult coming in from Obvious. The Chase gets caught in the middle of the team. We can watch this one again. Phones, you know, manages to TP into the fight too. This man is the MVP of the hour. Gets knocked down a little bit. Trundle's coming in on the backside, but the Mini-Gnar is just unescapable. Flash over, looking to get the boomerang.
Just
and
so
Rux
strong. Hyper. Uppercut.
absolutely crushing. Now
Yeah.
moving in. 5-0 as we move forward.
5-0, and we found out my play-by-play on fights we haven't seen is not spectacular right now. It's 4th game in.
What? I mean, I thought we were talking about that like a replay, not
We
like a
were,
fight.
but then I was like, we haven't seen this, and I figured I'd try, and then
Right.
I was just like, no, I'm going to leave it to
I'm
you.
sorry, I don't know what to do in case of time travel. You're gonna have
in
to ban-
case of time travel, fish custard?
I love it. Wait. Moving in, ESG continue to apply pressure.
Ooh, Kepe.
That's not going to be the 6th kill. We're going to see it. It's gonna happen.
Now you're just guessing which
Spell
one it's
shield?
going to be.
I think it's going to be the Ezreal ult that's about to pop out right now.
You think so?
I think so.
You think so?
I think it's going to E back, and it's just going to be like.
Oh, no, Siv's on the platform
yeah,
already.
You're right.
Nas pushing top lane. Nobody can duel him.
We find ourselves
Like-
in a unique situation. Here.
Nobody can duel that Na at this point.
That
it's going
is-
to take multiple people.
Yeah, glimpse of the Void and the Void buff from Baron. This is the voidiest Gnar we will ever see, and Phones is just going to be able to burn through this tower as we push forward.
Glimpse of the Void still isn't off him yet.
No,
Still, like,
no.
just under a minute, I think, looking at that. In fact, maybe more than a minute.
Moving forward, though, Sivir doing a great job of clearing out the waves. This is one of her big strengths. Rom all being blocked up. They're moving to dive here. Tower's getting burned down. Chico jumping in. Gonna get knocked back here. Comes in, moving forward, looking to get something greater. So many low health bars. ESG just going to back it up. Sivir making sure to kill that last empowered cannon creep. Taking this opportunity to back up. You can see the health just healing up. Dragon is live and available, but the focus remains here on the top lane inhibitor tower. Chico maybe wanting a bit of vengeance, still not dishing out the damage necessary there. Just a matter of time till the
Tower
tower
is dying.
falls.
In goes Turklex.
Kicks moving in, but Rux is so low, he's gonna get dropped. Not quite. Lamb's respite comes in, Phones knocks him back into the team. Rux still alive. Phones trying to make it out. His Narbar's ticking down, but he's going to live as Obvious manages to grab the kill on a Trundle. Chico hops in, hoping to get one back, but ESG have exposed the inhibitor and they're moving into the base.
Moving. Oh, Chico still wants some of this. Rux
no.
is here, but it's not going to be
Board.
enough. Phone's just TP'd back in.
My God. Moving forward, ESG taking the first inhibitor, 33 minutes in, 6-0, 8K gold lead. It seems like we wanted to end the group stage in the most dominating fashion possible because Kick look absolutely lost. Mouse absolutely crushed the opposition, and everything seems to be up in the air here.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a weird TP by Phones. Don't think he actually needed to at that point. He uses his TP for nothing. But still, the lead that ESG have right now over Kick. What is happening today, Sifa? Because the three non-favored teams are about to take the win.
And we're seeing right now when the pressure is on who comes out on top, because we have to remember they're fighting for a spot in the finals here. Whoever loses here is out.
Yeah.
If ESG win this, they actually advance as the first seed because they will be tied with Forge and they own the head-to-head. First seed. First seed. 4G. Or rather, ESG. I mean, this is huge for them. Elder Dragon next on the way. You can see the Mountain Drake in. Moving forward, you can see them clearing out the Scuttle Crab here as well, and Gnar now pushing out the bottom side of the map.
So, this game is teetering on the brink of knocking Kick out. And, man, at this point, for ESG, you've got to feel, though, at the same time, they're going to get very antsy about closing this one out. The good thing for ESG, though, is Chico just has not been able to do anything this game at all. And we're really into the point where a LeBlanc without kills really struggles. Not even level 16 yet, doesn't have access to tier 3 ult. Ezreal ult comes through.
This is where we are. We're finally back to the future.
But look at top lane. Top lane is pushing in now from the super minions. LeBlanc goes to the mid lane. This now gives ESG the ability to dive into the bottom lane if they wanted to. They can just chip it down at the same time.
Oh, Obvious caught out here a little bit, though, by the tower. Not going to be any further diving in. And Phones, he's threatening with that Mega Gnar. Soul Flare coming
Tower's
out.
down.
Hat out, moving forward. They are just going to back off. Tower drops. ESG moving in.
Chico can't clear enough on his own right now. He's trying desperately to do it, but it's leaving such a gap in the bottom lane. that Kick are in real danger of losing a second inhib tower right now.
Of course, their continued pressure. And I want to apologize to the audience real quick. I misspoke. ESG will actually be the second seed if they win out here. 4G does own the head-to-head in that three-way tie against both of the teams. It would be both the other teams would be in the three-way tie. We're getting caught up in tiebreakers here a little bit, but once again, we'll break it down at the end.
LeBlanc even opting for the Luden's Echo. Got to get that wave clear, man. At this point,
get something. She is running
not
around a lot.
Kills.
She's stacking it pretty good. Unfortunate for Chico.
Silver Lightning.
We finally get his name right, and it's just not.
Maybe that was it. Maybe it's
the
like
power of Zico.
Is it is
like
it Samson with the hair, and when he loses his hair, he loses his power?
Oh, I don't remember.
I'm not very good on biblical tales, I must admit. I think
I'm gonna be honest. I was like, "What Marvel comic is that?"
That is way more me.
I was like, "Oh man,
That
I
is
feel bad
way
for not
more
If it's
me.
biblical, I'm okay not getting it." But
That's fine.
yeah.
That is way more me for it to be Marvel comics, though. You are completely right.
We'll have to see. I feel so bad. I don't feel bad at all about missing that reference.
No,
All
it's
right.
fine.
Moving forward, of course, you can see the itemization heavily stacked in the favor of VSG, but the members of Kick stacked in this bush and had out
Double
the
knockout.
front runner, just going to use that ultimate. Disengage, comes out from Rux, only going to hit a couple phones, smacks him back into the wall. Truckslacks trying to duel out here, stealing what resistances he can. Boomerang Blade comes across the team, and ESG are pushing into the base. They have advantage. Rux is down, the minion wave is behind them. Sivir trying to clear out, but obvious Magic Felix and the team may be able to move in. Cedrion, no hesitation. He knows he can take the duel. Obvious can take the kill, and they're moving in to break the second inhibitor. Beautiful play from ESG.
Tower going down. ESG still have supers pushing in from the top lane. Knock up on LeChase.
Moving in, they want it. LeChase, is he going to drop one more stack? Kindred, move forward, grab it, one more stack, one more kill. Moving in to take it. The ace comes in for ESG. They find the win, and they're going to make it to playoffs. Kick are eliminated. German teams everywhere can be proud. The regional league showing up strong.
It has been a crazy day today, Sifa. I mean, all three Group B games, we were like, okay, well, this should be easy for these teams. But ESG following suit with G2V, I mean, man, that's...
Absolutely.
And it was a big win. But ESG looking very, very strong.
This was insane. And I gotta say, I really didn't expect Athene's Unholy Grail to be like a great item. I was like, it's either gonna be crazy strong or it's never gonna see play. And it actually did a lot of work in that mid game. It kept healing people up. Karma throws out the poke, starts to pressure you down. You want to respond with any damage, she's just gonna heal it up. Not only does she have the Inspire shield, but she'd shield from that initial damage, and then you'd gain health back from those blood charges being dispensed. So,
but I mean,
really cool.
You got to look at picks and bans as well. Is like Kick draft a composition that we haven't really seen too much from them, and then on the other side, ESG. Obvious gets the Kindred. We didn't touch on it much in game. We talked about it coming into this. That's been his pick. It's like Obvious has carried the game, and lo and behold, low kill game, 11 kills to 0, 6 kills onto the Kindred, 3 assists, involved in almost all of them.
And really, when it comes down to it, I mean, Obvious was playing insanely well.
Yeah.
Getting stacks consistently. Lamb's Respite was exactly where it needed to be in multiple fights. And it felt like their team fighting power and coordination was on almost another level this game. And it felt like they snuck the first objective of the Dragon. But then once Phones felt confident to dive in on that Trundle, they immediately transitioned into Rift Herald. And Kick makes some good moves to take that tower back. But once that Rift Herald's in the hands of Gnar, it just feels like you instantly have to do it. You have to do something to end the game because you're not going to stop that guy from splitting.
You have to commit multiple people to him, just time and time again, and that soaks up resources, makes him too big of an issue to deal with. So until we see somebody really figure out that in the matchups where we see like a Gnar and a Trundle and actually deny the Rift Herald, that might be a pick to keep your eyes on, just to dominate that 1v1 and be able to just cause so much of a problem.
Yeah, overall, I think Group B, both groups have been insane. Group A started out so explosively with such strong contenders, and then everything turned upside down. And then Group B was just all over the place all the time. And like finally someone comes to the top, right? Finally someone gets on top of this dog pile. Someone is king of the mountain in the end, but it's chaotic. And I'm really excited to see how these guys match up against each other in terms of our finals, but let's actually move over to take a look at the final standings for here in the group stage, because it's pretty crazy. We'll start with Group A. You can see Misfits are at the top, uncontested at 4-1. SK are going to be moving in on that 3-2, as well as LP on the 3-2, but because SK own the head-to-head, they are going to be the second seed coming out of Group A.
Yeah, exactly. Keep in mind, it is only the top 2 teams that advance, and as you mentioned, the head-to-head in their game from earlier today puts SK as the second seed from Group A. Let's find out who they'll be facing over in Group B. We've just wrapped up all of the action. So, 4G right now, 3-2. ESG 3-2 and Kick 3-2, but because of the head-to-head records, it puts 4G and ESG through in first and second seed respectively.
Kick, of course, beating out Mouse, Chef 6, and G2, but it's not enough because the teams that emerged at the top are the ones that they were unable to defeat. So those tiebreakers, or rather those head-to-heads, really not working out in their favor.
Crucial, though, to separate those ties. When you isolate them, look at who beat who in those small little groups, and that gave us eventually the seeds to look at our finals. And, you know, those finals, everybody's got to remember, tune in on Friday for the Challenger Series qualifier finals. It's going to be Misfits versus ESG as our first semifinal, and second semifinal is going to be 4G versus SK.
Yeah, and of course we went from 12 teams now down to 4, and only 2 can advance. We're going to have to see who can make it. I think these are both going to be kind of crazy matches in terms of, you know, I just don't even know what to expect. We're going from best of 1s to best of 5, and there's so much pressure on both these teams to come out, and it's like, this is it. It's all or nothing for all these squads.
So much pressure, but you know, the pressure just on the road for the rest of the split is on for every team here in Europe. If you missed any of the VODs, if you missed the you know, any of the articles that have come out, the schedule for LCS, which starts next week, all of the pressure on the road to Worlds can be found on lolesports.com. You can find everything. Get over there, watch VODs, get ready for the finals, get ready for LCS next week.
And of course, that is the final game of the group stage. We're going to take a day off. We'll be back on Friday. But on behalf of myself, my fellow casters, and of course the broadcast team, thank you so much for watching. And we will see you back here for the finals to figure out who will play in the Summer Challenger Series.
SevXS is coming in as well, but he actually doubles back. Here comes a Tibbets. Might be enough damage to find a return kill onto Suno.
Oh my word.
Still isn't even dead, and that's the return kill as well. A 2-for-1 double kill. SK Gaming are actually being a little bit delayed here.
No.
Low priority. We're onto the Nexus, and SK Gaming needs to try and defend. It's down to 30% HP. Kex is still waiting away at it. Look at Tibbets and Rage onto Vordax. It's not quite enough, and that'll be the ace coming down onto LP. He's gonna distortion, Impaler under the tower, not quite enough. And Nero is gonna come in with a counterplay. Nitsky. The ultimate disrespect. But Misfits, they're gonna close in here and move on to some of these targets, but they should be able to get this Nexus, and Misfits find the first place in Group A.
So they say, okay, let's have standard lanes. We know our Trundle is going to be able to deal with this, because look at the damage.
I mean, this is what we expected, right? The flash, the first blood.
When do you ever see supports level 16? Oh, gap.
Didn't land the chains, otherwise that would have been dead. Perfect shield.
That's how you want to do it.
Get the extra gold. Oh, damage going down. That's the
Super
Thunderlords.
Ace. Hang on.
But, oh no, Norskarin, you're getting stunned up here. You got to respect the Braum. Level 1, Exhaust comes out. Flash is going to have to come out too. Ignite, auto. One more. Godbro, he wants it. The flash forward. The auto, the last tick down. Oh my god. Braum level 1 is so strong. Oh my gosh. Upset, flashing for his life. Super Ace waiting on that Winter's Bite cooldown. Flash forward. They want to get it. Yes, one auto. Whoa! Cancels the Q animation with the flash. That's 4 whole blue buffs of spawn timers.
I have lost it
That's
after
10
today.
first blue buffs.
Numbers
okay,
and maps.
we know we're getting off the track when they show us the Kevin Owl.
It's ocean, mountain, Sifa, okay? That's where we're at right now.
You know what's better than one Black Cleaver?
There's 2 in this game.
Yeah, there's 2. Moving in, they want it. Let's chase. Is he gonna drop one more stack? Kindred, move forward, grab it. One more stack, one more kill. Moving in to take it. The ace comes in for ESG. They find the win, and they're gonna make it to playoffs.